The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up? What up? What's up? Appreciate everybody for showing up. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Hey, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Let me see something right quick, fellas. I got to do something right quick here. Turn my volume up a little bit. Yeah. Go back to that. Yeah. You see what I got out here in the Shark Tank tonight. Let me give a big shout out to my main man, War Eagle Yard Boy, aka Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. David Morris. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Bloodthirst #1, aka Havoc 360 in the house. What up, fam? Oh man, I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Jason Clark in the house. What up, fam? Bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Despo in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Dog Man TV in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. O, I see you, fam. So for keeps in the house. What up, fam? Hey, fellas, appreciate everybody for showing up. You know, seem like we get later and later because it's summer months and it be hot down here in Florida, let me tell you. But sometimes that's a good thing because it keep me busy. Hey, man, the next conversation is going to be one of them crazy ones. Because, we cover a lot, but, sometimes reality has to come back to us, where we have to just realize some things are just hard to do. We might have a plan and everything, but what if Mother Nature has it to where it's not that simple? And that's the way I look at breeding. When we have talked about the breeders, we have talked about the dogs, we have talked about the formula, but, if you notice, if it was so easy, it would be, history would show so many more, history would give us so much more. Let me give you an example. Like, take a person like Michael Jordan. Now, Jordan had sons, but Jordan none of his sons is like him. They did play basketball. I think one of them, if not both of them, played here in Florida. But like his dad, that's a high standard to try to live up to when it comes to trying to be another Jordan. Well, in our modern times, got LeBron. And then we got Bronny. Well, we know Bron came out. Bron was hit the stage at the age of 17. Graduated right out of high school. Waited that little time period. Boom, he's in the NBA. But his son's not like that. Then we take a family like the Mayweathers. Hey, Floyd was a beast, but the daddy and the other brother was nothing like the father's son. And then we can break it down to animals, because human beings, I can't say we can just totally dismiss them, because I thought Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. was a great father-son combination. I thought Archie Manning produced two good sons, two Super Bowl winning sons, got quarterback at a position. That's not the norm, as y'all know. That's just not the norm. But even in the human aspect of things, history has given us a couple, but it's not overwhelming. It's more like a phenomenon than it is something that, possibly always happen, because it doesn't. Here, let me get these shout outs out the way. I don't want to get too far ahead. Big shout out to my man, EJ. What's up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Insane Hunter Badger. What up, fam? And then, and for animals, I take like a Secretariat. Secretariat, great horse. Damn horse, one of the greatest horses of all time. In 2025, I believe it's 2025, there was 23 horses that ran in the Kentucky Derby, and every last one of the horses out of the 23, at some point somewhere, was down off of Secretariat. But there have been none greater than that horse. Hard feat to accomplish. So we all have to agree that being able to look at reproduction and be able to produce what we consider great at one time. Is it easy to reproduce greatness? Well, that's still up for debate, because for us, we look at the breeding programs, and like I told you, Mo and RKP, they're mad scientists at this. Big shout out to RIP, my man James Pope, because that's something he pushed. Man, you got to go back there. You got to study. You got to understand what they was doing. You got to damn near try to see if it worked, and put it to the test. Pope was the first person I ever seen that I ever knew. I might have known somebody else years after we was deep into this. He always pushed that point that, production is a trait. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, if that was so simple, if that was so easy, how come everybody ain't able to do it? And I remember him telling us, twin, when y'all start breeding, keep everything, so you don't give away the wrong thing. You know, and he would always say it, but then he would do just the opposite. He would breed good dogs and he would sell everything. But before he would get rid of everything, he would always bring the best shit over there to us. You know, and I used to laugh at him because I'd be like, you gave what's his name? You know, like we had Ratchet, but then they had his littermate brother. And the littermate brother wasn't as good as Ratchet. You know, things like that. You know what I'm saying? But he always put what he felt the right ones in the right hands. Now, did that mean Ratchet was going to be all that? No. But he knew we were going to do something with the dog. Consider, you know, basically outside of what everybody else was trying to do. So when we start talking about that R.O.M. process, I know Mo, he go take y'all way back and he runs it all down. But when you really get deep into it and look at certain dogs and how those dogs were able to make it through history and carry this one thing that you didn't see in most bloodlines. Like we give this big thing to the Red Boy Jeep Rascal cross, and outcrosses. But you ever stop and think about some of the things when we be talking about that's an out? But if you go back and take a real closer look, you will notice it's not really an out. It's actually a line bred dog. Because when you find that, your mind has to change. Because you got to be able to pay attention what's right there in front of you. You know what I mean? These are things that are just evident. And how do we know this? Well, because history is going to show us. It's going to show us. Now, I'm not here to be, you know, tonight is not meant to be knocking no bloodline and no breed. It's actually to take a closer look into some of the things we've said over the past 3 shows and just sum it up, because everybody's breeding. And anytime that you're breeding dogs, you're breeding for a purpose. We all have our certain reasons why we like, you know, certain bloodlines the way we do. We all have an expectation of certain bloodlines that we like, certain traits to come along with them. But you very seldomly hear people talk about production power. That's something we all wish we had. Remember, we seen, look how many dogs in history that have been cold dogs that was able to produce. And then some of the goddamn great dogs that couldn't produce anything. What made the difference? Do you put all the weight on the breeder, or sometimes it just might be a hit and miss? It's just part of what the game consists of. Well, we try to look at it from like instead of looking at it from a gambler's standpoint. You know, you try to keep the best hand. What's the best hand? You always want to have the odds in your favor. And I think when the people was breeding like the Secretariat horse, all them years, you know, spending all that money and never being able to produce produce another Secretariat. But it's evident that the horse was able to be popular through his breeding program, because remember, look how long that was. But his breeding program, I think his breeding program stopped in like the late 70s, I believe. Might have been the early 80s. But he still had great horses that came down that were able to produce and continuously be able to produce, you know, all the way up through all those years to where we got, you know, 24, 23 horses in the Kentucky Derby. So it didn't matter which one won. But if you notice, it was almost like a setup because out of them 23 horses, the one that did win won the Kentucky Derby, didn't run in the Preakness, but smashed the field in the Belmont. You know, top horse. I think that horse would have been a Triple Crown winner the way, you know, considering the races that it had. But then that's a good way to look at out of all that, what was the best breeding? Well, the better horse showed what was the best breeding. Dogs basically work the same way. They all don't make it. But if enough people are doing it, there's going to be that one is going to shine. We've seen it in Yellow. We've seen it in Jeep. We've seen it in Briscoe. We've seen it in Mayday. We've seen it in Buck. And those are just the males. I mean, you know, Honey Bunch, Awesome Baby. Now that's a crazy combination because she was a champion, and then you got Awesome Baby who, look at her. Look at her. Cold Dog. But who was her little mate brother? Hmm? Yeah, her daddy. Who was her daddy? Wasn't her daddy a Yellow Buck? Who? Right, Yellow was Awesome Baby's daddy, right? Who was her little mate brother? She didn't have one. Okay. She produced Yellow Buck. Okay. Let me see. Big shout out to Green Team. I see you, fam. My man Carlos Rodriguez. What up, fam? BRB. What up, fam? So, you know, I just wonder, y'all. I don't. I'm not on my computer right now. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Marcel Shepard. What's up, Marcel? My man. You know, but I want. Hey, what do y'all think? Do you think that the ROM part of the game, we know register of merit, you think that that could possibly be looked at as a trait, or is it just something that we just stumble upon? Because you don't hear too many people speak of the trait like Mo does when it comes to the ROM aspect of things. You know, you just don't see it that often. But it's not like it was impossible because you still had Yellow. You know, and you already know what he did. Um, Frisco, yeah, Mayday. I mean, those dogs were able to produce. And Buck, remember them top five? You know, we always talk about that top five up there. But not everybody's able to do that. It says y'all DNA profile the champs y'all had. I don't know. I know Itchy, I don't know if that if you're asking did we DNA profile. Kind of no, because we wasn't into none of that stuff back in the day. You know, they was all ADBA registered. All our dogs were. But that DNA profile and pulling straws, man, if we had been just around people who were doing that like we was doing everything else, I'm pretty sure we would have been on top of that. Y'all got to remember, hell, we didn't know nothing about the steroid, bringing them off the steroids and getting them back in. There was a lot of things that we didn't know back in them days because it wasn't as popular. But that's what time does. Time takes care of those those type of things. Hope that answered your question, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Frederick Hadzabob. What's up, man? My man said, Frederick said, y'all showed it with Yellow John, Yellow Mayday, Lucane, Barracuda. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we showed it. One of the reasons that was one of them situations was easily shown because of the people who were actually involved with those 3 dogs. You know what I'm saying? Think about the people who actually were involved with Yellow John, Yellow Mayday, Lucane, Barracuda. Those people had a certain way of thinking when it came down to breeding. You know what I'm saying? But first and foremost, they were all match dogs. Green Team. My man Green Team said, it's a trait you should look for in your breeding program. You're right about that, Green Team. But the thing is, it sounds simple, but it's not that simple. Because in your breeding program, your breeding program is going to consist of a history of dogs. And this is so delicate that one wrong outcross or one wrong inbreed will fuck up your whole program because it takes years to see the results of your work. Remember, with breeding, it is hard to determine if your bloodline is going to be worthy of what you expect because it takes time to really find that out. But history has given us certain dogs that have been able to do that. For me, some of the old guys back in the day, they kind of had it to where they was just taking match dogs and breeding the best match dogs to the best. You see, that's one of the things that we always stuck to, try to always breed to the best. And then based on that right there, you take it from there. Because if you're dealing with the best, then you're not guessing what the best look like. Let's see. My man Pedigree said, yes, I'm saying y'all did a show about R.O.M. and used the Red Boy dogs as an example. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Frederick. But tonight we're going to go another way. We're going to tap that and go a different way. Just to show that a lot of dogs that we talk about, they really all had something in common. You're going to see. So I'm going to turn this over to Mo, let him get that part busy. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Look, I'm going to put this link up here because, again, this conversation is our outlook, our opinion. Other people have other opinions. Other people see different things in their own breeding programs. Share some of that with us so we can dive in there, tear it apart, and see which way, see if we can coordinate in the things that we talk about. Hey, what up, y'all? Thank y'all for coming out. Okay, let's step just to make sure everybody can hear me. Before I take off and just run up in this thing here. And Mike, before you go, I just need some reminders. Okay. Before I get started. Before we get started here, I'm just lining things up before I get started. Y'all come and dive right in. First dog I'm gonna start with, the one I've been hearing a lot of conversation on. And we're gonna start with this one here. As I go through them, I'm not gonna stay on them long before I break them down. I'm just gonna show you the dogs that I'm gonna do like I did Red Boy, like I did Mayday. Today, we're gonna do my top picks. Top 5 that go on the register Mayday. I've been calling my top picks. They there because there's a reason they there. Jeep, Yellow, Mayday, Frisco. Right? And Buck. Jeep, Mayday, Frisco, Buck, and Yellow. I'm coming in with Frisco right off the bat. Give y'all a chance to look at Frisco's pedigree. Take a good look. Like Tom said, he probably is one of the most producing dogs that got the most champs because he's the dog that's got the straws. They got straws in this dog. Man, breed this dog. He bred his dog down to 20 years. He was down there dead. So, but he was lined up to do that. Okay, you see that, right? Okay. But next dog I'm gonna have coming up. Hold on. Give me a chance here. It's gonna be my next dog on the list. You're gonna take a look at his pedigree. Grand Champion Mayday. Registered mare. Okay. Next one. Gonna be this one. That's Grand Champion Buck. Yeah, his pedigree. Let's keep in mind now. So we got Frisco, Grand Champion Mayday, right? And Grand Champion Buck. We ain't got Jeep up there yet. I'm just gonna put 2, 3, and 2, 3, and 4. Cause we got Jeep, Frisco Mayday, Grand Champion Buck, and then you got Yellow. You know, we can cover Yellow along there. You know, he comes together, but
these three dogs here, 2, 3, and 4. You see their pedigrees. All right. So let's go back and let's go check out Frisco. Why is Frisco up there with Mayday and Grand Champion Buck? Well, let's start down here. We know all this up here. But let's go a little deeper into Frisco. What do we see in Frisco that we're going to find in Grand Champion Mayday and Grand Champion Buck? Let me go back to the room. We'll be over here. I asked the question, what do we see in this pedigree that he's sitting up here, registered merit, one of the top producing dogs, but he's sitting up there 2 and 3 and 4. Buck, Mayday, and Frisco. Y'all, anybody picking up on the common aspect of this? All R.O.M'S. Some of the greatest R.O.M'S. Frederick says the Bolio. You're right, my friend. But you're right. Buck, extremely good production. Yeah. Yeah. Just remember, don't treat one thing the Jeep that ain't why Jeep don't fit this category. Maybe Yellow can, but the reason why Jeep is not in this category because these three dogs that I got sitting up here, Mayday, Frisco, and Buck, and their registered merit, they have produced registered merits and grand champions. All three dogs have produced a lot of grand champions and producing grand champions. Three of the producingest grand champion registered merit dogs in the history of the dog game. Buck, Mayday, and Frisco. And they got one thing in common, not just Bolio. You were right when you said Bolio. Frederick, you said Bolio. You were right. But it wasn't just Bolio. There's a key factor to Bolio to make all that shit work. And it wasn't just Bolio by itself. You know, I say it all the time. So I'm going to take you to Frisco where you would least expect it. Where you would least expect it. Common factor. Right here. This is Frisco. This is the common factor, not just Bolio. Okay? Pay close attention to that. Not just Bolio. Grand Champion Mayday. Common factors. Where's the common factor? Here? See, right there. We're gonna see Bolio again. Well, what's the common factor? And that's Mayday. What's the common factor? Not just Bolio. Grand Champion Buck. What's the common factor? So y'all can see. Grand Champion Buck. Common factor. We're right back in there again. What do we keep seeing? Little Tater. What's the common factor again? Bolio and who? All three dogs. Common factor is Bolio and Stabber. Bolio and Stabber. Common factor. Years of breeding it. Stand with the program. Bolio and Stabber. Couldn't do it without them, but all of them. All of them got it. All of them got it. Briscoe. There's Tuffy. All of them got it. Frisco now. We got snooty dogs out there. We have Bully Son dogs out there. We got Honey Bunch up there coming off of Bully Son. We have Eli, good producing dogs. But when it comes down to it, with all this going on right here, the common factor to really boost and put the fire in Frisco all-win was the most producing all-win producer. Bolio and Stabber. That's the common factor, people. I be trying to point that out. That when you see dogs that can produce champions, grand champions, and R.O.M'S, you want to know what's the common factor to know how to breed it. To know how to breed it. One thing for damn sure, we see the snooty stuff, but you know one thing about these snooty crosses, we could never get the snooty dogs up there in that R.O.M. amongst them top 5 dogs. We can put him there now. We can definitely put him there now, but because we got something to carry, something very important, and we got proof. We have proof that it made a difference. It can light up a lot, but to carry and hold it, ain't no line of dog been made able to take it and hold it as much as the Bolio Stabber cross, because you find it in 3 of the top producingest registered mare dogs in the history of the dog game, and in them top 3, they had Bolio cross with champion Stabber. That cross right there produced you grand champions. That cross right there producing grand champions. A whole line of dogs that go many different ways. It took you many different ways. Okay, let me check the board, make sure I'm keeping up with everybody. Everybody feel me on that? Well, Buck was #1 boss of bosses. I would have to say, I would give Frisco, Mayday, and Buck that fashion of saying, I wouldn't give it all to Buck because Buck has a lot of them. Mayday has a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? Because we can go Stone City. There's so many different ways. Then we can go into Frisco and go a whole different damn direction without even saying Stone City or Mayday dogs' names. So I said the top boss was Bolio and Stabber cross. That's what I call it. The Bolio Stabber cross was the boss. The styles weren't the same though. Production, bottom line, that's the same. Production is production. And when you're producing, we're not producing style, we're producing winners. The ability to produce more winners. Think about it. Yeah, Tater and Little Tater, yeah, that's a fact. But remember, you got Tater, you know, in the Golden Boy, you can go that way with the Tater style. That's a whole different type of Patrick dog. Little Tater has the stabber in it. That's the difference. Little Tater is carrying the stabber. You know, we can use Tater over there with Golden Boy and dogs like Poncho and those dogs and the Homer dogs. But when we say Little Tater, we're adding another factor in there. The factor that we found in Frisco, the factor that we found in Mayday, and the factor that we found in Buck. Bolio crossed with the champion stabber shit. That's where I feel the R.O.M. production came from. That trait, whether it's a little or a lot, it showed up. Remember anytime what do I always talk about? Common factors. Common factors. Common factors is what you breed off of. Black Widow was a common factor, but she's not a common factor in, and when we say we go add the carver, okay, but when we go into Mayday and start adding yellow, when we go into these dogs, remember, we can always throw Jeep in there because we know Jeep works too. Remember, I can go and start throwing Kobe in there and get the same results when I start throwing Jeep in there. I'm going to throw Jeep in there. I'm going to throw yellow in there. So there's a common factor between yellow and Jeep. The Kobe. You will find Kobe in every single one of these dogs I'm putting out here. Every single one of them top 5, you're going to find some Kobe in there. Guaranteed it. You're going to find some Kobe in all 5 dogs, including Frisco. Guarantee you'll find Centipede and Frisco Pedigree. Anybody doubt me? Well, you Burning Star, let me say that. Let me just read that out. Burning Star said they don't give Klaus enough credit. Bert was a hell of a breeder and dogman, and which is true. He was. He was, but it was what, you know, where everybody say, you know, you breed to make the breed better. Well, one thing for damn sure, when they crossed it, Indian Bolio, and they, you know, Indian Bolio been crossed all kind of ways in many ways. You can go up to the Bolio side, you can do all that stuff. Remember, the Bolio can go many ways. But when we start talking about that top list, that's production. And to be productive, means you're producing winners. You have the ability to reproduce. And we talk about Stabber, you know, back there going across with Bolio. Look how many years ago. But then we can look at these dogs that we're talking about tonight that's sitting up there, the top 5 dogs, been that way down to 20-something years. And nobody has ever been able to change that. But I feel like nobody's ever been able to change that. One, we lost the reference for the journals, so we can't do the things that probably used to do. Like, they didn't have to have a journal back then. They was too busy matching dogs. You know, they was putting the shit together. Because you best believe for anybody who started messing with the Stabber Bolio cross, they was on to something and they knew it. Patrick knew it. Oh man, Hollingsworth knew it. You know what I'm saying? They knew it. They knew there was something special. And when they crossed it, evidently, look, whoever was breeding and did it with Frisco, they knew it when they took Chinaman and crossed him into a Patrick dog. Come on now. They went and grabbed them a Stabber Bolio dog. And crossed it with that Carver shit. And what they produce? A producer. So the common factor in the production, is there an R.O.M. trait? Where would that R.O.M. trait carry that had that type of ability? It came from the Stabber Bolio cross. The common factor in Buck, Frisco, Mayday. That's your R.O.M. common factor. Now, anything added to that, we can put yellow on that, we can add Jeep on that, but guess what? It's going to still boil down to, I said, we can go in all 5 of them pedigree and find Kobe. But I can show you the ones that do those grand champions and those grand champion registered men. You ain't gonna just find Red Boy that did it right there. Guess what? We gonna go out there and do Indian Bolio with Stabber and do it with Buck. Run right on down the line with Mayday. Run right on down the line and do it with Frisco. Right on down the damn line. We could throw some yellow. We could throw some Jeep. Any way we twist it, that common factor, the only common factor we're gonna continue stumbling upon. We're gonna find Kobe and all of them. But was he the common factor of the reproduction? No, because we can't find it like that nowhere else. Not on that list. We can't use yellow or red boy on Frisco. We can't use yellow and red boy on Jeep. Even though when we start crossing down the line, we had crossed it with it. We used Jeep. Stone City used Jeep. You see what I'm saying? Hardcore used Jeep. But the common factor was on that list of the most producingest winners. The dogs that was throwing them out there. The dog that was doing it with longevity. The dog that produced a whole lot of winning dogs. That's what we talk about tonight. If you can understand them and you can break it down and understand what you're looking at. This is how you carry a line of dogs, because these dogs that I'm talking about now, they took from 20 years ago. They up here we could talk about them now. Are people, if they really knew the story, where I see it, you don't have but a few of those left. You're not going to get nobody, even Tom Gardner's not going to produce nobody that's going to jump out there and take down Frisco, Jeep, Mayday, and Grand Champion Buck. All these years, he still ain't been able to do it. But he's been able to stay consistent because he constantly using Frisco. The common factor, what? Stabber and Bolio. Mayday still hanging around. Stabber and Bolio. Buck still hanging around. Stabber and Bolio. Why can't they get better dogs? Then they better take them dogs down. Well, you tell me, because the only ones that I'm seeing still out there that really still chinging dogs is still them top dogs. Nothing else outside of them. Nothing I can see outside of them. And we're looking for that common factor of being able to maintain what they started with the Stabber stuff crossing with the Bolio. Without the Klaus, there would never have been none of that. Well, without Klaus, there could never be no Bolio. That's not true, Burning Star. Because I can have Bolio and don't have Klaus and have a totally different dog, like Golden Boy. Yes, I can. Okay, well, that just happened. Okay, I hear you. I'm going to stop doing it while I'm doing it. Okay, I get to it. I'm trying to get back to where I was. Okay, I got him. Y'all might want me to do a break in here, do a quick shout out. But I wanted to go with they said with Bolio, but no, not necessarily, because Bolio without Stabber, you wouldn't have never got it. You wouldn't have got it, my friend. It wouldn't have showed up. And you're right. You remember, this is the one I wanted. This one right here. He said, without Klaus dogs, there would be no Bolio. Well, the Klaus dogs is not in Bolio. Let me show you. I'm gonna play around in Frisco's pedigree because we know all the rest of it. I like playing in Frisco's. This is one of the ones I don't think everybody been paying close attention to. Okay, there's Bolio. See, there's no Stabber in Bolio. That's a carver dog. See that? I just wanted to point that out. Let me see if is it up there. See that? That's the key. Nope, Bolio, see, Stabber ain't there. That's what I wanted to point out to you guys. You know, Stabber, the factor was Stabber. See, Bolio doesn't have Stabber in him. He's a carver dog. You know, we're gonna have some old Foundry Reds back in there. We're gonna find some Foundry Reds. And remember, we in Frisco pedigree. Here's where the cloud stuff showed up. Down here. Right there. That was the play game. That was the playmaker there. And a lot of old family red-nosed dogs in these dogs here, y'all. Okay? You can find some family reds up in here. That Covino stuff, that Jeff stuff, that Williams, this Covino stuff, it's going to take you there. Start seeing it. They go to Shipley, Fly Panama. These are old family red-nosed dogs. See a man cross it back in there with the stuff you created, Diabo. You see it? This is the Diabo stuff. Little mate, brother, Diabo, and Arizona Pete. Now you know that's a strong line right there. We know about Diabo. We using Diabo brother. Diabo brother. And we'll get you back to where we came from. We right here at Tuffy. Tater. Diabo brother. Old family reds. Mugs. See, there's some Kobe. There go Kobe's dime. Kobe's dime. Remember I said in the end, I said I'll be able to bring all of them in there and show you where the connection is in all of them. All of them. This is that connection. All 5 of them. Kobe's dying. The very way that we make our crosses. Damn, like you said, like I was saying, when they were taking, when you start throwing yellow in there, oh, we're gonna get back to Kobe. Every one of them gonna have Kobe in them. Every single one of them gonna have Kobe in them. Remember, this is Briscoe's pedigree I'm playing in. Briscoe pedigree has got Old Family Red. Briscoe pedigree got Kobe in it. So you already know Mayday gonna have it in him. You already know Grand Champion Buck gonna have him in him. We already know Jeep gonna have him in him. You see what I'm saying? We know Yellow gonna have Kobe dogs in them. You know what I'm saying? We know this. And every one of these dogs that we're talking about had a phenomenal production career. It's not like a whole line of these dogs. It was specifics. When you go looking at the specifics, if you could break these things down and understand them like I'm trying to put them to you and start, you always hear seeing talking about common factors. Common factor is a part of a formula. If you understand the common factor, you're not playing inside that common factor. Well, you always hear me saying common factors. I'm not saying common factors. I'm saying what was on the mind of that breeder when he did this move. What was his mindset? Understanding the common factor when you're making these type of decisions. Listen how these guys was breeding these dogs. There is a pattern. There is a formula. And there's results to this formula. If I'm going to throw some top producing shit, which I can clearly show you why these dogs that's on that registered merit list, been on that registered merit list, and still running numbers to this day based on what is still out there and what's left. Are there dogs out there that's ever going to do better than them? I can say it like this. We're only talking about 5 dogs here. And we're talking about the 5 dogs that cannot be denied. We cannot deny. My point was, I'm showing y'all 5 dogs on the top of the game. Historically on the top of the game. And I'm pointing out the common factor. If I'm going to be a breeder, you need to know, if you want to bring it to the front, you got to know how they brought it to the back. These guys was able to take this shit right here that I'm pointing out in Frisco, in Mayday, in Buck, in Jeep, and in Yellow. And you can put these dogs together and produce great dogs all throughout history. All throughout history. You know what I'm saying? All throughout history, you're going to see it. Oh, okay, I go to the Stabber stuff. Okay. Somebody asked about the Stabber stuff. Where'd it come from? Let's go look. Bert Klaus was playing with Old Family Red-Nosed dogs. He was crossing with them Old Family Red-Nosed dogs, just like the Cabinos. And what's the name that you see down there that's going to bring? I remember I said Old Family Reds, right? I did say Old Family Reds. Anytime you see these names like this, and Wallace, and Cavino in them, they were Cavino was testing the waters. But look, we gonna find him. We gonna find him all up in Yellow, Red Boy. And we in Frisco's pedigree right now. We in Frisco's pedigree right now. We ain't talking about Carver right now. I'm pointing out the factor that carries these lines. The common factor. You cannot deny. Why you think Tom went over there and got that Gardner's Tramp Red Boy? Huh? Huh? Yeah. That Klaus stuff. It's family red-nosed dogs coming down through there. You see them? You see them? You know we looked at this dog before? That's the old shit coming off the ship. But you see it's Kobe right there. Able to do something and be able to maintain it. Old as this shit is. Old as this shit is. There go Mr. Shipley. Anytime you see these names right here, people. Anytime you see these names, these are old family reds. These are them old imports coming out of Ireland. You see what Klaus was doing? Remember, y'all, we ain't in Mayday's pedigree. We ain't in Red Boy's pedigree. We ain't in G's pedigree. We in Frisco's pedigree. Looking for a common factor. A common factor that puts you right out there with Mayday, Yellow, G, and Buck. Something we gonna see in all of them. That's where it comes from. I'm just blagging through them. Okay, now I'm gonna take a minute, y'all, and go back down to these. Make sure I can. I was on pedigree, so I mean, I gotta excuse me. I gotta go back down to y'all things and kind of give me a minute here as I go through and check, make sure I got everybody. I'm gonna be doing some shout outs, y'all. Okay, so you know, I want to read what y'all saying. GV in the house. Okay, hold on here. I'm trying to find one that I just gotta check. I get off. Okay, Brandon Star, that was a good one. All right, let me give me a chance to go out here and read some of these things so I can answer questions on the way. I see. Okay, War Eagle Yard Boy, what's up, man? Brandon Star, good one, man. I see. Keep putting them out there. Bill, what's up, fam? Carlos Reyes, what up, man? What's up, Itchy? Champions on the dog, man, using the dog through OGs. You damn right there, Itchy. They sure was. Only way we could be talking about them, somebody got to be doing something with them. We just talking about particular dogs that seem to be popping up in these pedigrees. You know, you would say Bolio, and I would say, yeah, Bolio and who? There's more than Bolio there. But when you add that champion Stabber to that Fitzwater, you're going to get some all-wins and fast lane dogs. It's a fact. We did a show talking about Stabber and Fitzwater Goldie, didn't we, there, Mr. Cosme? Cow TV. Yes, we did. But what I was doing tonight was I'm pointing out the common factor in the greatest dog in the production game. That they were all related. And when we start talking about 2, 3, and 4, Mayday, Frisco, and Buck, we really got a heavy common factor. And then in that common factor, they produce more grand champions than Jeep did. Them 3 dogs produce more grand champions amongst themselves than Jeep. But when you go to add in yellow, the Kobe in there, and you start throwing the red boy on top of that Jeep with it, Jeep starts catching up when you start using Blackjack and all the other dogs that you know that Jeep red boy cross created. You got to throw 9 million in there. You got to throw Miss Luca in there. You got to start throwing all that stuff in there because it's all going to have that Kobe in it. And you're talking about now you're adding more production. Red Boy himself was a producer. Genetic strain, yes, he had it. Now we're adding that on top of Stabber and Bolio. They can make, that's the sauce. That's the sauce. Okay, I'm going down. Green team, what's up, baby? I see you, man. Throw you in there. As I go down, I see something I like. I'm gonna stop and read on the shout out. But Super Producers had his own 5 crime family. Yeah, he did. He did. Yes, he did. I mean, and when we point that out, we have to point out the kennels that made him like that. We're talking about kennels that were matching dogs, kennels that got great dogs. You know, you gotta put us in that category. You gotta put G-Bill in that category. Even though you wanna hate to do it, you're gonna have to because we are part of that category. Let me remind y'all, we are part of that category. Okay? I could do the same thing with G-Bill, Game Bill. Yes. Yes, we are part of that category. Stone City, Hardcore, come on. Super Kennels, Gaston, Southern Kennels. I mean, there's so many of them I can start naming off here, y'all. But I'm going to put my 2 cents in it because we wasn't sleeping either. We was not sleeping either. Because I got the whole battle crew up in here. Got a whole lot of Jeep, got a whole lot of Buck, got some Eli. No, I'm going to have an Eli with the Jeep. You know I'm going to have my Stabber. I'm a whole lot of Stabber when I've got Mayday and Stone City up in there. And Heavy Yellow. And then you know I got the backup plan with my boy Zebo. We was building back here. We started building back here. Common factors, fellas, that common factor. That's a common factor right there. And here's another thing to that. If you look at what made her R.O.M., if you look at what made her R.O.M., let's take a closer look at what made her R.O.M., what was working. The same shit that was working back then, the way it was working. It's the same shit. Common factor, Indian Bolio, Stabber. Jeep, you find there's Jeep in there. There's yellow in there. All registered men, red boy in there. All R.O.M. Common factors. They were all R.O.M. productive dogs. You breed them back together, look what you're getting. You're taking baby and breeding them what? Back into some more yellow Indian Bolio Stabber shit. Exactly what you did. You crossed her back to something you knew would work. Little maid sister. Another one. Day two. What are you seeing? A whole bunch of stabber and then the Bolio. You cross it back into it. It worked. Kept on working. Now every day use the Barracuda stuff. Again. What are you going to see? What are you going to see? Look at all that. All that. We're going to get the same thing. We're still dealing with Bolio, Stabber. Then we're going to go with Red Boy, who's heavy registered man productive. You got the Stabber and the Bolio, heavy Red Boy productive. You got the Jeep, heavy productive. God dang, this bitch here, full of Jeep. Honey bunch. I mean, come on. This is what I'm talking about when you talk about the key. What is the key? You know? And I forgot my paper today. I would have went a little further, but I'm going to say that for another day. But I'm going to show you another one. Did you breed it back into it? Another. Going hard dog. You cross it back into this shit again. What do you see? A 7-time winner, grand champion, Red Ruby. Coming off of what? Made two to baby. Made two to the brat. Come on. What do we got? We got a whole lot of stabber, don't we? Whole lot of Indian Bolio and stabber in there, don't we? So while we can take it, what is the best thing to breed a going hard dog with? A Stone City dog. A yellow dog that got some buck in them. Because that's what we see working. We know what worked with this shit. Because every one of them that got bred like that, this is what we were getting. Look what they were getting. And they showed it. I did some of that on my yard for damn sure because there I am right there. But hey, well, who took it and ran with it? There's a whole lot more of this shit. I ain't got my list, but I'll sit there and do a show and show you 20 plus champions coming like this. We're going hard all up in it. Okay? So you can't say that it stopped back there because it sure followed me all the way up there with me. From way back there, it got me a hold of it. You know? And I have one here. I'm gonna grab another one right quick. I'm gonna go grab her. I'm gonna grab her. I had her before, but I'm gonna put her back up there again. You know? You know, y'all, I'm just trying to get y'all just study it, give me a chance to look at it. Showing you that I ain't showing you a good pedigree. I'm showing you shit that works. I'm showing you champions and grand champions. You ain't seen me put a 1-time, 2-time, nothing up there. And one damn thing for damn sure you're seeing going hard in it. So if you can read, you can see. The combination, man. Combination. Guys, get smart. Look at that round rod. Look, all that Jeep up in there. The same thing that damn near look like the bottom. The only change in that Apache bitch, you know what I'm saying? Which would have been Sassy Girl. Sassy Girl, she comes out from Little Mayday. You don't see Sassy Girl nowhere in there. You find Sassy Girl over there in Baby Pedigree. This is just straight Brat and Mayday right here. Crossing some Stone City shit. We bred Sassy Girl to some Stone City shit, and we got Baby in there. And we still using the cross that we seen from the Gideon, the Mayday Stone City cross. When everybody wasn't sleeping. Some people look to see something, and where did you get the ideal from? Because there goes Sarah Kell, and I know we did that with Yellow Little Buck, and she was the second breed, and Little Buck was the first breed of Yellow Buck, Miss Nico. And all them other Yellow Buck and Miss Nico pups produced. Every damn one of them. Damn near every one of these dogs up in Yellow Buck, Miss Nico produced winners. Every damn one of them. Everybody damn near everybody in that litter did. I'm the only one that had the R.O.M'S coming down off a Little Buck, but look, hey, I ain't whining. The show ain't bragging when it's a fact. The fuck I got to brag about something that's fact. It is what it is. I'm just pointing it out. You want to study it and see it, understand that, and work with it. Now, these are the things that I'm just pointing out. It wouldn't be like this if it don't be for certain dogs. When I say certain dogs, I'm talking about dogs that they got to be producing. If they ain't working, why are you looking for it to produce? What are you trying to get it to produce? What pedigree? You start putting them together and you getting work, then you mean you need to be at work doing the job. Dogs wouldn't be up here if they wasn't doing the job. Dogs wouldn't be up here if they wasn't doing the job. A lot of those dogs did their job. Okay, another one I want to put up here before I walk away from this. Let me get a check here. Then I go back to the board and see what everybody's saying. Here's another one I want y'all to take another glance at. Here's another one. See, when you start grabbing that yellow and start slinging that yellow and red boy down into that stabber, because we're going to have stabber in there. We got Batty Girl, heavy Mayday. We got Baytu, really heavy Mayday. And now we adding heavy red boy to production. Gotta click on my boy Skins just to show y'all this part right here. I want to just take y'all down here in the Wacko's pedigree. Even though he lost, he was still, it took a great dog to beat him. Believe that. A Mayday dog. But look, when we go diving down into this shit, guess what we're gonna be finding? We're gonna be finding some good dogs. But they still taking them same old Eli dogs. Remember the old Eli dogs? And they still doing what with it? They still doing what with it? Uh-uh. Y'all see what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? We ain't just pulling up anybody on the screen now. Pit dog in the house. Big shout out to Pit Dog. I ain't been on the board to see who in here. And this is Wacko. Boil stuff. Still, just like putting Jeep up in there, you know, we're still dealing with Eli Dog. But we crossing it with what? Y'all see that, right? Damn it. Good producer. I would call him a great producer. Maybe not as good as the greatest ones that made that chart. But we could pick up a lot of dogs up in there. But one damn thing for damn sure, we're going to keep on popping up seeing. There's a common factor to the greatness, especially when we start running that R.O.M. I said, Bolio to the cloud shit. We going to get that shit. We going to make shit R.O.M. Common factor. Where's the common factor there? There it is. Right there. Right there. R.O.M. Yes, they do make them R.O.M. She make a couple of them R.O.M. We know this. I'm gonna go back to the dash, y'all. See if y'all. I mean, if y'all running with me, y'all. I hope y'all up there running with me. I'm gonna slow it down here because I missed a lot by going through these pedigrees and shit. But I'm gonna go down here and just Dogman TV. What's up, fam? Mad Doctor, I see you, bro. Saul, I'm in the house. What's up, baby? Y'all hope y'all picking up on this, man. Picking up on this, please. I'm here to point it out. That's all. Showing you what it is. Hey Mo, and all them dogs on that list come off a common branch. Yes, that's what I'm pointing out. A common branch. Yes, there is a common factor. A common factor. Remember, the whole time I've been doing this, I didn't run into Mayday's pedigree. I didn't run into Buck's pedigree. I ran into Frisco's pedigree. Frisco. Okay, let me see. I'm going down. Roy Eagle Yard, boy, I see you. I got you. Mr. John Debris, what's up, man? I'm going down doing my shout outs. Frederick, I see you. I thought Hollandworth bred for the Mahoney's too. Well, if he did, he was probably doing the same thing that made Pat Patrick sell Buckeyes Maloney's too. Remember? That's what he did. That's why Golden Boy was on his pedigree. If Hollandworth was breeding for Maloney's too, he wouldn't have got Dolly or Polly. He wouldn't have got them. I mean, we got Golden Boy in them that they tried to put on Buck. Remember, that's what the man, Mr. Warden, wanted. Mr. Warden wanted him a lonely tooth dog, and he didn't have no more. So what did he do? He took Buck and sold him Buck and put the Golden Boy on it. But it's obvious the Golden Boy, I showed you, looking through his pedigree, ain't no way in the hell you gonna tell me the Golden Boy got a common factor of the production in him. No way in the hell. Nowhere. You're gonna find it. Nowhere. Produce good dogs, but no, there's a common factor when we start talking about the kind of dogs that Buck was producing. Ain't no way in the hell you can connect that to Golden Boy. Period. So the man came out and tried to tell you the truth. You don't want to believe the truth, then let the facts point it out to you. Prove it. Because Polly and Dolly ain't got no Golden Boy in them. And they producing like damn it Buck. Common factor. If the man said it's like this, I don't have to go and figure it out. I can look and tell them which one he's telling the truth about. He's telling more of the truth about the fact that he changed his pedigree from Maloney's too and took Golden Boy out the picture and put Little Tater in the picture. the Bolio Stabber, the match dogs. Common factor. Yes. Yes, he did. Mr. Carlos Reagan, Hardcore Breaker, also had Klaus Blood. Yes. As you hear me keep throwing him in there, you keep on hearing me saying Hardcore right along with Stone City. But right today, what are we dealing with? We dealing with the top producers on that RM list of males. Yes, you know I'm gonna keep on showing the love to Hardcore because he's in there like Stone City, but you don't even hear me saying, you hear me saying Stone City, you hear me saying Hardcore, but they're not on that top list. Stone City's up there with Awesome Baby right along with Honey Bunch. But I'm talking about the top 5 males that's been in the top 5 for the last 20-something years. And what was the common factor? I hear everybody talking about, but guess what? I had not heard anybody that made this point that I'm making, that I want you guys to learn, look at it good, and then I can come all the way from back there, all the way up to where I was, and then all the way up to where it took me. Then look what happened when I passed the torch and what they did. Passed the torch to them, they kept on going. Passed the torch to them, they got another torch, they passed it down, it kept on going. It's when you start breeding away from it, when you start losing it, because you didn't understand the common factor. You stick with the common factor and the dogs that we can pull today. Macho Buck, Blue Cane. Them dogs coming down off of Blue Cane. Them dogs coming down off of Barracuda. You look at those dogs, you're going to find that common factor is still playing its role. The only ones, they ain't got a few of them out there, but guess what? You're going to still be finding Mayday in these great dogs out here. You're going to still be finding some type of Mayday in a great dog out here today. I'm going to tell you, they out there. The common factors, whether it's going to have Blue Cane or it's going to have Barracuda, it's going to have something coming down off of that. Same thing with Buck. Same thing with Frisco. You're going to see some of that. He still produced. Look at Frisco. Every time we say Frisco, we got to say it like we talking about Mayday. Same thing about Buck. We got to throw Frisco in there because guess what? They were all related, closely related. Understand the common factors and you breed for it. I don't work with chasing Lady in Red Pedigree. Well, Lady in Red Pedigree, actually, you come out and look at it when they, Lady in Red did produce that Red Lady, which would end up being Polly, you know what I mean? Polly and Dottie were litter mates. I don't really think he was really chasing that, or he would have never bred Dolly the way she was bred. She was like, she had a lot of Buck in her than Golden Boy. So if you had Buck at the Golden Boy, if you have Buck, and this is why I'm speaking on it, my man said Hollingsworth was chasing Lady in Red Pedigree. But if he was really chasing Lady in Red, we would not have Dolly being bred the way she was bred. Or Polly being bred the way she was bred. Because there's still Stabber there. Not the Toot. As long as Toot is there. But what's the factor? The winning factor, what really made the difference? What are we proving? It wasn't Maloney's Toot. It was the Stabber Bolio cross. All 5 dogs all 2, 3, and 4 common factor is what we based on. And we're not talking about just any dog. We're talking about the top producing dogs of all times is still up there and ain't nobody took down yet. And there's a common factor to basically all of them. When we go to grabbing Jeep, now we grabbing Kobe, and there's Kobe's in every damn one of them I'm talking about. But was it a common factor? He's a common factor when it comes to all of them, every damn one of them. That's telling us that we can take some Red Boy, some old Kobe stuff, which is already back there, and cross it. Why you think he was working with Red Boy? Why you think the Jeep keeps working with the Patrick stuff and the yellow stuff? And then when we go to add Blackjack to the equation, one of the very few grand champions coming out of the Jeep line of dogs, we got to throw Red Boy in there, because if it don't be for fucking Red Boy, goddamn it, you wouldn't have had a Blackjack, not no grand champion. There's not a whole lot of grand champion Jeep dogs out there. The hell y'all talking about? Yeah, G got a lot of champions, but he ain't got a whole bunch of grand champions. Either that didn't start happening until you start putting some red up in that shit. Shit. And they would have been crossing deep into some of that grand champion art shit, or some shit like that. You might would have seen a little bit of different a combination of a bunch of grand champions. Damn, you know, I think grand champion Ace came up with Charlie, and he at that time Jeep didn't have a grand champion. Charlie was the first one to throw a grand champion. When he threw Ace. But look, Charlie had it made. You got Zebo and Tommy Spider on the bottom. And you breeding Charlie to that. Oh, we're written all over the shit. How could he miss? Oh, don't take but one to make it a conversation. It didn't take but one. Grand champion Ace. Didn't take but one. Gun boy, I see you, boy Bob. I see you. I see that pedigree, Itchy. I know I'm late. I'm just now getting down to it. Tickle Nicholas, what's up, baby? I see you. You said that's doing with my boy Cody. Yeah. That Pittsburgh Cody definitely played a part. I usually read a pedigree from left to right. Then some say they read a pedigree from right to left. Either way, it's a purebred, so they all will have some relationship somewhere along the line. The key is getting along the line where it's working. Is the key. You know, that's a great statement. That is a great statement. But it only becomes a real statement when you can be able to show where we're at tonight. And where we at tonight, we're talking about the 5 greatest producing dogs in the history of the dog game. That's when that statement, Henry James, plays the biggest part. That makes it a fact. What you're saying right there, that's the fact. There's nothing even to argue. There's nothing to even question when we're talking about them top 5 dogs. We're not talking about everybody else in their crosses. We're talking about them crosses. Because they've been up there for a long time. They've been able to surpass the time. They are the ones that you can sit back and say, did the dogs get better? Evidently they did. But had they gotten better, good enough to become another Mayday, another Frisco, another Buck, another Jeep? It ain't happened yet. Why? Well, I really believe they got away from the common factor. Back then, I'm telling you, there was a common factor there. We wouldn't be talking about it today. I wouldn't be able to point it out to you guys today. Jesus said, I always thought there was 14 dogs in the first 3 generations, and if there's a question with one of the 14, leave it alone. Not 100% true, but a good way to think. Hey, I can tell you this, G-Ville, based on that statement. What's the only way we know what makes anything 100%? What really makes it true? The results. We ain't talking about nothing but the results. That's what makes Hemi and your statements 100% true. When we put it on these top 5 dogs, it makes both of your statements nothing but the truth. Everything else, hey, there's a question mark behind everything because they're not up there with these dogs. We're talking about when we can, what y'all saying is a fact. No, ain't no damn debate at all when we just talking about these top 5 dogs. No debate. Can we say the game ain't got better than these top 5? Ain't nothing moved the scale on them top 5. Yeah. Hear me say this. Continue searching for the best, the bestest, the mostest, the awesomest dogs of all times. That's what Mayfield English, y'all. That's that Mayfield English. Hey, I think these guys was doing the Mayfield English too. I mean, look at Tom. We talk shit about Tom and his ride to history with his Frisco dog, but hey, out of all 5 of those dogs, guess who the only one got straws on him? Guess who was the only one that was able to breed for damn near 10, 15 years? The only one. So what do we expect when you got one of the top 5 dogs with straws running around? Come on. We already done put him into relationship to the baddest producing dogs out there, down there they bred alike, and that was Mayday, Buck, and Frisco. And we got Frisco with straws. That we can sit there and breed. No wonder he got all these goddamn winners. No wonder he can sit up there and brag. It's the truth. Yes. Freddie Hamdallah. Yes. Jocko did have some old Bounty Red in him. Shit. Don't forget, Tornado got some old Bounty Red in him. Well, I know I be saying it wrong, don't I? Osbar. Okay. Well, Osbar, I am just beating up your name. Okay, I'm sorry. Might have to come in and check. We definitely have a Florian. It was 1,000%. It's Bolio base. Is it Bolio 1,000 base? No, I don't think so. I think it was based on. You see me dive in on your stuff, Gville, and find that Stabber connection with the Bolio is there with Red Baby. You know, that's a whole nother line of dogs. That's the Boyle's line running up over that way. So we still got Boyles in there. We can't forget about all those great dogs. Pit Dog, what's up, Bam? Still going down through there. That's why line breeding is really, and why it works so good together. Yes, once you figure that out, Cosman say, yeah, I better get some of that. You know, hybrid vigor. Yeah, but look, that's one of them ones. You know, I'm pointing it out because I hear you guys talking about it, but I ain't seeing y'all put it together. You know, I like when Mike tell me something, and when he show it to me and he have me listen to it, I be waiting on certain things to see if they really catching on. Cosman, I was hoping that you caught on. I thought you had it. Because you said Stabber and Bolio. I thought you had it. But you know what? You was almost there when you had Garner up in that conversation. When you had Briscoe up in that conversation, you had, but you didn't finish it. Because you didn't say Bolio Stabber. You missed the Stabber. Yes, Frisco is Bolio Stabber, friend. Yes, sir. Yeah, Mike said I got a whole lot of comments. I'm just going down through it and I'm just hollering because I know I missed some of them. He said, name the most pedal. If you said name the most pedal lines in the history, can't help but to get used. Hey, you can't help it but to get used, but guess what? When you start talking about using them top 5, and this is coming from my experience, by me using them top 5 with the way that I was reading, the way that James Pope taught me how to read a pedigree, the people that I was seeing, and the dogs that I had an opportunity to be right and at my hand tips where I could put my hands on a Stone City dog, I could put my hand on a hardcore dog, I could put my hand on a Southern Kennels dog. You know what I'm saying? I got my hands in a pot that I can pay attention to, understanding what I was taught by James Pope and with my KP, the mad scientist. We can grab. He'll make a damn breeding, and he don't need Mayday. I can tell you, he gonna grab what's winning, and if it's winning, then it gotta come from a line of winners. He ain't messing with it if it ain't coming from a line of dog food. He said you play up in that winner connection where all the genetics are where they're supposed to be. If it click, great. If it don't, move on. One of the 3 is going to be on everybody's pedigree. You're right about that one there, G-Bill. Tudor's Diabo, Kobe's Dime, and Klaus Zeke. One of those 3 in every dog's pedigree. Yes, sir. And we wouldn't be talking about none of them if they wasn't match dog and winning. Let's just keep it where it is. Common factor is a whole lot of kicking your ass out there, and you're right about that game. The R.O.M. list. Most important trait. Is it a trait? Yes, it is. You know, it's hard enough. It is hard enough to win where, these dogs that we're talking about, keep in mind, guys, we're talking about title dogs. We're talking about registered mares that produce title dogs. And I ain't talking about just any type of common dog. We're talking about these are the top 5 producing dogs of all times. Ain't nobody removed them top 5 in years. And there was a common factor. Cool beans. Cool beans. There you go. No opinion, just facts, man. Let me say it with you, bro. No opinion, just facts, man. You can't get it better than that. That's a fact. That is a fact. What can you argue about? And remember, guys, I didn't dive into Mayday. I didn't dive into Buck. I'm still running around talking about Frisco. While he bragging about his Frisco dog. Hey, you're standing amongst him. Your Frisco wasn't no grand champion. Frisco wasn't no Mayday. Frisco wasn't no Yellow. He might have bit like him, but he didn't prove his point like Yellow or Mayday or Buck or G. But he had a factor, and he had straws. And when he started off slow, remember a lot of his dogs, keep this in mind, and when it comes to Frisco, a lot of those Frisco dogs Remember, I keep on telling y'all, the journal had to change. You know why they started putting the asterisks? Because Frisco was winning all these matches overseas while he can't win shit over here. So guys started complaining. Dogs ain't winning over here. And he running up the register and merit list with those dogs overseas. We got to separate that shit because he ain't winning shit over here. And that's why Jack put the asterisk there. Now, when them dogs start being imported back into the country, guess what started happening? Guess what started happening? Damn near take that asterisk right the hell off of that shit now. You don't even need the asterisk. The dog stepped up, and all them imports that started coming back, they weren't phony baloney. They weren't phony baloney. For y'all that don't know, because y'all gonna see me running through them Gville dogs, because they got some winners out there. They got some winners out there. I just stuck little wiggles up there. I had Bandit up there. But you know, you didn't see me put up Lil G. There's a couple champions out there I haven't threw out there. I ain't put up champion Jimmy. I ain't put up champion Lil G. You know, there's a couple of them I still ain't put up. I ain't put up 38 Special. These are all champions from Gville. I ain't put up champion Oreo. I ain't put him up. Champion Gville. I'm going to get around to it, though, fam. I'm going to get around to it. I'm just trying to set them up for it. No, I'm trying to explain something. You messed around with them top 5, we hung out and we played. Just good. I mean, I don't know how you read your pedigrees, but I believe in that common factor. If I can understand the common factor, that means I can study it and see how they took that clause and used it. I noticed they used it with the Bolio. And how did they use it with the Bolio? They weren't afraid to keep taking it back. They didn't mind taking it back. Okay, what's that? Who is Barbie? Itchy, I see. I said, what about the Barbie dogs that were beating your favorite dog man's asses back in the day? I'm still, who's the Barbies? I'm going to come back to that when you put it up there. I mean, you tell me who the Barbie dogs is, and, you know, I want to know who the, you know, y'all's favorite dog man was that they was kicking their ass. Because these top 5 dogs that I'm talking about tonight, I don't think they were getting, they was, you know, not too many people out there whooping their ass. You know, when you sit up there with that damn many dogs and you at the top 5 dogs of all time, I like to know who this Barbie dog was, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't whooping none of them dogs and they pedigree ass, or they wouldn't be on that list like they on that list. We talking about a list that's still been up there 20 years now. Oh, Bob Lyle was still here when I was there. It was Bolio. When I was on Bob Yard, he had them all up there. I can't really tell you. But what he had everybody. He had Reno. He had Crazy Tippy. Shit, he had Jose's Bull, Grand Champion Jose's Bull. I seen all that shit on Bob Yard. To me, he had Bolio. He had all kind of shit. Beetlejuice was there. I mean, I seen them all. Red Man. I told y'all I had pictures of every single one of these dogs. It was snow, down to 4 inches of snow out there, and you ought to see me running around like a kid in a candy store. Cosman said, Twin, do you think a great producer that produces great producers, do you see that as a trait? That's the only thing that I'm telling you what I can tell you as a fact. As a fact, I can go into that list of those top big 5 dogs, right? And I can still tell y'all there ain't but a handful. Are they being produced like what put those dogs on the chart? Hell no. It ain't got no better because y'all ain't took none of them five down. When y'all keep hollering, y'all supposed to be doing shit better than us old ass farts and shit. Y'all ain't showed me shit yet because you ain't took the top 5 dogs. It's been there for the last damn near 30 years. Damn, you haven't even added 1 to the shit. Nothing. Why y'all talking about y'all breed better shit? What? It ain't touched this list yet. Times and change, but hey, I might not never be able to do it watered down as this shit is y'all doing. There ain't but a few great ones out there, probably still throwing some shit, and they ain't even champions. Spartacus ain't no champion. He ain't no champion. Hey, one of the very few Mayday dogs still out there doing some shit. We got the Stone City Mayday Cross still out there, but they ain't no, show me a Mayday Stone City champion out there. Just throwing right now. No, we see the bloodlines, they're there. There's many champions there with those dogs in their pedigree in the now, but you're going to be seeing names like who? Barracuda and Luke Kane. It's going to go back to one of them. When you go into the Stone City, hey, you cannot deny that one. When you got Awesome Buck, you know what I'm saying? When you got Macho Buck, Macho Buck is one of the few dogs that's still out here that you go in a pedigree, you're going to find Macho Buck there. But guess what? You want to see what's helping Macho Buck? Anytime you breed Macho Buck into a Mayday dog, you're going to click some shit. That's all it takes. You give me Macho Buck and you cross him to a Barracuda or Luke Kane, Barracuda or Luke Kane. Let me say that again. Barracuda or Luke Kane. You're going to see that. That's what I'm talking about. That's what it takes. Yeah, Barracuda or Luke Kane. That's what it takes, y'all. Yeah. That right there is what it takes. That or Luke Kane or Mayday. Guarantee it. That's what it takes. Either way. The cross has been working forever and a day. But the thing about it is, you're going to find, in this particular pedigree, you're going to find a lot of Jeep there. There's Jeep everywhere. There's Jeep right there. There's Jeep right here. There's Jeep down here. There's Jeep on Honeybee. Brother sister breed. And then you add Charlie to that. You got the whole damn crew. And in Gameville, they got one, they got Misty, Champion Missy in it. Yeah. They got Sassy Girl being crossed in the Champion Missy. So you got the whole crew and one dog in their line. Let me see, where's that little G at? Let me see if I can pull him up right quick. Then with Little G, champion Little G. You look in this dog pedigree, you're gonna see everybody up in there. Cool Buck Jr., Heavy Jeep, Red Boy, Chinaman. Yeah. Yeah. You see that, right? Heavy. And what they do, turn right around and they put the Mayday right in there. So the Mayday in there, Heavy Mayday, you got the Mayday Red Boy, you got Boot Can Red Boy, you got May 2 Double Mayday, with the Brat Band Bed doing, with the, you already know what this is. Grand Champion Ace and Zebo. Boss Man, more Red Boy. You're going to get results. That's just the bottom line. You're going to get results. Another one. I said I wasn't going to do that to y'all, G-Bill. I was going to bring my list, but I'm going to have to do that list another day. But I'm going to do it the list I got now because I haven't even added Little Mayday, and we just added another 10 champions on that list just using him. But I'm going to go through them. Champion Little Jimmy. Champion Jimmy. You cross this stuff, what you're going to get, you're going to get more good stuff. That's a straight yellow dog. Goddamn Dustin, he could produce some dog, but it didn't happen until he bred to this bitch right here. This bitch got everybody in it. Everybody in it. Look at her pedigree. She got everybody in it. This is the dog right here going flying down to the whole Missy crew. Look at that. Look at that whole Jeep. The whole damn crew. Cunningham. The Bandit. Got the whole crew. Wild Side, everybody in there. That bitch right there. All you got to do is bring it to some yellow shit. It worked. If you love to bring a going hard dog, you see how they was breeding it. They was getting winners. Another one. First match off the chain, 14 months old, made him pick up 7 minutes from a throat hold. The next 3 matches, he blew through competition with his notorious back end style. Okay, the last one, he had to go in there and be a real bulldog. Barnstorm and Eli dog. You already know how that one went. And like they say, they know how to come back. And the gameness was always there. But look at the crop. Look how he's bred. Look how the damn dog is bred. How could you not go wrong with that right there? Y'all see that? If you're trying to produce dogs that's going to do this right here, this is what you're doing. Every damn dog I pulled up, every dog I pulled up, there was a formula. formula. Stick to the pattern like everybody else seems to be doing. Why change it? Because the facts will prove their point. Why would I want to go in here trying to figure this shit out when I said I already have it figured out if I paid attention to the pedigrees? The chances that you take when looking for the right dog to breed to. Check out that class he made. What was they thinking when they wanted to bring class he made to May 2? A double bred son off of Mayday, coming off of a champion bitch. Right. Who's off of Mayday? What did they do? They put that damn near the same shit that works with Stone City. Oh, I'm okay. I got to share the towel. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I missed that. Here we go. Thank you, Mike. I ain't good at this, y'all, but I'm getting there. Let me get y'all a chance to catch up. All right. Yep. 38 special. 4-time winner. Look at his pedigree. We already know Stone City works with the buck. We already know 357 works with the buck because we know about how Macho Buck worked. Macho Buck down here at the bottom, coming off that Macho Littermate. Macho and Macho. Macho is the one that produced, I think, yeah, it was Macho that produced Macho Buck. I know 357 with the daddy. But lines like that, man, that's where they get their stand power. Look back here. Walk down through there. Walk down through there. If you couldn't get a producer, at least you could get was a damn winner. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna leave that one there, and we're gonna try to take. I'm gonna leave that right there while I talk to y'all. I'm gonna go back down through the list and see what y'all saying. Let me take that off of this so y'all can see it again, see it better. Oh, what's up there? Booze with the good. What's up, fam? Okay, Kiva, I see that, baby. Two-time, one-time winner, loser by attack. Was smashing a 4-time winner for his championship. Well, all remember, one thing for sure and definitely for certain, if he fouled out as a tech, any grand champion that fouls out doesn't lose his grand champion in a foul out. If it was the foul came through a handle. That's the only time a grand champion can't lose their title. I'm gonna pull this one up here. He said it was the baddest one. I guess that's his pedigree. Let me see if I can get it. I gotta write it down right quick, guys. Golden boy, 2-time winner, 1-time loser on the foul out. You say he was smashing a 4-time winner before he fouled out. But that was but remember, we seen this earlier. And you know how I feel about them boys right there. That was a good line. That was a good cross when y'all crossed that Cool Buck Jr. stuff into that chance stuff. That's that hardcore stuff. That was a wise thing to do. We all played with that hardcore stuff, Stone City stuff, Mayday stuff. This is what you call being able to take a line and running with it. You know, while everybody thought I was talking shit on Wacko, I wasn't really. I was pointing something out. I'd like to see shit come off my yard, go off in somebody else's hands, and be able to do what I was doing with it. And here's a fact that it could be done. So there ain't no flaw in what my shit was. There's no question behind me and my shit, because this ain't me doing it. They took dogs that we did have, but they were able to leave the yard and continue careers, and made a name of their own shit, their own crosses, their own moves. That's what I'm talking about. We produce more dogs, definitely than Wacko have, coming off our line of dogs. Going through other people's hands, yeah, I'm not going to dare take the credit for shit. But I take the credit for the fact is that goddamn, I had something out there that they could use, and they used it. And I didn't have a bunch of champions and grand champions and all that shit on my yard, but I had the dogs that could do it and produce it, all because of a pattern. A pattern. These moves you see these guys are doing, they're using a formula. That's all I'm saying. They're using a formula. Good crosses. Yeah, that's too bad though. I'm trying to see if I can get one more up here. I just gotta go search for it right quick, guys. I know I got this on. I know it's on the screen. Hold on. Where was I? Let me see if I can find this one right quick. Hold on. I'll be right with y'all. Hold on. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going back down here to my list again. Okay, Itchy says, let me see. Dogs were available to other. He said the dogs available to other demographics and etc. Before that, Leo Kennard, George Sattler Freres was whooping their ass for other breeds, bred dogs that's not Heinz or Tudor or Carver influence. Well, when we talk about them back then, that was before the 90s came along, my friend. See, when the late 80s and the 90s started coming in, a lot of them guys was getting the hell out of the way. A lot of them was getting the hell out of the way because, as you can tell, when we start talking about them 5 top great ass producing dogs, that means them great producing dogs got a whole bunch of goddamn champions amongst them from several different geographic areas. You see what I'm saying? Itchy, remember that. We got to understand. When we talk about them top 5, we're talking about what they done. You know what I mean? And now they might have been whooping ass, but they wasn't whooping them top 5 dogs' asses. Not them. There's too many winners in there. Too many great dogs to talk about. When we start talking about them dogs, we put Kennard and Sadler and Ferris and all them. Put them down. Sit your asses down because guess what? They ain't make the list. They didn't whoop the right ass. They couldn't change history for damn sure. Yes, they dogs made history, but they just as common dogs when you start talking about them top 5. You know, just bringing that to a point. It says this is a reach about the line of dogs you like, but it's a good info. Most of the dogs on Pat Patrick's yard was Maloney dogs disguised. The story behind what happened to the man they still trying to exclude. Well, here's the thing. He didn't have Maloney 2 on his yard at the time that Mr. Walton wanted Mahoney 2. So that puts in question that statement, Itchy. He wouldn't have to lie and sell Buck as a Maloney dog if he had him on his yard. So when he sold Buck as a Golden Boy dog, a Maloney's 2 dog, because he didn't have none on his yard, tells you he was already getting ready to change because he sold Buck as a disguise Maloney dog. Put Golden Boy there as a Maloney dog. But the fact is, it wasn't a Maloney dog, it became great. Point, clear, fact. A fact. So that can't be fixed. You ain't gonna never change that fact. The man came out of his mouth and said he lied. He came clean, said he told the truth about who the dog was, and it speaks in his breeding. The Maloney Toots was not, evidently wasn't that big on his yard because he didn't have none. He had a whole bunch of buck shit. Just making that point clear now. That's the history of that part. Like Tom in his time, he wasn't. He was. No, show me to my car. I got my glass. I can't see it. What to say? Hey, see, I'm trying to find you. Mike showed me your shit. I got a whole bunch of lists. Cosman, the greatest, didn't pedal. Cosman, the greatest, didn't pedal. I mean, for when y'all say peddling dog, my point is this: when you go to peddling dogs, you know, I look at you peddling dogs and they winning. That's the only ones we talking about. And Bolio was told him by Lou Lewis, and he didn't even like the dog enough to match him. So Pat just bred him. Lou Lewis, a lot of champions and grand champions back then was a swindler, probably because of rubbing. Well, the dogs that we talking about, we can talk about the champions and the grand champions that we do know of, and you know, I don't know any that you're talking about because in the Bolio, been a little different than what Pat was doing. I mean, what Sonny was doing. Sonny was doing something a little different, but Pat he brought it to the forefront because Pat was the one that added that damn stabber stuff, and that's what made the difference. Didn't need the rub. All them grand champions that Buck had. I can't put one dog in it that I would as a rubber on none of them. There's not one that I can name. You can accuse of being rubbed to win. None. It's the stuff that just gets slung around, and it sounds good when you say it, but when you really look at the fact of the matter, it's not. It don't make sense. It don't match up. I always look at things that match up. I don't just listen to it. I kind of know the game. Been around it long enough to know if there was a dog out there that was winning, we ain't talking about not a rub dog coming off a buck. Not one dog I know off a buck that was winning through rubs. Anybody else ain't worth talking about. Any dog that you might see was a grand champion or a champion that we don't know about that was rubbing, he ain't on that list. I would just like to come with some receipts when you say it. Just throw one up there. Name one dog off of what Pat was doing when he was producing all these great dogs, especially when it comes by way of Buck, because Buck is the dog we talking about tonight. When we talking about anything that he produced worth a damn, it was Buck. We ain't talking about any other thing. We can talk about Dolly and Polly and 357 and the dogs they produced. Still ain't getting the rub in though. I don't know what Lewis was running, but was he running champion and grand champion? Well, I just named one. Killer Combine Kennels. Yeah, they have some decent dogs. But the dogs that I talk about, guys, when it comes to winning dogs and shit like that, one thing you ain't gonna see on any list, especially when it comes to R.O.M., and it ain't my preference. I'll just point out the list themselves, the dogs on them lists. Now, if the dog ain't on that list, and they claim that they had this, and they claim that they had this, but they ain't on that list, I don't read into that shit. If you ain't on the damn list, I ain't hearing none of that shit. None of it. Because it's just again, just more, just talk. Get some receipts with that talk. You gotta have receipts. Because it's not easy, one, to have an all women. Two, it's not easy to make champions and grand champion out here with any dog back here in them days you're talking about. So, it's definitely hard to do. Okay, Kyle, man, you say you gotta tap in. The link was up there. Let me put it back up there again. Chico, I'm gonna put it up there again. Somebody needs to tap in. Okay, I'm gonna put it up there again. Hold on. Okay. Now for anybody who want to tap in, I'm still jumping. Hey, Carver had a losing record. They call him GOAT. Itchy. Itchy. Now this gonna be the last thing I'm going. Now I've been trying to keep it clean. I've been trying to keep it clean, but every time you put that up there, every time okay now, all right, okay now. But see, things like this. Carver had a losing record, but they call him a GOAT, and that's funny because here's the funny thing about it: when we say great dogs, we have to say Carver and Tudor, Kobe. Period. We were talking about the 5 greatest dogs on the list tonight, the dogs that I'm talking about. I don't know about all this Mahoney Toot shit. I don't know about all this losing record shit. I'm talking about the top 5 greatest producing damn dogs in the history of the dog game. Go back 20 damn years. Where I started. And I can tell you, all the way up to now, I'm going to say Tudor, Kobe, and Carver is in every one of these great damn dogs. Which is a lot of damn great dogs on that list. You know? We can throw Floyd in there. We can call Floyd the GOAT. And he got goddamn dogs he took home and bred it, but you know quick. Goddamn, we throw Snooty in there. We bring dogs in there. We know quick. What's the damn difference if he can produce? Because we ain't talking about a bunch of damn losers. We talking about a bunch of damn dogs that have made history. 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 We ain't adding nothing to that. We're talking about dogs that there's no dispute because you can't change the past. Yeah, we call him the GOAT. We're supposed to call him the GOAT because he got enough dogs out there with his damn name under him that's GOAT in their own right. And we got to find him standing there in it. What we gonna do with him? Say something smart. Well, he had a losing record and all that shit. But guess what? We gonna look at you like you crazy. We gonna look at you like you don't know what you're talking about. That's what you're doing. You're exposing yourself because that's what it looks like. How can you say that when we sitting here with all this information and you still saying it? All this information. I don't know how to take it. I'm trying to save you the headache, but I'm going, as long as we got a person who has a, hey, gotta put the narrative there. Everybody won't agree. But every time you put it out there, I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to show you why I'm going to disagree. Because you got to come with receipts, son. You're saying it, but we still talking about the 5 greatest producing dogs out there, and you're going to find Carver in there every damn where. And we call him a GOAT. What's to laugh about? The part that's funny is the fact that you said it. That's the funniest part. You got the nerve to, we're laughing at you. I am. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. I turned off the podcast for a minute. We like the old Klaus dogs. My uncle's got dogs from birth. Okay, here go Burning Star. I'm going to put this out there for you, baby. I turned off the podcast for a minute. We like the old Klaus dogs. My uncle's got dogs from birth. He lived 10 minutes from us. I seen his dogs cross with dogs off of Maximilian and Hemphill and Cabino. Them was old family red-nosed crosses right there, my friend. And you're right. Back then, that Maximilian Hemphill Cabino shit was kicking ass. It's red boy dogs. You're going to find these old family red-nosed dogs and red boy dogs. You're going to find Cavino was crossing, Lightner and them was crossing, Hemphill and them was crossing. Red boy. Red boy got all that shit in him. Still coming down. Hey, see, I'm trying to find you, man. Might have you up there somewhere. Itchy, you need to come on the show, man. And you know what, man? You just give me numbers one day, and I'll just run them off, and we'll run around and play with that. Twin, who did the Red Boy Jocko Tombstone? Green Team. Twin, who did the Red Boy Jocko Tombstone Bolio cross first? Who did it first? I mean, when you say it like that, it started. I would have to say go way back before any of these dogs you got listed. I think it started when they took the Klaus stuff and started crossing it that way. Once they started that cross move, then you got Patrick's Tater and Red Baby. You know, it took off from there, that in itself, because, you know, that's where it began. You know, everybody else, it was complementary. The common factor in the standout was still Bolio being crossed into the Stabber stuff. All that other stuff we talking about, like, you know, the Golden Boy, the Poncho stuff, they ain't on that list I'm talking about tonight. They ain't on that list. You know, we can't even talk about 357 because he's not on that list. He's part of the list of the great dogs coming down off a buck. But he's just a part of it. He's not the factor. We're talking about the factor that created those dogs. And the fact that for those people who are able to maintain that factor is why we have dogs like Mayday on that list. Dogs like Frisco we have on that list. Dogs like Buck we have on that list. Those dogs that are on that list amongst the greatest. 20 years down to 30 years later, y'all still ain't changed those names. We done added Blackjack, moved Yellow John down some, but when we go talking about the top 10, we're going to have G, Sons in there. I mean, Bloodlines coming off of G, Red Boy Cross, Blackjack there. You know, still going to have Yellow John, Yellow, Mayday. You see those them numbers right there? Them still what we talking about. Them still them top 5 dogs. They gonna be there. G, Yellow, Frisco, Buck. Come on. So that would be a hard one to do. You know, we would have to dive in, you know. Salute from the Balkans, twins in the chat room. Great show. AC, I see you, baby. I found you. Now, you said something in there. I'm going to find you. That means I'm in the right area. Here we go. AC, I got you, man. We had a great producer in Eastern Europe called, whatever that name is, Mr. Indian, 28 points, R.O.M. points, 160 POR points. I think he's the most up there with the 5 you talked about. He would be. It would be nice to see his pedigree and see what he was bred like. You know what I'm saying, AC? And then, you know, I'm still speaking about your guys out there, you know, across them seas. You know, you got to get out here. You know, in my world, you know, I'm still that all-American feeling like, you know, you can do all that shit over there. The key is boating that shit across that water, bringing it over here where it's really tested. You know, and I give you guys credit out there because y'all did a lot of bulldogging back then. You know, I mean, they still doing bulldogging now. But one thing I learned about y'all out there too, when y'all doing all that moving around, y'all looking like bulldog. Y'all got a lot of great dogs out there that y'all left out there too long with losses. I see a lot of 6, 7-time winners with losses overseas. Y'all don't mind picking them up, bringing them back out again. There's a lot of losing champions I'll see out there coming overseas. They doing a lot of dogs, and you're going to get that. You're going to get that. I ain't knocking that because it ain't going to change the title. Definitely understand. But y'all quality of dogs, it'll never stand up to the pressure that we would put on that shit if y'all brought it over here to do it. I just don't see it. I don't think Black Rock and them would be good as they was over here as they is over there. Back in my time, I don't see them being that. I don't see it. I don't see any dog that was overseas that could come in this country and run through some of our great dogs that we have over here. I just don't see it. We talk shit about Prisco when he was winning all them matches over there, coming up the R.O.M'S list, and couldn't win shit over here. I said that was the reason why Jack had to put the asterisk. That was because of Prisco and his winning over there. Why did Jack have to put it? Because we complained. Because his shit ain't being doing shit over here that is doing over there. That means evidently what's over there that where he can win ain't good enough to come over here and win. So I'm going to use Frisco as a prime example of the difference that we feel when it comes to us and what we do in the United States, being that we are the builders of the greatest goddamn machine to walk this planet. The American Pit Bull Terrier. Okay? And when it's be tested and checked, y'all got y'all shit imported in from us. We sent our shit out there for you guys to bring. What's coming back? It's coming back. Y'all have great dogs coming back into the country. Even back then, there was dogs being imported, especially them Mexican Eli dogs, wherever way they were trying to bring them back in. They was coming back in, being able to win here. When it slowed down here, y'all had all the dogs. Everybody over there, everybody around overseas was being able to do dogs happily and freely. And y'all were really doing a lot of champion and grand champion breedings. But even then, we go pulling up a lot of y'all overseas pedigree. Guess what? We're going to find a lot of. We're going to see a lot of y'all great dogs, y'all so-called great dogs, a lot of y'all champions or y'all grand champion. You know, because y'all don't take their titles when they make grand champion. You could be a grand champion and lost 1 or 2 and still be a grand champion based on y'all rules. But you're going to find a lot of them in there just as much as you would see on a Budo pedigree or on a damn Bolio's pedigree. A lot of y'all champions don't go undefeated. You know, that's just a common thing that's accepted over there. We don't really play that shit over here. You know, there's a difference. Yeah, Texas Express do some good dogs though. Texas Express they found some good dogs, but they wasn't no major factor out there when we was playing. They was getting in now. Don't let's not take that away. Texas Express was doing some shit now. But I let me remind you, I named some big ass kennels, and I'm gonna put us in there. They could have got some of this any day. Remember, wasn't nobody scared of nobody back then. You know what I mean? I ain't never heard Texas Express beat no major kennel. Nothing major. He never beat a hardcore. He never beat a Stone City. You know, Eminem, Abraham, a Gino Boy, a Missing Link, any one of them. They never ran up on none of that shit. None of that shit. Ever. And I was around. I'm telling you, I know who Texas Express is. They got a good dog. But they ain't. I guarantee you won't put one of them names that I named And the pedigree that I'm putting up tonight never made it that far. I got one for you. I got one for you, AC. I'm going to bring it up. Let me see what you're talking about, baby. Itchy, that's going to be the last one I'm going to talk about, okay? You know, that might work in everybody else's channel, my friend. But I'm just saying, man, I can't stay off of them because those are not facts. Those are not true statements, friend. And I am not trying to pick on you, but, you know, me, I just don't let shit sit out there and linger. You know, I will say something. You know, like I said, you're going to say stuff, you got to have receipts, man. You know, when I said that they ain't put shit on there, prove me wrong. I'm giving you a chance to prove me wrong. So when I say it, they ain't whoop shit. I'm saying it and meaning it. And I'm just saying, prove me wrong. Yeah, Tan Fruit and the tramp stuff. Yeah. Yep. That same stuff. You know, that's the same stuff that's crossed in our stuff. That's a pretty good dog. Look at him. But what do we see here? Look what he produced. Champion John, 6-time winner, 2-time loser. Giovanni, grand champion. Grand champion Yankee, 5-time winner. Tommy, grand champion Zinker, 5-time winner. Champion Shane. There's a lot of good dogs here. Champion Brady. Young boys. I mean, I've seen a few of these. These are the ones I see a lot of. These guys right here. See a lot of them. A lot of them that made it back into the United States. Those dogs right there, yeah, they definitely made it back into the United States. Let me make sure y'all see this dog on the screen. Hold on. I knew something told me to do this. Hold on, man. Let me get you up here. Hold on, guys. I'm just sitting here talking and shit. Let me get this up here. I got you up here, fam. Yeah, there we go. Now we there. There we go, fam. There he is. This the dog right here. See? You know, it goes 3-time winner, 1-time loser, champion, and Mad Lucy, champion. See, a lot of good dogs there. Real Dark Man, 1-time game loser, Hector. I mean, that's a lot of dogs. Oh, I'm sitting through a bunch of great dogs, but look how he bred. Y'all seen this pedigree before. You seen it in the Going Hard dog. You seen it in that Champion Romero. Then you see Champion Romero bred to a Stone City dog, and you come up with Champion Romero buck. Look at Sassy Girl, bred to motherfucking Little Mayday. Yeah. What she produced? She produced the first Stone City Mayday dog. Look at how she bred. Bred just like this dog right here. You'll find Miguel Sassy in there, and you're going to find Town Bruiser in there. Matter of fact, in our shit, you'll see Town Bruiser double bred. Yes, sir. But yeah, he's supposed to be bred. That's good breeding. Let me go back. Put you on to something. That's Baby. Baby, look at Baby's bottom. That's Baby's bottom. Bred to Little Mayday. That's what produced Sassy Girl. Took that, bred to a damn Stone City male off of Yellow Bucket Miss Nico, and that's what produced Baby. Took the same shit down here and crossed it into some Stone City stuff and came up with which was Champion Romeo was bred like this. Crossed into some Stone City shit and came up with Champion Ramel Buck. Same dogs. Same dogs. See it? Pour another nut there for you right quick. Hold on. Champion Ramel Buck. See how Champion Ramel Buck is bred? So we know that cross is definitely it's a known fact that it does produce. It's a known fact. They see it. It does produce. See, it does produce. Because and what we all doing, crossing into some Stone City. Ramel Buck got crossed into some Stone City with the stuff. It worked. Stone City, it worked. Same thing down here. It worked. And the thing about it, here's a little thing. If y'all notice something, I wanted to point this little part out. This down here, paying attention. Y'all see that, right? There's all my only toot you need. But guess what? You can't do a damn thing without this right here. You can't put that shit on no my only toot when we sitting up here with this shit right here. Plain and simple. Bottom line. If don't be this stuff on here, we would have nothing to say. Okay? But as long as I keep seeing this right here being put in here with this toot shit, knowing that you ain't gonna see shit without it. Let me show you something. There it is. Can't get more tooted up than that. We just grab an open ante. See what I'm saying? Just that quick, that story come to an end. That quick. Golden Boy, I want me to see me do Golden Boy. He right there. There go Golden Boy right there. You want me to see how fast his shit go? It goes pretty quick. You got a buck. Only dog you can grab. Only dog you can grab. The only one. Knowing damn well buck ain't bred like that. Like I said. See, that's what I be talking about. See, I'll be pointing out factors, facts. Shit ain't worth a damn until you put that bottom in there. You better have this shit in there. This is not going to do it by itself. It didn't never do it by itself. It never did it by itself. So there's no doubt that Patrick was telling you the truth when he said, man, that dog was not really bred like that. Because goddamn it, you can tell that he didn't produce for damn. Without it. They didn't produce good dogs. Tombstone produced good dogs. Damn it. The Stabber stuff produced better dogs. They had to add the Stabber to it. Keno got added to it. That's why they went back to the, what way did they go? Did they go to a 2-dog? Hell no. No, they didn't. Look at Idi Amin. Look at Idi Amin. Straight dog. Throwing some Tombstone in there. See that? You got Bolio with the Tombstone. Okay, we give you that. We give you that. But look, what we beating it to? Huh? What do we have to breed it to get Scooter? What do we have to breed it to get Scooter? Bottom line, bam. You're going to find it there every time. Only time you're going to see the shit working is when you see this shit in there. Period. Period. The only shit they have producing power to keep it going. The only shit that can do it, and it's constantly there, constantly showing up. Constantly showing up. Y'all see what I'm saying? Yeah. There was no doubt that she was supposed to throw. Bred that to Little Mayday. Then they have 2 damn puppies. There it is. Storm and Norman made the breed and took off a Little Mayday. There it is. The mama to baby. That's baby mama. Baby bred to a Stone City male. Yellow Buck Miss Nico produced baby. Buck Rogers. Breed it back to anything yellow, damn it. Anything made in yellow, it worked. I mean, not with this R-yard. You know, it has that production power. What's the common factor? Why is this shit working? Because if you notice, in all our breedings, you're seeing them top 5 dogs. You don't see Frisco. I guarantee you see Frisco in the new day and age of people out there just adding Frisco to this shit. Oh, guess what? Guess what? You don't think that Tom didn't know that when he went and got that Garner's red boy dog? And start making them crosses. That's just like taking a Frisco dog and breeding into a red boy dog. It's like taking red boy and crossing it into a Klaus buck dog. It's the same shit. What? Clicking. You know, you'll find them same old traits. Guys, you'll find those traits. And that's what we're talking about. We're not, you know, we got a lot of R.O.M'S, but the ones that I'm talking about that have been able to be sustainable, especially when you're telling us that the dogs have gotten better, but they haven't got so good that they have changed that list of the greatest dogs in producing. And what made those dogs great? You got away from that concept. What made those dogs great? What made it where y'all can't take them from the top of the charts? What makes them relevant today? Because they've gotten away from the program because, no, I'm not going to just sit there and say that everybody know the concept. But I'm pointing out something that I'm pretty sure everybody did not know. If you just take those 5 dogs and work within that line of dogs themselves, why they're there, and why y'all have not upgraded past that. Because you're getting further and further away from that. point being made. That's all. Good one there, man. I did that. Let's see. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. It says your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Hey, y'all, can y'all still hear me? Somebody throw a thumbs up if you can still hear me. Well, that was a good one. HIC Grand Champion Hope. And Catfish. You want me to go throw in the pedigree up? No, I can go in there and do that Tombstone and do that for you, bro. The Tombstone will register mayor. Yeah, but he's not David Tank Yellow registered mayor. He ain't up there with Yellow. He ain't even up there with Yellow John. Hey, who's trying to come up? Somebody was trying to come up. What happened? I put the link out. I don't know what a good and Dabo wasn't even a champion. The little bit was. Titan already mentioned the letter from Howard Hines. Hey, man, look. We can say Dabo wasn't in there, but one thing about Dabo, when you connect to the greatest dogs of all times in this game, and you can sit there and say down in every pit bull around that was down, from Jeep all the way down, we go past that top list in the register. Man, we just get into the battle cruise of this shit. We can go all down through there. I'm gonna still point it out. You're gonna find Dabo in the majority of them. Battle crosses. Dabo is a battle cross. Yeah, we can talk about his brother, but his brother ain't famous. He's famous, but he ain't famous as goddamn Dabo. It sounds good when you say it, but let's talk about the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is, his damn brother didn't produce as many great-ass dogs under his belt. Put them together. Dabo one list, and his damn brother, a grand champion on the other list, and you tell me, who gonna come out on top? That producer trait we talking about? He wasn't even a match dog. He sure hell what, but guess what? He produced more goddamn winners than his goddamn grand champion brother did. He got more great dogs down in the history of this dog game than his brother did. See, I will put it all out there like you put it out there. His brother couldn't do, he did. That's why we say Dabo more than we say his brother. Because his brother did not produce match dogs. His brother didn't do shit. You think they didn't know that? They knew all that back then. You think they didn't know that? They knew all that back then. Why do you think we got more Dabo winning dogs than we do, the grand champion Litterman? Mr. Indian's Uptown Bully. That's right, my friend. I know. You're right. Running star, when Bart died, passed away, he gave his yard to this dude. I can't recall his name. It's been many years past. One thing I saw, there was some game dogs. Yeah, all these dogs were game. Ain't no way in the hell we would have this list of dogs. Remember what list we talking about tonight, fellas? We ain't getting off. We are not getting off what we own tonight. Where am I at tonight? I'm talking about the greatest producing dogs of all time. Damn near 20, 30 years with them dogs on this list. I said some of the greatest producing dogs of all time. That's what we're talking about tonight. Any underlings, they don't fit the category tonight, fellas. We up here too high for them. We up here high for two. We're too high for Tombstone. But we beyond that. We higher than that. That's not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about dogs that we got up here as factors. Factors in the game. Major factors. Why? Because guess what? In the last 20, 30 years, they ain't been replaced. How you gonna tell me they're getting better? Ain't nobody replaced them yet. To do that, you have to start replacing some of this shit. I wouldn't give a damn what country you're coming from. Bring it over here, where it really counts. We can make it historical. You know what I'm saying? Making history. You know, we ain't got history to do that. There's no history in the last 20, 30 years to be able to say that or do that. We ain't got it, fellas. We ain't got it. There's no proof. There's no historical changes. You hear that, but it ain't been that. Okay? Come on. Right? Understand it. I ain't talking about it. I ain't trying to put it down. I'm just saying what I'm walking off tonight is fact. What I'm showing you tonight is fact. You know what I'm saying? We can dig in and go into other pedigrees. I can bring up the row and his great dogs. I can bring up the row and Alex Stevens and their great dogs. And I can bring up Mr. Greenwood, Alex Stevens in the row and show you even greater dogs. All producing dogs on the R.O.M'S sheets. But tonight, we're talking about the pets. I see all these pedigrees. Chico, you calling me crazy, man? What do you know? I'm trying to keep everybody focused. That's all. That's all. Just trying to keep them focused. You know what I mean? Twin, what kennel team or single person that will make you or my exciting partners would make y'all a little nervous? I'm tell you like this. I never got nervous over my match dogs. I mean, ain't nobody scared when you got a match dog. Ain't nothing nervous on my end. I don't get nervous. Not when I'm putting one in shit to go do one. You know, what I call nervous when you get to the scale and you put your dog on the scale, you make weight, and the man put his dog on the scale and pay the full fee. That's what I call getting nervous. Okay, I ain't never had one of them kind of incidences. We've been to the scale a few times. That they was down there ready to fight up in there because they thought somebody was trying to sneak them. You know, we going through a third party who hooked it up. We don't know what the problem is when we get there. There's a problem. We stop giving out the name and just start coming with weights, and now we run into no kind of problem. You see what I'm saying? You walk in the door and what is this shit? I've never been nervous, but I've seen some nervous ones pay the full fee and got mad and ready to fight. Talked about they were trying to do that, you know, third party jump down to get jumped on. They think he's setting them up. You know what I mean? Well, ain't nobody saying nobody was saying Arizona Pete was a better dog. I mean, he was a better dog, but he was not better than Davo when Davo was sitting out here being the majority of all the greatest dogs in the country. And that's just a fact. Davo is down there talking about Arizona Pete being better than Davo. That's the rabbit hole. Okay? I'm gonna keep on just debunk because you're being very active tonight. I see you. How can I miss you, baby? Come on, man. You're being active tonight. I'm not picking on you, but you're the most active person that I can play with tonight, man. So I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it because, see, we're getting two parts of, you know, a debate going here. You know, I mean, I don't want to be debunking your shit, but, you know, when you put it out there, give me something that I can't debunk. You know, in a lot of ways, you're right. But you're not going to put Maloney's 2. You're not going to put Arizona P. You're not going to do none of that. Too many years in history. Nobody's going to ever agree with you on that. Nobody's going to ever put either one of them dogs, not one of those dogs over Dabo. Period. The Dabo is the fact of what you're saying. That's where it's at. That's the rap. You know, because it's not a true fact. It's a fact that came out the rap. Because not no dog, man. Let me start with me, and I'm at the bottom of that totem pole. Remember, I don't try to put myself like I'm at the bottom of that totem pole. I'm the one that ain't got a chance to put somebody in my place where I can go and hang out inside. I'm still at the gate because I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. You got to get past me to get to them big motherfuckers. And that ain't gonna be no easy task with me standing there. Trust me. So listen to what I'm saying. You ain't got past me. So when I'm telling you to die, did not get taken out by his brother. None of that. Dabo still stands amongst one of the biggest dogs of all time. And you're going to find him in damn every great damn dog's pedigree. Outside of damn Kobe. Everything else to be added from Jeep and everybody else to be added to that shit, you're going to have Dabo. God, this shit going to have Dabo. Man, they're going to have some Dabo. Art going to have some Dabo. Hank is going to have some Dabo. I mean, we know we naming names that ain't even on the damn list. You're on the registered merit list. Go have some dialogue. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how this came out of, you know, Wonderland. I don't know how she even got down there. When she was walking around meeting all them funny people and all them funny creatures and shit right down there, that's the rabbit hole. That is the rabbit hole. That's the fantasy world. It's a fantasy world that when you down there, you believe the shit that you walking around seeing. When you come out there, let's get back to reality, fam. Let's get back out of that hole and step what reality is. I'm gonna be right there with you. You all right? You back up here where we at? Let's face reality now. There's no way in the hell you're gonna put none of them dogs in the die. You ain't gonna put nothing but these damn $5 we talking about tonight. I mean, even he don't fit the criteria of the $5 we talking about tonight. He's one of the greatest dogs because he's in everybody's pedigree. But the $5 I'm talking about tonight, they're getting back to the game. Flat out. Plain and simple. Back to the front, baby. If you need to come up here and just sit with me and do a show, because guess what? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna tell you, come up here with me, Itchy. I swear to God, bro. If you want to talk, man, you gonna have a flow. Do you hear me, man? I'm gonna be the quietest person in the house. Because Itchy, you know some shit. You know some shit. And I think you would make a good show, man. You would. Because you bring a lot to the table that most people don't think about that you do. That's why you're giving me shit to talk about. You know what I'm saying? At least you'll say it. You know, and it's fun to me because I like debunking it, but then at the same time, a lot of people are saying the same thing you saying. They just ain't saying it out loud. So you speaking for a lot of people who always want to throw shame in the game on something. You know, just because it's like, I'm talking about dogs. We done came up with all these all these different names, and ain't none of these names in these 5 dogs that we need to be talking about, because we are pointing out what made these 5 dogs great and what was in common to these great 5 dogs. You know, that's what we at. That's what we focused on. So as long as I'm focused on that, you know, anything less than that, then I'm the guardian of the gate, will be rebuttal. You understand what I'm saying, fam? Not to take it to heart, not to keep it. I'm not being hard, you know how I am, guys. But I like that. He said, pull this pedigree out. Which one, Itchy? You know I'm gonna pull whatever you want, baby. You the show tonight. Which one? I don't see it. Pull which one? Pull what pedigree up? Are you going to pull out? Tell me, is Arizona Pink you want me to pull out? You want me to pull out Arizona Pink? Just throw thumbs up. I know that's what you're talking about, fam. I know I'm a little late. You know, I know I'm a little late. Okay, okay. I'm going to do that, fam. Hold on. Green team, I got you on the next one, baby. I see that super chat. I got you. All right, guys, we on we got Arizona Pink. How about Lenny McBrother? Yo, the thing is, when I go back here, you see all this shifting shit and this Panama and Harmon shit. These dogs, we're talking about these dogs right here, fellas. These dogs are gonna be found in some of the greatest dogs of all time. Let's stop. Let's go look at his offspring. Ain't missing that there. The reason why they couldn't do much with that shit, they kept reading that Richardson shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I know Polly. Let me see if you got any siblings. Let's see if we can find some more. We got Champion Minnie. Oh, we got Champion Luke. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, trying to come in? Oh, hold on. I ain't seen him in team what? I got my super chat. Hold on, super chat. I got that number, baby. Thanks for that super chat, fam. Oh, this is the green team. I got you, fam. Thank you, fam. What's up, fam?
What's cracking?
You, fam? What's up, man?
What's going down with y'all?
And man, I'm in here doing like I usually do.
Good.
I got my class. Better see you stop in, man. Better see you stop in. What's up, man?
What's cracking? I ain't talked to y'all in a minute.
I know, man. But you know, we always talk about the 7-8 guys over there. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
I have to remind them sometimes, you know. I know my place. You know what I mean? I give it where it's due. I know my place.
Your place is my place.
You're damn right. You know, yeah, that's an all-star class. Don't be for y'all. I'm gonna be where I'm at today. You know that. Thank you, fellas. You know, I'm always be that. I'm always doing that homage out there.
Hell yeah.
You know, all-star cast. All-star cast.
Shit, y'all niggas some all-stars too, though. Don't do that. Shit, y'all ain't no motherfucking slouches either.
Well, you know, I be glad when I get off this gate. I want to come inside. And, you know,
come on in, nigga. The door open. All you gotta do is come in. Shit.
I'm about to start showing up, and you know me. I'm always at the gate. You know, I would be knocking at your door all the damn time. I was watching the gate. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got me still standing at the gate, letting people in. You know, I got to check ID.
Shit, nigga, please. You better fucking come to the door. It's open for you. You ain't even gotta knock. Just come in.
Okay, I gotta go get the professor every once in a while. I just called him and told him, I said, man, I need you to stop in, man, and get in here and start, you know, because, you know, schoolboy come in and, you know, he solidifies a lot of shit that I say, you know what I mean? All I gotta do is just put him out there, you know, he'll go back to the shit. He got his shit to say about it, you know? So he really does.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know, that puts a lot of, that keeps a lot of unnecessary backwash that you pick up out here when they pick up on things that you say. You know, people spend a whole week trying to find something wrong with what you say and shit. You know?
Yeah, man, that's gonna be what it's gonna be, though, OG. That's just how motherfuckers is, man. Shit.
I've been behaving, though. I don't be really clowning on it. You know, I like debunking it because I don't like things to be floating around on over here without being debunked. Because I don't want people to take it like they heard it from our show. If something needs to be debunked, I'm going to debunk it. You know?
Yeah, as you should, though. Especially if you was around that time, the truth is always supposed to be better than the fucking fairy tale ass lie.
Right. It sounds good saying it. Might get a laugh, but it's not the truth.
Yeah, hell no. The truth gonna always reign supreme, man. Especially with these dogs. That's really the only thing that's gonna keep them going. This motherfucker's telling the truth on them.
Yep, because the dog's gonna keep you honest.
Yep.
That's the only
because me myself, I had a bunch of great fucking dogs, but I had way more pieces of shit and curves. You know?
Me too.
That's just how the game go. But most niggas gonna tell you all they had was the good shit. Like, hell no, I had a big ass curve pile when I was on the field.
Believe that. I mean, because it don't come easy.
Fuck no, not at all. You gotta put in the work. Yeah, this ain't no shortcut game, man. You either in it or you fucking sideline watching.
All day, every day. That's the truth. And it's the truth. Hey, Green Team, I got you up here, baby boy. Now, you know this, again. Hold on. I got you up here, Green Team. There it is, fam. Now, another point to be made. Champion Backstreet's dirty jersey. Champion registered mare. The dog, look at his pedigree. You're not going to tell me already you see Stabber. You're seeing. Dig a little deeper. You're going to see Stabber. Here, there she go. Right? You're going to see Stabber. You see Dirty Mary, you're going to see Stabber. You see Dolly, you're going to see Stabber. You see Polly, you're going to see Stabber. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, Stabber was like a modern day Black Widow.
No shit. I mean, you
Like
got Dirty
just
Mary all up down through here, and you think you ain't gonna see Stabber and Dirty Mary? Why not?
yeah, there's a lot of good dogs came down from Stabber.
Okay, he's the factor. That was my point on the registered merit list. Guess what? Frisco got Stabber in him. Yeah, Frisco, Mayday, and Buck. That's 2, 3, and 4 on the registered merit list. It's damn to go back 30 years.
Yep. And all you needed was a little bit of Stabber. You didn't need no line bread. Yeah, just a little bit. Get you over that hump.
That's all it took. That's all
And it really didn't matter in the pedigree where he was at.
Sure
long
did.
as he was in there and the dog was good, you had a good chance of getting a good dog that could produce good dogs too.
That's what I was saying. Tonight we talking about the top 5. See, we ain't got no argument about the top 5. You know
the
what I mean?
top 5 records speak for itself. Shit.
That's the point I'm trying to get. Goddamn, they speak for themselves. Them top 5 speak for themselves. But I was pointing out there's a common factor there. I don't think a lot of them knew about Frisco. I heard, like I said, my boy Kyle, man, he was on point. But he said Bolio. He didn't say Bolio and Stabber. He said Bolio. I was waiting for him. I thought it was gonna slip out of my mouth because I'm always hearing him say Stabber. But he missed it. He said Bolio. Yeah, and Frisco. We were talking about Frisco. I think Mike was showing me one of the shows, and it was talking about Frisco, and how Tom was bragging about he had the, more champions to do. Well, goddamn, he's the only one on this damn list that got straws.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Man, you give me a Buck straw. You give me a Mayday straw. You give me a Jeep straw. And he'd be lucky if he made the goddamn list. If we had a straw.
Yeah. You give me a Buck straw, I'm moving to Russia. And I'm back in the game.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's right.
Right back in the game. Straight out of Russia, nigga. Shit.
Okay. I mean, and that's saying a lot to be those 3 dogs on that list with that commonality in there. That's just showing you how strong that is. We talk about Jocko, and if you take Jocko out, you're taking away from Yellow. But damn it, that Indian Bolio Stabber cross was the most prolific cross in Frisco, Mayday, and Buck. For them to even be on the list that high.
Yeah, the motherfuckers was producing.
They was producing, man. And all these years later, they still ain't been removed.
That's a hard act to follow, bro. Like, you could get some good dogs and they throw you a champion shit like that on your yard. Might, your partner breed to them, you get a champion, some winners, but dogs who you could just breed anything to like that, and they still throw you a motherfucking champ, grand champ, that's fucking hard act to follow, bro. If it was easy, we would all have ROM dogs right now, high on the list.
Definitely. High on the list. You know what I mean? They ain't there. And there's a reason why. Because ain't nobody removed them dogs. Now, I went and grabbed, Mike had this dog up here. Let me just start where I was. I grabbed Hank because we were talking about Dibo and Arizona Pete and all these damn dogs, okay? Okay, now here's a dog. He on the registered merit list. Talking about Hank. Hank, very important part really of the Bulls dog. Remember, he's the dog that bought that took the brand and turned it into the line.
Yep.
It was that extra piece.
Yeah, he was a catalyst for your breeding program. Even though he had a funky style, he still had a lot of good genetic traits to add to the game.
Dibo all day. Dibo all day.
Like a motherfucker.
Okay? You heavy Dibo on the top. See that? 3-time Diabo on the top. Who was that talking that math? Okay, who was that? Green Team to put that up there. Yeah, I think
Yep.
that was you, Green Team. Yeah, let's go ahead and shut this stuff down. Now we go to the bottom. Oh, we got Kobe's dime all up in here. More Diabo. Stop it. Then we turn around and we throw some Stabber up in there with that Bolio. It got even worse, fam.
Hell yeah.
Win a heart handicap. This dog, you know, handicap on the R.O.M'S list. You know, how are you going to compare Arizona Pete and his brother to Diabo? Come on, I said, this is what made Diabo famous.
Yeah, that's that old rugged cross. That dime to Diabo.
Yes, sir.
And if you could do that right now, you'll still get them same results.
Sure will. Common factor is definitely not Arizona Pete, though. So I'll let you know. Yeah, he made the cross. Yeah. Captain Lucky. Oh, he came down up good shit. But look, don't be giving me no Diabo in there to help you now. Man, look, we got Kobe being bred the old Arizona Pete when we already checked his pen out. Look, let's go back over here and hit this Osprey. That dog needs some help. Get it on off. He needed some help. They trying to tell me he produced better dogs than Diabo.
Who said that?
Oh yeah, it was one of them comments that came. You know, they like going down there in that Alice Wonderland, and I like getting over the hole. I'm gonna send you down a ladder.
Yeah.
Gotta
Yeah,
be
if he
willing
was
to
better
climb.
than Diabo, then he would have been used more, man. Them old timers wasn't fucking around. Shit. They was really only breeding to the best that they could fucking get their hands on, and Diabo was him.
I told him the only way they can get out of that rabbit hole, my ladder is the truth. You have to be willing to get on that ladder of truth and climb on up out of that rabbit hole you down here. I'm trying to help you get out of there by throwing you the truth ladder down there. Get on the truth and come on home. If you don't want to get on there, you want to stay out there in that reality world that ain't real.
Shit, but it's safe down there, though. A lot of people want to stay where it's safe. You know, the truth makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, I guess the truth, everybody that know the truth, they don't talk about the truth because it ain't really worth talking about because it's a normal thing. But if you want to get a good conversation started, you come up with some bullshit.
I dead ass was finna say something like that too, man. You know, that's supposed to be just common knowledge, basic knowledge, you know. At least it was, you know, in our era when we was doing dogs, that was shit you learned before you even got in the box. You knew that, you know.
Diabo is one of the most, I mean, that was one of the funny things that the damn book said to me. I was trying to figure it out. He was like, that Diabo, you going to find him in every great dog pedigree. I don't give a damn what anybody tell you. 90% of all the great dogs you don't find Diabo in them.
Hell yeah, exactly. That's most of the modern day dogs come down from Diabo.
That's right.
You gotta go way back in the pedigree to see something without Diabo in it, something that was worth a fuck at least.
That's right. And if it was worth a fuck, they were putting that Diabo in there anyway.
Because it just gonna make it better, you know.
That's it. That's it. Red Boy G Cross, goddamn, you gotta admit. A great
Eli G Cross, Eli Red Boy, the boomerang shit will come. Like that's why all them dogs you could put together right now if you got some good ones, and you will still get high caliber dogs like they was getting. No matter what the pedigree say, like that dog was prominent in there. I did some shit like that. I took I had a dog, my dog Bud, one time winter. He had Jeep in his third and his fourth. And I bred that shit to some Kobe shit and got another dime. And it was a Diabo clone in there, just, you know, so I know if you do it with the right dogs and they good and they worth getting bred, you still gonna get some real good dogs out that shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I was saying, you know, they took the Eli, the Carver dog. See, when everybody be calling them voodoo dogs, I still be going back to Carver. because Boudreaux started his line coming off of Diamond and Carver dogs.
Exactly. Yeah, it's gonna be loud out here tonight. Shit, we out here finna line them up.
What y'all doing? Going somewhere?
No, we finna race. I finally pulled my Challenger back out, so yeah, we about to get to it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, hell yeah. You know, I got the big block in there now. The real big block Hemi. Bigger than the 426 with the turbos on it.
I
Hopefully, I got enough tire on tonight, so I don't just knock the tires off when I'm trying to go.
You ain't got no steroids in your car, do you, man?
Oh, I stay on the juice. Come on now. No different when I was doing the dog. You know, I got the turbos with the nitrous on it. Big shot. Big 400 shot of nitrous. And I'm running it all the way down.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm juiced to the roof. What you mean? Got that wind straw. You feel me?
Got that Winnie in there. That's right.
Hell yeah, get that Winnie under the hood. You niggas in trouble tonight.
Man, what they call it, that's that enhancement. It's called enhancement. That's all. It ain't cheap. It's called enhancement. Ain't nobody gonna be running around, you know, unless you stand on the sideline. Hey, man, you got nitro in your car tonight, man. Well, is everybody racing then ask this question?
Exactly.
It's normal.
And if you don't, I feel bad for you. That's your law.
And ain't gonna be too many people running around. I beat many cars that had nitro in them. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good luck with that, you know. Let me know when you stop watching Fast and Furious and you ready to line up for real. We running 8. $500 minimum bet.
That's the same comment that I use in the dog game. You know, everybody, it's not even a question that you can ask. Because most of the time, when you getting up to that starting block, you know what I'm saying? Somebody got their finger on that trigger. You know what I mean?
Yep, waiting for you to fuck around.
Right, especially if you're competing. The only reason I would put nitro in my car, if I'm going to a track that I know I'm running against some nitro, I got to have it. I mean, because if I ain't got it, my chances is not high as man with the button.
Yeah, you just out there butt naked at that point. No different than the juice, man. I'm telling you, no different. Like motherfuckers still to this day say the juice is cheap. No, it ain't. The juice don't make you better. It just make what you got greater.
That's all. It's an enhancement.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna give you no extra heart. It's gonna give you some extra flavor with a heart. You know, if you got a little heart, then your ability might get you through on that juice.
Exactly.
It would never get tested.
Yeah, but if you just a piece of shit, that juice ain't gonna do nothing for you.
That juice ain't gonna do nothing for you.
You just practicing.
That's it.
But hey, y'all, I'm about to heat my tires up and shit, man. I just seen y'all was online. Had to tap in with y'all.
Well,
I ain't talked to y'all in a minute.
You be sure to let me know how you did tonight, man. You stay safe and be safe out there, bro.
Oh yeah, I am. I brought my helmet tonight too. I usually don't.
You
but just in case I roll this motherfucker.
I was gonna say you need to be having that back brace on, bro. Keep that.
Man, I don't even got a roll cage in my shit. It's still my day. I'll be John Wayne in this shit, man. I'm a wild boy.
Well, we know that. You tell me,
hell yeah. Ever since I met Mike, I ain't changed. But hell yeah, hey man, text me y'all address too. I'm gonna send y'all some shirts. Text me y'all address and y'all sizes. I'm gonna send y'all some shirts. Just, drop my clothing line and shit.
Oh no, you didn't, man. You need to give me that. Yeah, you already know I'm gonna have it on the show. I'm gonna be putting it out there, man.
Yeah, I got you.
That's for sure, fam. That's all day. Hey, man, let me know the results of what happened tonight, man. Make sure you be able to tell me. Don't do that crazy.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Salute. Salute to the chat, too.
Hey, yo, Big Steppin'. Big shout out to Big Steppin', man. Big shout out to Welcome Down Round. Big Steppin' in the house. All right, y'all. I'm coming down to the conclusion. Coming down to the conclusion. What we have here. Arizona P might have been the greatest better dog, fam. I ain't gonna argue that point. Because he was a champion, but he did not produce as great as his brother. We leave it like that. We're gonna leave that right there. Pedigree's speak for himself, man. You know, that's all I can tell you. If you read the pedigree, you know, it's gonna speak for itself, man. All right, guys, get down there to the end of this thing. Big shout out to our fellas. Hey, good looking and itchy. I enjoyed you, man. Yeah. Hey, if you're right about that, my man said respect. Same blood, just respect the champion. You know, the champion gonna always get that love, bro. But tonight we were really talking about production of great champions. We have some great dogs that produce some great dogs tonight. Dabo is not on the list of these great 5 dogs, but he is definitely in the pedigree of these great 5 dogs. Somewhere in some of these dogs, you're gonna find him there. You know, not taking nothing away from Arizona and its championship. You know what I mean? Can't. It just can't. You know? But at the same time, let the facts speak for themselves. That's all. The facts speak for themselves. Okay. Dog Man TV, what's up, yo? What's up, fam? Yeah, fellas. So I wanted to go over that stuff tonight, man. Just to get y'all input on what was really going on. You know, good show. I enjoy pointing that out. You know, if I were you guys, I would go and study. You know, there was a lot of studying going on. I'm telling you, if you look at Backstreet Crew, you look at Game Deal, you look at even Going Hard, you look at these dogs and you look how they're bred. If you notice, if you pay attention to how they bred, you know, if you look at right there and you start going back, you'll see, hey, these dudes really kept the chemistry. Because we were looking literally right to left to get the dog that we were getting. That was the trick. Why you think that, you know, I stayed in that realm of champion dogs? That's the first thing I would prefer my bitches to. That was one of the first things. Okay? What really helps it is if you're a champion that's coming out of a registered male line of dogs, give you even more reason to want to. You know? Thumbs up to you too, Green Team. That was a good one, man. That Backstreet Crew, that you just added another another nail in the coffin on solidifying what we talked about tonight. Because Backstreet Crew did very well with their dogs. Very well with their production. Very well with their matches. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, I was just saying, I don't know how to close it down. You know, I can't close it down without you. All right, y'all. I guess I'm gonna be doing the thumbs up and the eulogy, whatever you call the end of the show, like Mike usually do. I don't want y'all know I ain't usually the one to have to do this. Oh look, I ain't having nobody get on my boy Itchy now. Itchy, you ain't got nobody up there calling who what? Ain't nobody calling you nothing up in here, bro. You made a good show tonight. You made some damn good points. You made points that probably people had on their lips that couldn't say it though. That's all. Don't get, man, you did a good thing tonight. It was, I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, the fact is, Arizona Pete was a champion. If it was me, I'd be breeding to the champion. Damn, goddamn Diebo. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I would have been breeding the Diebo. Somebody said, why would I breed the Diebo when you got that champion Pete over there? Guess what? I'd have been breeding the champion Pete. Now, champion Pete couldn't do what Diebo sitting there, everybody else doing with Diebo over there, and I'm breeding over here to the champion. He ain't giving me what Diebo giving me, giving everybody else. Then guess what I'm gonna be doing? Damn, Arizona Pete, I'm gonna go over there and get it from Diebo then. Because that's exactly what they did. Bottom line. That's why Diebo's full up in these good dogs. And Arizona Pete ain't. And if he is, he got it by way of the help of his brother, even though Arizona Pete did produce a champion here and there. But when you start putting Diebo's name in there, and all the great champions and grand champions and R.O.M. dogs, they go back to Diebo. Cannot overlook that right there. And the dog that I talked about tonight, there's no dispute on the dogs that I talked about tonight and the common factors that I pointed out tonight and the genetic trait of registered merit and how it's just as important to realize it and know it's there to be able to use it to your advantage. I showed y'all, and I didn't run through the list. I ran through some going hard dogs tonight. I ain't want nobody to feel like I can talk about Wacko and not be able to have something to say about my own shit, because I can say something about my own shit and compare it to Wacko. I did it a little bit, but it wasn't to make an argument between my stuff is better than Wacko. My point was this. I'm going to have a bunch of champions and grand champions on my damn yard. And if my blood is supposed to be what it's supposed to be, it should be able to do what it did on this yard, on anybody else's yard, if they take and do the right thing with it. If they're doing what I'm doing, and that is trying to win, then let it be done. And there was a whole lot done with our yard. Just wasn't in our hands. And if you can win with my shit, then I did something good. They produced more winners than I did on my own shit. A lot of them out there. Like I said, by the time I got done doing the math, we have over 20-some dogs. We're going hard in champions. Ain't talking about nothing but. Nothing but. Over 20 champions. We're going hard in it. Y'all just seen a few of them. You know what I mean? And that's because you figure out how to breed it, you can win with it. And they figured out how to do it. I showed you what it took for how it was working for us and how they took those dogs and made them dogs winners. It was based on how they breed. Breeding plays a big part if you know how to breed. The only ones that really know what they want are guys that's using what they need. And if you want to play hard. And that's the way we play, because that's what made us going hard. We had to breed to the right shit. You know better. Which one? This one. Hold on, Itchy. Might want me to read something. I got my glasses. Is that about Dabo? Itchy said it's a fake pet online. Which one you talking about, Itchy? Might want me to pull this up. You know, Howard Handel said that he was a one-time winner and it wasn't an overwhelming match either. Which one? Which one you talking about, Itch? You talking about Dabo? Well, here's my question, and it would be a good question to ask. Fake pedigree or not? Come on, let's look at it like this. Fake pedigree or not? If it was such a terrible thing, Itchy, come on now, think about it. Why is Dabo and all these great dogs pedigree, man? You can't. If he wasn't shit, how do you get over that part? See, that's the part that, you know, like I said, I'm gonna throw the lateral truth down there in that rabbit hole and give you an opportunity to use the truth to come up out of there. Because you got the truth of the fact that's gonna bring you out that rabbit hole is if you can explain to me how Dabo is in all these great dogs pedigree and he ain't supposed to be worth a damn. From way back there, all these great dogs that got him in their pedigree. How can you explain that? See, down there, you can't explain it. You got to get on that truth ladder and come back up here. You got to get in the truth ladder and climb back up out that rabbit hole to see the truth. Down there, you'll never see the truth. That's why you keep saying these things, my friend, but you're not going to the source of the question I'm asking you. Explain to me why Dabo is in all these great ass dogs based on your analogy of Dabo. What makes your analogy missing that piece that I'm asking and wanting an answer to? From you and your analogy. From your analogy, tell me why is that dog such a great dog in all these great dogs' pedigree? If he wasn't shit. Not taking nothing away from Arizona Pete. But E.T., I put the damn link down. What do you mean I ain't let you on the show, bro? How you gonna sit there and say that? And how many times did I put the link on the show? Itchy, I kept saying I want you to come up here and sit with me. Boy, you know I love you. Come on now, don't be up there acting like I'm treating you bad. I won't take that. I didn't even see you on there, but I was doing the pedigrees. I am so sorry, but I missed you, fam. Remember, I kept on saying you need to come up here and sit with me. I'll give you the flow. Come on now. No, come on now. I'm sorry I missed you if you was there, son, because I definitely put it down there. And I would love to have you come up here and sit with me, man. I have fun messing with you. I mean, really, the things that you're saying, I'm pretty sure everybody else would say them too. They just don't want to. But even in your case, I can clear up a lot of shit based on what you're saying. That's a good conversation. And I'll give you a chance to say your part, but I will refute it. I'm the perfect one for you, because I will refute it if it ain't right. But it's all good, baby. I got you, man. Man, you can come up here all the time. No, I'm dead serious, man. You are always welcome. You've been around for so damn long, man. You know I would enjoy having you on the show. You know, be that back and forth. You know, you good cop, I'm bad cop. Or I'm bad cop, you good cop. You know, we sit down there that next show. I have fun messing with your ass tonight. Okay, because I directed a lot of those things that you were saying. I'm putting logical truth. I'm steady carrying a truth ladder. And I'm leaving that truth ladder there for you to escape, man, in case you want to come up out that rabbit hole. I'm giving you a chance to accept the truth and come on up out of there. You know, I'm just picking on you when you keep on saying Arizona Pete. He was a great performer, but he was not a great producer like Diabo. Or his pedigree would be as much as in these great dogs as Diabo, even though you may find him in a couple of them. Guess what? He's going to have a backup plan. He's going to have a backup plan. A lot of those, his brothers, Diabo's brothers, Arizona P wasn't the only one. You know, he got a couple. He had another brother in there, which you'll find in some pedigree. But guess what else you're going to find in there? You're going to find Diabo in there with him as a support to that. He's going to be in there. Yes. You got it. Carlos, I'm going to put this up there, man, because guess what? It's somebody saying it other than me. Carlos Rega says, Itchy, maybe Arizona P was the better performer, but it's been proven Diabo was the better producer, and tonight's show was about production. Thank you. I'm going to let that sit up there as I get ready to close this show out. Mike don't want me to close the show out. Now, I got to go in here. No, Mike wants me to close it out. He don't want to close it out. Marcus B, what's up, baby? You know, my thing is I got to go in here and close it out with y'all. I got to do this thumbs up thing, you know, and the muscle thing. You know, I'm always sitting there watching Mike do the final call out, you know. Uh-oh, somebody entered the studio. Hold on, before we go. I just saw that. Okay, Chum Heaven, what's up, fam? You on the air, baby? I think. Itchy in there. Okay, hold on, Itch. There you go, baby. There it is. There it is. What's up, baby?
What's up, yo? Is it too loud?
No, you straight, baby.
Okay. Now I don't even know where to start, man. Oh, we can go to the Patrick video, right? They interviewing him, talking about the Bolio dog, right? The Lou Lewis guy stole the Bolio dog, right? From, you know, whatever that guy's name, Indian Sonny or whatever, right? Hid the dog on his yard, right? But he didn't like the dog. He didn't even want shit off of the dog, right? You know what I mean? I guess the guy liked black dogs or something, because most of his little champions that I named down there, they were black. Whatever his reason is irrelevant. But that guy was the handler. He was you, right? He was you. You know, he wasn't a breeder. I don't like to use the word peddler because, you know, the word don't even fit. You know, that's somebody going around trying to make you buy something. You know, people going to him to buy the dog, so that's a breeder, you know. But that's what Patrick was, you know. The whole issue with the Diabo thing is, you know, the story behind the dog. Do you know how the story behind the dog?
Which one, Diabo?
Yeah, his beginnings before he turned on and shit.
Well, I know that he was at a junkyard. My brother had him. Now, I don't know whether Earl took him or he bought him. But he started off at a junkyard. You know,
yeah, whether he didn't come on to like what 2 or 3 or something. I can't remember.
He was a late starter.
Yeah,
but dude, the dude was doing off the chains with Diabo, man. That's what brought Tudor to snooping around because they started hearing about it.
Okay. It might have been an OTC shit. You know, I wasn't around then. I just know, you know, from what the breeder said of the dog, right? You know, the Titan guy mentioned it. You know, he had like a little post about, you know, Bert Sorrell's, the slander behind the dog being undershot and some other shit or whatever. But, you know, I remember reading about, you know, the guy speaking on the Arizona Pete dog, you know, that's the one the breeder himself, right? Cherished. Right. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he saw the dog, he bred the dog, right? Then, you know, when you start to look at it, it's like, all right, the other person had the dog. He's breeding the dog to shit off of the Pete dog. You get me? You go look at the pets, right? Diabo, and look at the shit that he was bred to and what produced what. You know what I mean? So it's like one of those things where it's like a person selling dogs to people, you know? So then you got one person that's a breeder keeping their good shit for themselves. That's all I'm saying. So
Right.
the history is going to be deterred because these are accessible, right? These are accessible to the public, whoever want to buy one, right? Not taking nothing away from the Earl Tudor guy, but there were dogmen that were beating him, you know? The George Sadler, right? The Leo Kennards, Mike Ferris's. I mean, people just have put this person up there as if like he had the first American Pit Bull Terrier and the baddest dogs in history.
Well,
And it's not true. That's why I threw out there the bar. What about the Barbie dogs, right? They may be bred a little similar. They got some Corvino shit in there, but there were people in different parts of the country that had different dogs. You know, we don't hear about those dogs. Nobody never talks about those dogs. So you gotta wonder why.
Because they weren't major factors, Itchy.
Yes, because they wasn't being sold to everybody.
And not
You
necessarily.
understand? Floyd
They
Boudreaux
weren't
get
being,
one. Oh, go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
no, I'm saying, but not only were they not being sold, the only reason we talk about Diabo is because shows up in some of the greatest dogs, bro.
Yeah, there was dogs of the year, like
Match
with the
dog.
1957, right? That was during that time, the 50s, right?
Right.
The dog Rebel, the dog
Right.
Rebel, right? You
Right.
could go on. I think
was a
one pan
circle dog.
shows all the dogs that he beat. But I'm saying, you know, there's people that had better performing dogs than the people that we elevate as if, like, you know what I mean? They had the greatest pit bulls in history. The history is deterred. You know, it's told by the consumers, not the
Itchy.
breeders. That's all I'm saying. Huh?
Itchy. Let's look at it in a big picture, though. See, when you take it and you break
I
it down
get
on
that picture. I'm just being the other side of the coin. That's it.
yeah, but when we look on
I'm
the
not
other
arguing.
side,
I can't take that away. It's right there in black and white. I can't take that away.
That's the
But
point
what
I'm
I'm
trying to
saying is, like your yard, right? Your yard. You're gonna keep Elrod and Baby and all that shit, right? You know, they're good shit. Something you be like, it's a decent dog, but you know, here, man, right? Somebody take that dog and it might produce some shit. But would you say, hey, was this the better dog, right? You'd be like, no, there's nothing better than Brat and the other dogs that you got. But there's probably some dogs you let go that made some winners, and you know, it's in the dog man's hand or decision to use whatever dog he's willing to gamble with another dog that's across from him. You know, both these dogs might be shit. You know what I mean? But this dog was the better dog this day. You know, some people brag about the 3 hours and the 4 hours. To me, that's a shitty dog. You know, but some people, this is a great dog. You know, hey, you know, there's different opinions about what is good and what is bad. You get me?
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Let me tell you,
because like the yellow dog, right? The yellow dog, right? That tag guy himself, right? The Carl's, what's his name? Cruz or something, right?
Carl Cruz,
yeah, one of them was like, he didn't even like the dog. He didn't scratch hard enough, you know? You scratch slow. You know, he didn't think enough of the dog, right? You go look at the resume. You go look at the resume on the dog, his match report. He went in and won guy 3 times with some first time outers. You get me? So it's like, how great really was this fucking dog? You know what I mean? I wasn't there. I wasn't around. I'm not old enough. It's just, you know, the nostalgia becomes bigger than the dog. You get me?
We have to say this. You have to say this. You take a situation like you just did with Yellow, and we can talk about Yellow. We can talk about Yellow's magic career. But your Sabres actually owned Yellow. Carl Cruz talked. David Tent.
You remember you said how many champions Macho Buck beat, right? For the beat dog of the year. That's how I feel about that Yellow fucking dog. You know what I mean? But
Right.
he produced some producers. You know what I mean? He produced some producers, right? Triple A. You know,
Yeah.
people don't give that dog his credit because they say, "Oh, he lied." You know, the dog really off Bob or
Hey, we
whoever.
gotta
But hey, it's in the black and white.
the
To
dog is sitting
argue
on
that
the
point is
top
like,
five.
huh? What'd you
The
say?
dog he's amongst the top 5 dogs I'm talking about tonight, Itchy. The greatest
Yes,
dog
that's what
of
I'm
all,
talking
the
about. The
greatest
dogs.
dog
That's it.
of all times, bro. We talking about the great ones tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. How do we get? We got to talk about the great ones. How can you take that down a notch? We're not even talking about his match career. Lord knows. We can't talk about his match career because we're talking about the R.O.M'S that this dog has been sitting on a list, and he's been on this list for damn near 30 years. At one time, he was
They
number
was
2.
one of the great dogs.
You
Bozo,
breaking
Bozo,
up.
Bully, Ramble. It's a lot of those Barbie dogs. I think they call them Corvino dogs. You know, Braddock stuff in the
Yeah,
back. Then you
yeah.
got Mike Ferris. Mike Ferris had like a different kind of strand of dogs. You know, they were all just, you know, breeding dogs to get match dogs. You know, it wasn't really about the pedigree. Right? I read
That's right.
somewhere where tutors say they care about the pedigree. You know, we're only looking at the pedigree now, right? If it's correct, it's correct. If it's false, it's false. It doesn't really matter unless you got a good dog. But I'm saying, why don't people talk about the great dogs, not just the same convo about Red Boy, Chaco, Bolio, Tombstone, Jeep, and what's another we can throw out there? Because some people think those are the only bloodlines that exist.
But,
They think that, man.
it's not that the fact that that they exist, the fact that they are factors in the existence. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm not denying that. Don't think I'm
But,
denying that. I'm not denying that. I'm not arguing that. I'm
but
saying the people back then, right, of the dogs that made those dogs, right, they were
right,
losing. That's all I'm saying. Right? So the dogs can get better because they did. You get me?
yeah,
That's all I'm saying. It's just an objective view of the big picture, not the customary ideas that everybody come with. Right? You go from channel to channel. I like your channel because it's about what the dog is. You know, the dog is gladiator dog. Whether you're doing that or not, that's what the dog is. You can't take that away. You can't breed it out of it. You know,
it's going to show us
the
true
dog is going to
colors.
always be, yes, it's going to happen, you know, sooner or later, you know.
That's it. And if we're talking about
Um,
that and that fact alone, remember, tonight was on that fact alone, not about their careers, but what the careers that those dogs produce. Great
nah, I just was
dog.
like, listen to the comments
Oh, yeah. There was a lot of comments. I was picking up on
revealing some of the dogs that were beating some of the people that, you know, from that time frame, the Carver and
Right.
Tudor, right? You know, there's pictures of Carver down in Mexico with the Mexicans. You know, I don't even know those breeders and dogmen over there, but I saw it on one of those websites. They had a bunch of pictures and of the Mexican dogmen and all of that. So you know, they were going outside of the country back then. Well, he was in San Antonio, so that's not that far. But you know, people just the same narrative. That's all.
Right.
It just becomes the same narrative.
I never seen an undefeated dog man yet.
Of course not. You know, it's two dogs.
Remember Chavo lost. Remember he had all the great hopes on Chavo. Bully son lost. I mean, come on, man. We got more losses to show up in Boyle's dogs and Eli dogs like it's a common factor. You know, it's a common thing to accept. It's so
Yeah,
common, it's acceptable.
marketing, breeding, and marketing help the
Yes.
dogs, and it
Well,
helps certain people bloodlines too. I think that guy wrote a book,
But you gotta remember something,
right?
man. It wouldn't mean
What's his name? Didn't the guy write a
anything.
book on those dogs? Lily
Anything.
Son or something?
Oh,
I think Tombstone whooped one of those dogs,
Bobby Hall. Bobby,
Eli
Bobby,
Jr. or something, right?
you might be talking about Bobby Hall. You know, Bobby Hall was another
Yeah,
one.
somebody wrote a book about them dogs, So it's like the money, you can't escape it on either side of the dogs. Whether you're doing them or breeding them, is money involved. But that's
But
at the root, man. People are gonna hype shit. They're gonna hype their shit.
Itchy, one thing you can't hide, bro. Every one of the
Hmm?
dogs we keep talking about, right? These are
Yeah, but a lot of them dogs in a hole, man. That's all I'm saying, man. You get a good one, then the line becomes great again, right? What about
but
all the shitty dogs that people had to put in the hole?
every the 5 dogs we talked about tonight. The 5 dogs we talked about tonight, they got a handful of shitty dogs and they got down. They
I
have
mean, they
produced.
got a lot, man.
They have
They got a
they,
lot.
they have more shit out there than they have greatness because it
Yes,
just proves it ain't easy to do. Think about the people out here just breeding shit that ain't even got that far. What the hell y'all think y'all out here buying?
correct.
What the hell
That's
y'all
why I
really
was
think y'all
just
out
saying,
here getting?
you gotta
Y'all ain't nothing with
you
the
gotta
5 damn
focus on
dogs we
you
talking
gotta focus. That's what I'm saying. You gotta breathe forward, right? You gotta focus on that dog that you got that you would like some more like that. That's the only way you're gonna advance your bloodline. Back breeding you could never do unless you got some frozen semen that you can pull back forward. I don't want to get scientific on there because people be like, "This is dogs, man. Fuck all that genes." Sorry, I'm cussing. Forget all that gene stuff, man. But every breeding, the dog changes. The allele sequences. So if it's really about the pedigree, right? You would DNA profile all the dogs and see who's more like the sire, the dame, or the grandfather you trying to recreate. And if you're not doing that, just you breed best the best. But if that's what you're really trying to do and make it like it's a science to it, then do science. Other than that, it's like hypothetical theory shit. You know what I mean? With some
Well,
correlative, with some
I can
correlative, info about you see this champion here, you see this champion here, see this champion here, but not the thousands of mutts that people done put in a hole and they like, oh fuck that bloodline. Man, that's some
wait,
bullshit, right?
itchy. Hold on. Let me clarify
Because
something.
the dogs are different.
Everybody,
You know what I mean?
every damn dog, every damn
There's no
dog,
two dogs the same, even in the same litter, right? The allele
itchy,
sequences are going to be different.
itchy,
So if
itchy.
it's about breeding,
Can you hear me?
only way the dogs are going to get better is if you
Itchy.
breed better dogs. That's
That's
it.
bullshit. Itchy.
That's bullshit,
It's bullshit. Let me tell you something, man. And
man.
I'm gonna say that. I'm
No other dog out, no
gonna,
other working dog out there, right? From
let me
German
say this,
Shepherds, Malinois, Rottweilers. What's
itchy.
another working Patterdales? The pit
It
bull,
don't
the
matter.
American pit bull terrier, is the only working breed of dog that will breed a cold dog, right? A dog that don't undesirable traits. This is the only breed of dog that'll do that and say this is the
But itchy,
science.
itchy, itchy, itchy. Hear
Like
my
there's not
point.
another dog in the pedigree.
But,
They be like, oh,
but
it produced. I'm like,
okay,
what do you
now
mean it produced? There's a sire there. The puppies are different from his mother. You know what I mean? There's a sire there. So if the bitch produced, it ain't because of her. She's
itchy.
cool.
Hold on, man.
Huh?
Hold on. I hate keep saying your name because I'm trying to stop
But
you
go ahead.
because
I
I'm
thought the
gonna throw
topic was
all that.
about breeding. That's all.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I am going to talk about this breeding and put it all in a nutshell. I hear everything you saying, but what you saying, right? It ain't making history, fam. You want to go down here and talk about some garbage ass shit that we done fed and we done got
What you
rid
mean
of.
making? What you mean making history?
No,
What you saying making history?
don't say that. Let me finish. I said the dogs that we're talking about tonight. We're talking about history makers. What you're talking about is the garbage that we to make
Rome,
history.
Rome was the idea.
Not an easy
Rome was
thing
the
to do.
idea of a man that made a magazine. Listen, brother, stop for a second. Rome was the idea of a man that made a fucking magazine, right?
That's
He made
right.
a magazine. He made a
For who?
magazine that
For who?
glamorized breeding,
For who?
right? Not action.
For who?
That's
I said for
irrelevant, man.
who? No, but for
Rome,
who?
POR, that's irrelevant, man. That's a
I said
grift.
for
You
who?
don't
For
understand
who
the grift?
though? But for who? That's to you. But to me, as a dog fighter, a person who fight dogs, who can stand and tell you, I got champions. I done bred them. I done had them between my legs.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Well,
Because I know
that's
what
what
the fuck I was
matters.
seeing. I know what the fuck I was breeding. Let me make myself clear. No, I don't understand where you're coming from because that's not what I was doing. No. I got
I'm
a
not
whole bunch
saying
of
you. I'm
bullshit.
just saying in
I'm
general,
saying
man.
as a whole, I am on the general tip
A
because
cold dog,
everybody
right?
I talk
Somebody got
about,
a cold dog right now,
we can
and they
talk
don't even
about
understand what a cold dog is, right? You got
It
fight,
don't
flight,
matter.
freeze,
I
spawn,
don't
right?
care.
Huh?
I don't care. I wouldn't give a damn if that dog ain't made history. Who gives a fuck? Why we even talking about it? It ain't shit. Why we even
Yeah,
down there?
and I'm
I'm way up
saying,
here. You want to talk about that shit
if
down there? We don't talk about that shit down
we
there
see, I'm
because
saying
that's not what got us up here
I'm
to the
saying
top. That's not what did
we see
shit
a
for
few
me.
dogs on pairs online, but you don't see the whole the whole litter ain't listed. The whole litter ain't listed,
It don't matter. It don't care.
huh? What you mean
Look how
doesn't
many dogs
matter?
we had. It don't matter.
How did
I had a whole bunch of litterness of the champions. I had a whole bunch of goddamn dogs of it.
it would be the whole litter. That's
Guess
not
what?
what that's
Evidently, it
about,
did
man.
not
It's
produce.
about selection, man.
Evidently, it did not
It's
produce.
about
We
selection,
only talk about the shit
huh?
that work. That's the way this game work on. We don't talk about shit that don't work. We talk about only shit that work. We don't get petty. The petty don't get your damn dog in that goddamn corner. Petty don't do that. Petty get your ass in the losing corner real quick. If you got an excuse for every goddamn time you take your dog out and it turns out to be a piece of shit, you need to go out there and try that a couple times and see if you can win. Let's talk about those that go out there and take that risk. Those that go out there and take that risk, they're not talking about the dogs that
Dog
never
you
make
want to
it.
use,
They don't talk about the
huh?
litter mates that never make it. They don't talk about the ones that never made it. I never talked about them. I don't give a damn about them. Let's talk about the ones that I got that's out here that done it. Talk about mama.
Yes, we
Talk
were
about
talking.
little shit.
Yes, we were
All
talking
that we
about
not
breeding.
out there
We were
knocking
talking
shit
about
off.
breeding, and you
We
said at the
talk
beginning of
about
the
those
show.
dogs.
You said
Breeding.
at the beginning of
I
the
said
show
great
you
dogs.
want
I said great dogs.
to put the
The
link.
top 5 dogs on my list
Yes,
tonight are only there because they produce dogs worth talking about. They ain't up on that damn list of a bunch of dog dumbass shit. They ain't on that list because their brother couldn't produce shit. They ain't on that list about because they had a cold brother in that litter or the litter wasn't shit. They was the only ones in that litter. They on that list, them 5 top dogs.
formula. The formula is selection, man. There's
The
all
reason they on that list. Oh, let
lines
me
out
rewind.
here, man.
Damn the formula. Damn the thing. All that out the window. Take all that out the window because with none of that shit mean nothing. And we went taking them dogs in that goddamn pit. And that's what it's all about. That's what history made. Fuck all that breeding shit. Fuck all that telepathy shit. If the dog ain't getting his ass in that goddamn box and being what they're
This ain't
talking about,
philosophy,
he
man.
wouldn't
It's
be
just
on my
common
list.
sense.
He wouldn't be on that list. He's
I'm
off
just
and not
saying, you
be on
can't.
that list.
You're
We
gonna
ain't gonna
say
waste that history bunch of
a
dogs.
dog that's
They
been
all had
dead
garbage.
in
They
1960
all had
is
garbage.
relevant in
They
2025.
all had garbage.
A dog in 1950 is irrelevant in 2025. It's
Bullshit.
not,
Not to
man.
me.
That dog
But
didn't
yeah, not
change.
to me.
That dog
Not
changes
to me.
every breeding,
Not
man.
to me. Look, let me tell you
Every
something. Not to
generation,
me.
man. Every breeding.
It's a sad
Huh?
goddamn thing in 2025. The Chief, Frisco, Mayday, and Yellow and Buck is still on that damn list, and y'all can't come up with nothing to take them off. That's a sad ass song right there. That's the shit you need to be talking more shit about.
It's about selection.
Hey,
It'll
fuck the
be some different
selection.
dog names.
And what the hell y'all talking
It
about
could be
y'all
some
doing in
different dogs'
2025?
names.
And what the hell,
Huh?
what they doing in 2025?
Didn't
You can't
you
talk
take
about
that
that
little Mayday dog and fuck up that Charlie dog with it? Didn't
Yeah,
you do
you a
that?
puppy. But then stop trying to go get
Okay
a
then.
great dog, though.
Okay then. That was your selection, right? I'm not saying that the dog
I
wasn't a
am
good dog. It's
selecting.
two dogs. I'm saying it's two
If
dogs
I
against
am
two
selecting,
dogs, right?
dog,
You can't
but now,
listen,
if
man.
I
Let me
am
talk for a second.
selecting,
I'm not trying to argue with
hold
you.
on.
I'm trying to give you the perspective.
No,
It's
I
it's
said
little
from the
Mayday
perspective,
against
you ain't
Charlie.
standing in the
He
box.
can't take nothing
But
away
you see, you're missing the point. But I'm in the
from
box.
Mayday. All
But
right.
I'm in the box. I'm in the box. See, when I'm talking, I'm standing on the standpoint that
All I'm
I'm in
saying.
the box. I'm not standing from the outside with an analogy. I'm talking about from inside them walls. Inside the walls. Talk to
Huh?
me from inside the
That's
walls
not an
because that's where it
analogy.
comes at. It is.
I'm talking to you with common sense. How you don't get that, brother?
That's
I
why
feel like
my
you're getting mad. Let me get. You
analogy.
want me to get off this
No,
stuff?
I said that. No, I said the knowledge of the whole story is when we talk about these dogs we talk about tonight. It's all being done from the box. Ain't no analogy going on inside that damn conversation right there.
Man,
Yes,
all
I'm
I'm
talking about
saying
in
is,
the
man,
box.
I
These
know
dogs are
brothers that done
always in
bought
the box.
dogs off some of the nicest
So
bred shit out there.
me
That's
too.
in a
I
hole.
done it.
That's in a
I
hole, man.
read the Pokemon Little Guys. I
It's
got
about
plenty of
selection.
dogs.
That's all I'm
And
saying.
plenty of dogs that's why we don't discuss those dogs because
What
let's
what
talk
kind
about
what
the
kind of
dogs.
dogs that Rebel Kennels dude had? Right? Didn't he have a lot of winning dogs? Rebel Kennels had a lot of winning dogs.
Yeah, but we kicked his ass too. And
That's
they
what
can
I'm
lose
saying,
too.
right?
Kenny
So
Allen, we beat Kenny Allen.
there is
We didn't
no
beat Kenny Allen.
bloodline that's unbeatable.
Now, who said it
You know what
was?
I mean?
Who said that was?
That's what some people think, right? Because
I
they
said,
think
who
that
said
it
it
is
was?
a formula. It
I
ain't
have
a
not heard
formula. It's
that.
working dogs.
I
It's
haven't
working
heard that.
dogs and make it a selection, right? Some people like
I
back end
haven't
dogs.
heard that.
Y'all like back end dogs, right? Some people like head dogs
What did that,
styles, right? You
now,
know,
what did that have to
some
do?
people like
So,
game dogs is gonna go for hours. Some people like, finishers and
what
hard
that got
mouth.
to do? What that got to do with these top 5 fucking dogs on this list?
Because you didn't talk about no style. So what formula? What are they
We don't
producing?
need no formula. We don't need no formula. You tell me what the producer is. They're the top 5 dogs been up there for the
Just
last 30 years. And y'all can't do better than that. You tell me. You talking about pit dogs now? Yeah, I know it's a little outside your realm because evidently you don't talk too much in the
just get
box.
some of them dogs and
You don't. So
just
you
get
and
some
your
of them
experience
dogs.
is
Just hope
I can
you
see
get
that your experience is like lacking because you don't talk as a dog man inside the box. See, you talking to a man that plays in the box. So I don't understand none of that shit you trying to run across to me. Cause I play in the box. I don't get none of that shit you saying because you ain't talking
man,
from
I'm
the box.
talking common sense, man. I'm talking
That's
neither or, man. I'm talking
mine.
common sense.
That's not mine. But that's not what I'm not talking
Okay,
that. That's not
okay.
common sense.
You like back.
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
talking
give you an
about. I don't
example.
care.
You
I don't
gonna like a
care
different
anymore.
dog than
Bro,
someone
I
else. So
don't
those
care
are the
about
dogs
none of
that
that.
you like, brother.
No,
Them the
it
dogs
ain't.
that you like. That's it.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Don't get me wrong. Let me say this one more time so you can clearly understand what
Huh?
I'm telling you. I don't give a damn how he bite. I don't care what style. I ain't care about none of that
You
shit.
missed the
No,
last 20 years. Hold on, we're gonna
no,
get from out of 1950 and 90. The dog of the last 20
no,
years. The dogs of the year for the last 20 years are none of that shit you talking about. It's a bunch of shit all blended and mixed together because it's about selection, man.
If you cannot listen, I don't want to mute.
It's a pit bull,
I don't want
man.
to mute you
What you
because you're
mean?
gonna let me say. I don't give a damn about the selection. The selection was done the day they made it to the goddamn box. All that shit goes out the fucking window once I step over that wall. Period. I don't give a fuck about all that other shit. Dogs that don't never get that goddamn bar don't mean shit to me.
There's somebody with some Eli
Okay.
dogs that like them
Okay. I
motherfuckers,
don't give
man.
a fuck about it. Oh, they didn't get into the box. So what the fuck they like about it compared to what the fuck I'm
Exactly.
saying?
That's the only. Then that person's gonna have a
Okay.
formula that's
We
different from
ain't on the same
yours.
conversation. We ain't on the same conversation. Because we ain't talking about those formula stuff that ain't working. They can't get you no farther than get down to the wall and out
Man,
over the wall.
it's marketing, man. It's okay. Yeah,
But see,
man.
when you're talking, see, I don't talk in that world because I don't play in that world. Ain't no
No,
marketing shit when I
I'm thinking about something else, man.
I
Hey, you got some of them May 2 dogs for sale, man?
hey man, he gotta get up with Gameville. He gotta make 2 straws, and when he get ready to use them, I'm pretty sure he gonna let the world
No,
know.
I'm trying to get a dog from you, man. I'm gonna ruin that motherfucker. I get it from him, man. I'm not gonna care. At least with you, the dog will live a nice life,
Man,
even in the house or as a
they ain't
pet,
no
man.
different.
Right? I got this dog from Twin, man.
Man,
However
look
much
here.
you gonna sell it to me for? Huh?
One thing for damn sure. I can tell you this much. I pulled up several champions tonight that came off of their yard, and I don't think that you would get a bad dog from them if they had a dog to sell. First thing first, they don't sell
Well,
shit. You want it, you got to go get it. You got to be worthy of getting it, because guess what? To sell shit to everybody, if you ain't using it, what good is it them for selling it? When they can keep it their damn self and get it done. They wouldn't have all these champions, goddamn it, if they was out here selling dogs. Because they sure as hell wasn't no breeders. And they was breeding, they was definitely breeding to go out there and do what they did like I did. That's why I'm pulling up they goddamn champions. It ain't got nothing to do with fucking selective. Selective, all that shit go out the window. When we step in that box and go for our first win, our second win, our
and then
third win,
the dogs I seen, they wasn't Mayday dogs. They was crossed with some other shit too. Yeah, it was
Which
like a
one?
bunch of lions together. You know what I mean? I'm talking about I'm talking about the great Mayday dogs, man. The great Mayday dogs that you got, right?
But no,
I
they
want
weren't.
to try. I want to try out one.
They were all bred the same. Basically, every damn dog that I pulled up that came out of a going hard dog, they all had one thing in common. You breed them this way, you're going to get winners. That don't mean you're guaranteed. All the dogs you seen is the shit that work. There's a whole bunch of shit that don't work. You will never hear about it because we don't talk about it. We only talk about shit that really matter. What fucking matter? What I'm beat my dog for? To be able to have the opportunity to get inside them walls and make a point. That's the
Yeah,
whole
that's what
point.
we're talking about, man. I was trying to find the strand. I was trying to find the strand of dogs that you got.
If
You know
you're
what I
trying to
mean?
talk any line that works that can win.
Okay.
Think of it like that. I don't give a damn. Look, y'all seen Yellow Dog. Y'all have seen Buddy Love. Y'all done seen their pedigrees. It don't fucking matter as long as it wins. That's the
It
key.
don't, man. You crack open one of them journals, it's all kind of bred dogs in there, man. You know?
It ain't
It's
the
two
only
dogs.
great one.
It's two
The
dogs
only great,
against each other, man. It's two dogs against each other. It doesn't
the
affect the
only
whole world. Just who got the better dog at that time.
it makes history. You ain't got a grip to that, because I can tell you've never really been in the box, bro. You don't have the same understanding and outlook on what it takes to get there. It's not as
You think so?
I know so.
How about this? If you get one of them raglan ass dogs and we can see a
Okay.
female, if you want, I'll drive to Florida.
Don't you ain't gotta say it out here. You know how to say it. You want to
I'm
find out.
saying I'm not buck, brother. You can't buck me. You can't buck me.
Out here. Come on,
You can't buck me or bluff me.
I'm not trying to. I'm telling you, whatever you're talking about, you ain't gotta say it out here. If you really meant what you're saying, don't
Yeah,
say it.
I'll roll that motherfucker for free. Or pay. Yeah, you know.
I said make it happen.
What are you saying, man? What the fuck? It's
I
a
ain't gotta
dog.
say another word. You just make it happen. It's happening. You want to say it, then show it.
What'd you say?
I ain't saying nothing else. I want you to prove it. I'm right here.
Okay.
Okay. Now everybody heard you. I'm gonna leave it right there. Prove
Yeah, you know, it's like it's like the bluff talk with shit, man. You know, that's corny. That's corny, bro.
Until you prove that
That's
point
corny.
right there, you want to bring that whip, you ain't that. And it's over there.
Yeah,
I ain't got nothing else to say.
if it's a great dog, like yeah, it's some great dogs. It ain't me. It ain't like you whooping my ass. You know what I mean? It's a dog.
I ain't call you out. I didn't call you out. But you want to call
I'm
me out,
saying, what I mean, what would make you not think that I do not want to? What you think I wanted to get the dog for, man? I wanted to see how good these dogs that you talking about. You know, so I was gonna do it my goddamn self. But if you want to witness it, you can.
Yeah, I don't have to. Calm down my part. You got the one. I'm not worried about you. I ain't worried about shit out there when it comes to me doing dog. I wasn't worried about it then, and don't act like I'm scared about it now. I might not be doing dog, but I'm not gonna be out here on the air screaming shit.
Man,
I ain't got to bust my chest out here on the
I
air.
mean, I mean,
I
you
mean,
did that. I didn't do that.
so
I
you,
wanted one of the dogs. I didn't do that. You did that.
all I said was you. The way I'm talking to you, exactly. I'm gonna tell you exactly
Yes,
what.
and I felt like you tried to do
Hey,
me like you did that one
no,
brother, and I don't
yes,
give
I
a
do.
fuck about letting one of them
Yes, you do.
goddamn dogs go, because it's a dog, man.
No, Michael, Mike, put you on mute so you can hear exactly what I said to you. What I said to you, you sound like somebody who has not had a lot of time in the box. Historically speaking, I told you what I felt. Based on the things you were saying, you're telling me doesn't sound like you're on the same page as me. A person who's constantly, continuously telling you, don't none of that other shit matter. Because if you ain't inside them walls proving a point, then ain't none of that other shit worth a damn. I don't care about selective breeding. I don't care about the best style. I don't care about how GAMENESS, that is, that. Unless that damn dog is inside them walls, making that back a clear fact. Like Brat and all these other champions out here, those are clear facts that I can put up here and tell you. I'm not talking about none of that other shit. I'm only talking about the ones that done the thing. That's it. We all had trash on our yard. We feed it every day until that day come to prove a point. And it ain't but us two to get a chance to do that. But guess what? Guess what? That's being said more than a lot of people who don't do that much. They don't even go that far. They sit there and they brag about their shit. I just spoke on, if you was a man that was in the box, I can put you in that room with Stone City Hardcore, all these other great kennels. All the other great kennels, they ain't great kennels because they produce dogs, sold dogs. They got fucking winners. They stepped over the damn wall. They're the only ones we talk about over here. Only ones we want to hear about what's going on down in the walls. All the other shit ain't in the walls. We don't hear that shit. I don't give a damn about accumulation of this or accumulating to that or that bigger, younger, none of that shit. If it ain't in the box doing that thing, proving that motherfucking conversation, then it ain't worth talking about. And while I'm trying to stay in the box, you was kicking it out the box. See, you gotta understand we ain't on the same page if you ain't in the box with me, because that's where I speak from. I speak from the box. I ain't trying to say I ain't never had no grass, raggedy ass shit. We have more raggedy shit than we have good shit. But let's talk about where I speak from. I'm always speaking from the box. Always speak from the box. When you see these damn numbers that these going hard dogs ran up, there's a big ass number. A lot of them been out there. I said I can pull up 20 champions with going hard in it. My argument ain't the fact of what's going on outside the box. I'm talking about 20-some champions that did this in the box, friend. In the box. We're not talking about out the box. We're not talking about in a breeder's hand. We ain't talking about what made the dog or how the dog was bred. We ain't talking about that because it wouldn't even fucking matter if the dog didn't make champion. We wouldn't even be talking about the dog if the dog didn't make champion. That's all. That's all that is.
Listen,
It
listen.
wouldn't be
I don't
any of
know.
that.
I don't know
That's
your
all it
history like that, man. Don't get
that's what I'm
offended, man.
saying. I'm not. I'm just saying we on two
So
different
it's like,
pages.
man, usually when a
I'm not
person
offended.
is
I'm
throwing you
telling you
something,
how
man,
that.
there's a product at the end, right? There's a product of all of that, right? So I'm like,
It's,
what's the Mayday strand you got?
it don't even, it don't, as long as it's winning, it don't even, I don't give a damn where it comes from.
That's what I was saying, man. Okay,
No,
brother. It's okay, brother.
tell you what.
It's okay,
Because
brother.
what I'm
I feel
saying,
like you think I'm arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you.
no, I'm not arguing
I'm
with you.
saying it
It's
doesn't
just,
matter
I'm
what
saying we're
dogs you
not on
got,
the same
right?
page.
It's about whatever dog that you
Not
believe
on the
in.
same page. It's not even belief, bro. It ain't even
Huh?
belief no more once you make it to that box. It ain't down a belief.
It
It's
is.
about,
That's why you took it.
no,
Man, you just want to argue with me, man. Don't do that, brother.
no. I
Come
said
on,
it
man. You're not gonna
ain't. I'm
take a
trying to
dog you
tell
don't
you,
believe in, that you don't think you can win with, man. If we was in
bro,
them times, come on, bro.
bro. We
It's
never
not an
even talking
argument.
about
It's
that.
not a piece of contest,
We
brother. I
beyond
just
that.
I
We
just
even
was
beyond that.
I
But
just was
we
listening
beyond
to
that.
your thing at the
Itchy,
beginning of the show.
itchy. I
Listen
said
at the
we are
beginning of the
beyond
show.
that. Itchy. I gotta might cut you off again because you ain't listening. It's beyond that part right there. Because we beyond the box shit now. We done been in the box and out the box with the dogs that we talk about. These dogs are already champions. These dogs have already done their shit in the box. We ain't talking about we wouldn't take shit to believe. We passed that part right there. We already there. Some have been there 3, 4 times. Some have been there 5 times. The point is, we beyond all that. These dogs that we're talking about, they've already been there. There ain't no more believing in the shit. The job is done. These are the dogs that we talk about, where the job is done. We don't care if they liked it the way the dog went, and none of that. If you ain't jumped in there and tried to beat this motherfucker, you can continue not liking him. You see what I'm saying? Everybody has that to say, but until you get in here and face him, you know what I mean? Because, hey, he done already done his part. Anytime I step out there in that game, man, I didn't care who was standing on the other side. I was just glad they was there. I'm just glad they there. I'm just glad they're there. We passed all that. We don't. That's where it's at. These dogs has already did their thing. So we're not on the same page. That's why you keep seeing where we're missing. Everything you doing is working up to a point. We beyond all that, all them questions and all that philosophy and all that other stuff. We passed all that. We ain't on that. We already done that already. We already done that already. We done that already. The dogs that I put up tonight, every fucking one of these dogs, from Frisco to Mayday to Buck to Yellow to Going Hard, all these dogs have done they shit already. That means that work was done. What do we gotta say? The only thing we can talk about now is production. That's what we was talking about tonight. Dogs production. Can't go picking and choosing inside of any of this shit when we talking about the top 5 dogs of all
Man, you
time.
can't keep muting me, man. I'ma just get off, brother. I feel like you trying to scold me, and the shit that you saying, you're not hearing no rebuttals to, right?
It's not the
I keep
rebuttal.
having
You're not giving me a chance to talk.
hitting the mic button. Just tell me get off the show, brother.
Right.
Don't mute me.
Mike, hold
Yeah,
on.
show. Just tell me get off. Just tell me get off the show if you want to talk, brother. You keep muting.
Listen to
No,
Mike.
you're not gonna keep. You know.
All you do is chill out 1 second and let us talk. You don't want to let us talk, you're going to get muted. Right.
Man,
You
you've been
can't give me
talking for the last 30 minutes, brother. I keep having to hit the
You've been talking. Mike had to hit the button to get
you, but
but Mike
just
is
tell
hitting
me
the
to
mute
get off the
button.
show so you can talk, brother. We're not having a
No,
dialogue if you're the only one talking.
I don't want to talk over you because if I talk over you, it's going to get worse because I can't talk over you. I can't talk over because me and you are on 2 different pages here. I'm talking about
I was
matching.
giving you your turn. You weren't giving me a turn to talk. I was
It's
giving
your
you your
turn.
turn.
It was a waste of my time to do what you were saying. I was trying to tell you. Which man, you ain't on the same
Listen, you're
kind
the
of.
senior, man. You're the
You're not
senior.
on the
You're the
same
senior
conversation. I done
professional.
said it
You're the
over and
pro,
over
right?
and over and
You're
over.
the. I'm
And I
saying
just sit there
you.
and tell you, if
I'm
you don't
saying,
believe
man.
me,
You act like we bumping heads or something, man. Right? You're the one on the pedestal, right? So why the fuck would
I
you
ain't on
think
your
that
pedestal.
I'm attacking you, right? But
I'm
if
not taking you back. I said,
we're
man,
having
you're
a
not on the same
dialogue, if we having
conversation.
a dialogue, we having a dialogue. But we not having a dialogue. You just want to talk. I can fall off of here,
Yeah,
huh?
you can get up. Man, you ain't on the same page. I'm just telling you, you're not on the same page. And I've told you why I didn't think you was on the same page. You the one got upset because
No,
in
you muted
reality,
me. You muted me. You didn't tell me that. You muted me.
I told you I'm gonna say it again and again and again. Me and you ain't on the same page because I said you
Listen,
seem
I
like
was waiting for you to stop
a lot
talking,
of noise. And then all of
right?
a sudden you want to call me out.
I'm like, damn, he ain't gonna stop talking. Let me unmute it myself.
This is what you've been doing. This is why you can't understand what I've been saying to you. This is what you continuously
Listen,
do.
I'm technology savvy. Every time
But
you hit
what
that,
you been doing? I said, me and you are not on the same page. So it's really not no use to me talking about you. There's no use me talking to you because we're not on the same page. I'm talking from in the box. You're not. Because of how you keep trying to talk, we're not doing that. So I'm done with that. You ain't talking from the box, bro. You wasting my time. You don't want to hear it, then we ain't gonna be going that back and forth shit. No. If you would have thrown everybody else up there like you ain't something different. Fuck that. I give anybody a chance. I'll show you how different I am. Gotta get off that internet shit and bring it. Prove it. I ain't got nothing else to say until I see it. No, I ain't going there. That was just an unnecessary conversation. Come on, Flo. Say what you gotta say, bro. Say what you gotta say, man. I don't hear nothing. There you go. All right, fam. You in, man?
You hear me?
Yeah, man. Thank you, fam. Yeah, I can hear you. Flo.
Hey,
I
look,
can hear you, bro.
twin.
What's up, man?
What type of dude threaten somebody over the internet, like going live or
Right,
something?
man. Come on, man.
What kind of person
And I didn't say
talk
nothing to you
about
again. I
talk
don't even know
about?
what.
I'm saying
I mean, I don't
what
even know why you brought that to the table. I know I said you don't sound, man, you ain't on the same conversation because I'm talking from the box. You don't sound like you had a lot of time in the box. That's all I said. Is that belittling him? I wasn't trying to belittle him. I understand that me and him are not on the same conversation. How am I going to be arguing with somebody with? I'm just literally telling you. He's
fucking
talking about selective
mouth. That's all it
this and
is.
that. I'm not on none of that. How are we going to talk about any selective shit when this shit has already been done? What we talked about tonight of these 5 great dogs, this shit has already been done. What did selective breeding and all that shit have anything to do with these dogs that have already won? To sit there and take their pedigrees and see how and why they won. That's what it is. Why are we talking about them? What was the common factors? We're talking about dogs that have done this already. Champions. Famous registered mirror dogs. And
go live and tell you about and go to scream about when I see you pussy nigga, you already know what it's gonna be, nigga. I'm like, who do that? Like, who do that?
I don't know. I just felt like we were not on the same page. Nothing about it. It had nothing to do with selective breeding. I mean, it was all over the place, and I don't understand all that. You know, I don't understand matching dogs. That's what this show would be about. The historical things of matching dogs. That's it.
But that's
We ain't doing no 90,
look,
no 2025 shit
wow.
out here trying to call out somebody. If you really want my ass, you wouldn't be on the internet calling for me. Really. You wouldn't know if I'm being bad or good. You wouldn't have to find and say anything like that on the internet. Come on now. And I don't put nobody out there like that. You know, if you knew, goddammit, you wouldn't have to say it. Not a damn word. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. We don't talk like that. No. I just said, man, we're not on the same conversation, guys. We're talking about 5 registered mares that have made the history, been there for 20 damn years, y'all. Why are we talking about these dogs? We're talking about fighting dogs. Dogs that have produced the greatest producing dogs of all time. What did they produce? They produced winning fighting dogs. We're talking about champions, grand champions, registered mares. These are the dogs we're talking about. Dogs that have displayed this shit in the box. Not the dogs that didn't make it. Not the dogs that the litter mates. Not the dog, a dog that ain't even on the fucking list. Just because he's bred off the dog. Still, he ain't part of the list that made this dog great. So what the hell are we talking about him for then? Well, he was just like his brother. Don't make a damn. I ain't talking about his brother. His brother ain't shit if he ain't on this list to me. Because everybody on this list comes out the box. And those 5 dogs produced a whole bunch of that shit. What are we talking about out of them 5 dogs? Box dogs. Plain and simple. When we talk about common factors in the breeding, yeah, we getting down into the end point of the particular things that we noticing in the breeding. But what are we talking about? Did somebody forget we still talking about the 5 producing the greatest dogs of all time? When we say that with R.O.M', we talking about dogs that won more than 3 matches. At least 3 to be a champion. At least. Them the dogs we talking about. Now how in the hell am I having a conversation about anything other than that? Anything other than that. There shouldn't be anything other than that. Period. Shouldn't have anything to do with anything other than that. That's why I was saying, wasn't being mean. That's why I was
To this
pointing
show.
out.
Ain't nobody come over here to hear Itchy's opinion. This your goddamn show. But yeah, you know, the how you carry it, like, man, I ain't that person, man. You know? I was trying to learn some shit, but it wasn't shit to teach. Right? I asked what type of dogs those was, right? What kind of dogs, style of the stabber dogs, and that type of shit. Just say you don't fucking know, but don't try to punk me on through the internet with some, oh, we on that da da da. You ain't a real dog, man, and da 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 da. Like somebody scared to fucking roll a goddamn dog.
But I didn't say none of that. See,
Yeah, that's how you carried it. You'd have to, right? I just said, my bad for mentioning the other brother, but the other brother got off the thing, man, from talking to you, right? You know, you guys probably did it at a great level. Listen, nobody's taking your flowers away. You probably did it at a great level to where everybody know you in the world, but you're not the only motherfucker that enrolled some goddamn dogs together. You know what I mean?
Itchy. I didn't say
Yeah,
none
that's
of that.
kind of disrespectful, man. You know, there's nobody out here just gonna buy these fucking dogs, man, and not see what they are, right? Past, in the past, right? In the past. I'm not talking about now.
Itchy,
But you know, it's cool, yo.
We still was
I
not
feel
on the
like
same
you feeling offended. I'm trying to learn some shit. But I tried to make sense of what I was trying to say. I never got to that point. But you know, and I tried to even click off, but it was like, hey, I'm like, damn, he's still talking. I put the phone down, man. Then I unmuted it to talk to you.
Are you done? Because when I get to talking, I want to hear your mouth. I guess I get a chance to talk. Okay. Now, Mike is going to mute you. Now I'm going to say what I got to say. We was not on the same page, bro. That's all I was saying. That was it. I never called you nobody. I said because it did. I said compared to the conversation I'm trying to have, and it's still boiling down to what I said from the beginning. Ain't changed a goddamn thing. It ain't gonna change it now. I said we're talking about dogs in the box. You were talking about everything else but that. I said, man, you
Who
are
the
not
fuck
on
was talking differently? I wasn't talking differently. I mentioned other dogs.
But you go talking again. I gave you a chance. You still interrupting.
Yeah, because you putting a jacket on me that don't.
No, we everybody done heard you tonight. We ain't gonna stop
Nah, I'm
doing
saying
that.
you put a.
No, because you still there. You go. You can't let me talk. I didn't say and listen to you, and you still gave you a chance, gave you quiet time, and you still didn't say nothing. But then you want to up and say something. No, I'm not going to change what I said because it's exactly what I said. I didn't say anything to offend you. Unless you can get out here and say, Twin, let me pull up this champion, that champion, I did this and I did that, then we could be saying we're on the same level because we wouldn't be having the same conversation. Trust me, you wouldn't.
We ain't talking about no levels, man. We were talking about dogs. This shit ain't about me. This your show.
I know
It's your show.
we weren't talking about dogs. I was
It's
talking
your
about master
show.
dogs.
The
I
fuck
was
with
talking about
anybody?
master dogs. But that's why I had to get in your ass, because you're getting mad at me about something when I'm talking about the dogs in the box, and you arguing with me about some shit that you was not even in the box with me on. You were not in the box where I was. And I'm done with that. And that's all I said to you. I don't know what you do with your dogs. I'm saying your conversation with me, and I'm trying to tell you, like you said, my show. You wasn't on what I was on. And I was trying to tell you that. And you still don't get it. You still don't get it. So I'm done. I want to hear shit else about this shit. I'm not trying to talk about you. I wasn't trying to put you down. Nothing. I play in the box. You're not in the box. That's all I said. Compared to what I'm trying to talk about and what you're talking about, we're not talking about the same thing. Okay? That was it, bro. Go ahead, fam. Who else is up? You there? I can't hear you. I don't hear nothing. Yeah, cause I don't hear nothing. Man, I was not trying to talk about anybody. When I talk about dogs, man, if you don't understand it from a dog fighter's point of view, man, don't argue with me about that, because I only put up champion and grand champions on anything y'all see me do. Y'all hear me talking about these dogs and these pedigrees, and I start pointing out, what do you see me put up? What do you see I put up? You hardly ever see me pulling up a one-time winner or a two-time winner or anything like that. You always see me pulling up champions, dogs that have done their job in the historical moments to be even worthy of talking about, period. And how they were bred and how did they get there. These 5 dogs that we talking about tonight is 5 of the greatest dogs. And we talking about dogs that they have produced, they got there. These are dogs that have produced lines of dogs that have gotten there. Still revolves around the box. No other thing matters. Not his brother, unless he's in the box. Not his co-sister, unless he's putting one in the box. Don't none of that other shit matter. And when it get to the level that I was on tonight, a one-time winner, a two-time winner, it ain't even making the grade. It should have never made the show, let alone some damn selective breeding bullshit. Because we had dogs to pick from who was already winners. Already got all one parents. How did they get there? What we were doing? Period. Period. Not the cousin, not the little man, not nobody. It's not on that list. Come on now. You ain't trying to understand that, because evidently he didn't want to understand that. Because it wasn't
can you hear me
now?
now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey.
Yeah.
What type of person talk like that? I'm talking about like they ain't been through none. They don't know nothing about. They don't know nothing about the consequences or the world like that. You know what? They don't know nothing about. They don't know nothing about the trenches. I'm talking about they everybody trenches, everybody gangster, but motherfuckers show their hand and they don't even know it. Everybody show their hand. All the time they show their hand. And a lot of these turncoats that's in your fucking Shark Tank, they show their hands. They here gathering information, going back pillow talking. You know what I'm saying? Like straight bitch made shit. And this what these motherfuckers own. They straight bitch made. That's why You can't get no motherfucking momentum with them. That's why a motherfucker ain't even taking what you giving them. They looking for a rebuttal. They looking for aha, I got you. You know what I'm saying? This shit straight bitch made era. That's what's running this shit now. These motherfuckers, they everywhere. They everywhere. They fucking bitches and men avatars. Ain't did nothing. Ain't hurt nothing. And if they did, motherfucker, it was a roach with a fly swatter. Motherfucker what you been to jail for? What you went down? What you went down for? You know what I'm saying? Pedophilia. What the fuck you went down for? Burglary? Fuck you went down for? You know what I'm saying? Some girls jumped on your sister and you beat them bitches ass. You know what I'm saying? No, they show their hands. And then these motherfuckers call on the damn show and they showing they scrape fucking like what would be the name for them? Like fucking Rudy Poot squares, L Sims, lame-os. Who the fuck talk like that on the internet? Who the fuck talk like that on the
The
internet?
old nigga talk like that on the internet, nigga. Fuck you talking about, man.
I bet you I ain't
Nigga,
finna
I'm
get
not none
into
of
it
that
with you.
shit you talking about, nigga.
You
Yeah,
is.
I don't need no
Show your
life
hand.
lesson, nigga. I got
Show
a
your
reverend
hand.
as a
Show your
father,
hand.
nigga. I got a
I
reverend as
know.
a father, nigga. I don't need that. I don't need no life lessons, nigga.
I know. Show your hand. And it's
Fuck
Yo,
you
cool.
talking
It's
about,
cool.
nigga.
It's
I
cool.
done did, I done
It's
did, I
cool.
done did way
It's
worse than
cool.
talk crazy on the
It's cool.
motherfucking internet.
It's
I'm gonna
cool.
move both of y'all. I'm gonna move both of y'all for a minute. I'm gonna move both of y'all for a minute, y'all. Stop. Don't do that. We ain't gonna do that, y'all. No, no, no. It's one thing to disagree, but this shit right here where it's going, no. I said we do everything. This is all about the box, y'all. This ain't got
I
nothing
ain't
to
had
do
my
with
chance to talk while this nigga had his long ass rant, nigga. About he think he
nothing.
know me.
That's why we look, ain't you
Yeah,
done
don't
with
put no
the last
goddamn jacket on me. I'm supposed to keep it and wear that motherfucker, man. Or slide the
I
slipper
said,
on, nigga.
look,
I
hold
didn't
on,
even want to
fam.
come up here, brother. I didn't.
Fam, look,
I didn't.
I
So
said,
I thought we was gonna have a dialogue about the dogs you was talking about. I didn't live back then.
I even told you, Itchy, I'm not changing my motherfucking attitude. I said to me, I brought you back on. What the hell are you tripping on? Huh?
Nah, I'm mad this nigga talking, right?
Look,
Cause it's
I
indirects
know
and
what I
shit.
said, but we ain't gonna have y'all arguing like that. I ain't gonna have y'all arguing like that
The
because
fuck
y'all,
that nigga, man. What you mean? I ain't arguing. I said what I said. That's it. It's not an
yeah,
argument. An
look, y'all,
argument is for a nigga that's powerless,
man,
man. This me
man,
stating
I know
my
y'all both started
opinion or
class.
fact.
Y'all both started
Fuck you
class and
mean?
can't. Y'all both started class and can't understand either one of you. We ain't gonna do that. That's what I mean.
Yeah, nobody jumping on you, man. I
I
was
didn't
trying
say
to
you
get off
jumping
that
on me.
topic.
I'm
How many
itchy.
times I tried to get off that topic, man? I'm trying to talk about the damn dogs. It ain't about me and you. Yeah,
Itchy.
man. What the fuck? We ain't in no comparison, man. You
Itchy.
know? I ain't
Itchy.
comparing myself to you. For
Itchy.
the fucking
Oh,
faggot ass bitch ass nigga and this shit's recorded. You know what I mean?
itchy.
Don't carry it like that. Have to
Itchy.
do that fucking
I don't
would
know,
never
okay.
say that shit to be in my face, man. Never.
Itchy.
Never. I'm not that type. Well,
Well, look, I'm before y'all start shooting bullets and all this stuff here, fella. Itchy. But my point was, again,
nigga called me a turncoat and I couldn't say shit. I
he
sent
wasn't
my
talking.
little hard on peanuts like I don't
He was
support
not
this show.
talking
Nobody
against you.
trying to tear down nothing you fucking saying, man. You know?
Itchy. I'm gonna let you talk, and then I'm gonna let you.
Yeah, I don't push that narrative, man. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Well, I
hold
got
on,
nothing against nothing you said. I'm
hold
in
on, hold on.
agreement with everything you said. It went
Itchy,
left. It went
it's Mike.
left. I didn't take it left,
Itchy, this is
right?
Mike.
You
Hold
want
on,
an apology?
hold on.
I want
This is
one too then.
okay.
So
Hold
we
on.
both the same type of motherfuckers. So let's just move on from that, brother. You know what I mean? Back to
Hey, Itchy, this is Mike. All right.
I'm
So what
trying
I'm
to listen about the dogs.
Itchy, Itchy, this is Mike. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you, fam.
And you know, the last thing I want to do is, put you backstage. Now, the reason I brought you back because my dude came on and he said something, and I felt it was only necessary. So it's not like I'm letting somebody like they talking about you, because I don't think he was talking about you. You think he was just talking about the game, but you're taking it personal. Second thing, I'm not going to do it the back and forth. I hear Mo this itchy. No, itchy. What you're doing, and I'm standing back watching what's actually happening, is how is anybody going to talk if you always talking? Now, you might not catch that, and I don't know if you even think what I'm doing is disrespectful. But remember, I got control of everything over here, and if I really didn't want you in here, you would have been out of here, and that wouldn't have been me trying to be higher or better than you. It's just, I'm controlling this shit right here.
I asked that. Didn't I not, brother? I said, hey, you want me to get off the show and let you talk, and I go back to listening? I said that, brother.
Why are you talking while I'm talking? There's no reason for you to be talking now because I didn't ask you shit. I'm only trying to be real with you and say stop all the back and forth and shit.
Y'all are my elders, man. But there's never no argument with my elders, brother.
Bro. And this is not an argument with you.
And I don't even know you guys, right? You're a stranger. I'm not disrespecting nobody. It went left. So I'm trying to take it back right. They just drop it. You know what I mean?
Let me help.
But I got mad about the shit the dude was saying. Like, that's not me, right? No turncoat. What the fuck, man? We ain't on no same team or something like a Benedict Arnold.
Let me help you. Because there again, I'm talking and you still talking. And I think that's disrespectful because I'm going to let you say your piece and wouldn't even bother you. But it's no such thing as me talking over you because I'm not. I'm going to bring it back right because this is our show. Now, I just sat here and all you think I could have swore I just heard you try to call my brother on the motherfucking internet. But then in the same token, you talk about the OG shit. And my brother say y'all ain't on the same page. You should be able to agree to disagree with that. That don't make you big or little. Shouldn't make you big or small because I ain't never known you either. And if you had been somebody that been over another corner against me, I would understand you better. But you haven't been. But the things I'm sitting back here watching you do, I watch you in the chat too. I see why he wanted you to come up because he felt like you would be a good debate. And I thought it would be too, considering you can talk better than you can type because you do a damn good job of typing. But don't get up here and all of a sudden take it somewhere like you want to be a debater. Then you better come with something to debate with. That shit that you came with.
I wasn't debating. I was asking questions.
Why are you talking while I'm talking? Because I didn't remember asking you shit just then.
Nah, you're like you want to put a jacket on me that don't fit.
No,
I wasn't debating the brother, man. I was asking a question, right?
You're debating me right now.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Then I shouldn't be hearing nothing from you.
I'm saying that I asked the brother, right? If you want to talk, I can get off of here before he even got there, right?
Listen, but you ain't listening to what I'm saying because if you listen to what I'm saying, you shouldn't be saying nothing, brother.
I shouldn't have said nothing at all. I shouldn't even came up here.
You did.
Right?
Here's the problem. You did. And then when you got up here, it got a little hot. But you're having a conversation, but you don't take over the conversation and I'll talk because look what you're doing to me. And what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to get this back on the right track. Because if I really wanted to do something, I wouldn't even have this conversation with you. You should know that. I could just move on, right? But out of respect, let's get back to what we was talking about. This ain't had nothing to do with no levels. Just strictly had.
Man, I'm not on nobody's level, man. Right?
But I didn't say you was, did I?
Yeah, I'm in a whole nother. I'm doing me. I'm me. I'm not in comparison with nobody.
Okay, but what that got to do with me? Because I don't remember putting you on no type.
So that's not an argument.
Right. So
you know what I mean?
About it? Why you feel like you got to defend yourself to me about that?
What am I defending myself about?
I said we ain't talking about no levels.
Man, I'm not even. This show doesn't say nothing about itchy.
That's why you bringing that up to me.
This is a going hard Kennel show. These people came to hear you talk and him talk and listen. I could have went back to listening, man. That's it. right?
Okay.
So when it came up there, I never could get the point across, right?
What point? Itchy,
The
what point
point
was you
was
trying to
that the
cross?
old dogs got better in his era, right?
Did they?
And he mentioned a different strand, right? That went better after him. That's all, man.
No,
That's it.
actually, if you really, and I know you've been around for most of the show, right? We want to talk about, the top registered married dogs. These are things that had already happened, Itchy. There's nothing you can go back
Correct.
and hold on, wait a minute. Don't cut me off.
I'm not.
Then I don't need to hear you tell me correct. Because that means you're gonna go start explaining something. I just need you to see me all the way through to where I'm trying to get you at. Because I remember
No,
what the
it's
show
like
was about. Hey,
redundant,
hey, hey.
man.
But no, it's not redundant because I'm trying to get you to get back on right. The thing is, what we talking about are things that have already happened, fam. The purpose of them pedigrees coming up is to show you based on these certain aspects, these certain dogs, all the way up from way back there, all the way up to our time, and then beyond our time. 30 years, dogs still in the same place. We don't care what the rest of the game was doing. We got into this game in the 80s. Played the game all the way through the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. We can pull pedigrees up when these dogs is in our second generation, some of them in our first generation. So when we talk about these dogs, it's always about the past. Now, you might not have been around in the past. You might be sitting back
Man,
talking
I
about
wasn't
what's
even born, man. You said the 80s, I wasn't born. Or a little
okay.
boy one. So we not
Okay.
arguing.
Oh, that's part because at this point in time, that's like something that you really couldn't argue about anyway. Because again, I'm
Correct.
65 years old. So
Right. My
when I meet
father's age. So
right
we're not arguing
I'm not,
about nothing. It
right,
just if it became
that's
about
why
me and him and it's not that. And I tried to make it's not that. But
it's
you know,
never be about you and him. To him, he just feels like he's a box person. So he can understand why you're saying the things that you're saying, but then in his mind and based on what we're talking about, them other dogs don't matter because they're not up here. They're not worthy of even that conversation, and let's not have that conversation. Then, and I could understand you, if you had to just looked at it because you ain't old enough to know about these dogs like we do. You haven't really took some of this shit. Most people talk about the shit, but how about some people who actually put that shit together and went out and used it? And it just so happened to be a part of what these dogs, what made these other dogs great. Them the ones you take your hat off to because they're taking, using, and making history or become a part of that history based on the dogs we were talking about tonight. And they all did have something in common. We don't need to talk about nothing that ain't on that, conversation
yeah.
right there. And that part
So
right
what kind
there,
of dogs what kind of style of dogs was the Stabber dogs?
but hold on, let me ask you something right quick. Stabber was before I was born.
Okay then. Then we done hey
So
man,
let
drop
me
it.
bring you, let me bring
Good
you,
night, brother. I'm about to
but
drive the
being that
truck
you
and
asked
focus on
that, don't
stuff
cut
for
me
truck.
off that. But don't let me
Huh?
bring you up to the future of where I can tell you, based on that group of dogs that was creating winners, right? When you talk about R.O.'M'S dogs, Bolio dogs, Eli dogs, those are dogs that you can sit back and say how most Bolio dogs fight, how most Eli dogs fight, right? How many dogs fight? You're living in an era that you don't have to go way back to goddamn it Stabber. Why don't you ask about the motherfucking ones that we can still talk about and have Stabber in the same conversation and talk about it back here? But let's bring him up up here where you would understand why they were able to win like they were able to win. And we're still talking about Frisco, Mayday, and Buck. There's a whole lot of champions and grand champions that came up off those dogs. Now, we can tell you based on the dogs that we had how they fought. But you don't see hardcore dogs popping up over there, you know, with that cross that they had. There were back-end dogs like the going hard dogs. But you should be able to look at the difference between the two. You want to know why they weren't ass-end dogs? Because they weren't bred to be ass-end dogs, I guess, if you really wanted to know. Because you see, we had hardcore shit. We had Stone City shit. We had Southern Kennel shit. Mancho Buck shit, Stomping Auto shit, Eli shit. Those are the dogs you want to know what are they known for. See, this is characteristics to come through just history. We don't have to go way back and worry about what the fuck Stabber was doing. Well, I got all this information right here. Find out how Jeep was. Find out about how Red Boy Dogs was. They all have their own taglines.
I know that, brother. I just didn't know the Stabber. I'm trying to figure out why is he significant, right? That's it.
You know what? And you know why you should ask, when you ask that, right? Do your own research and just think about that. Look how many times he keep popping up in all these goddamn dogs. And remember, you're the same person that made that comment about Dibo.
That would be breeding for papers.
Hold on.
Right? The thing they say don't do, right?
Hold on. In the very beginning, these men didn't believe in papers. If you really pay close attention, John P. Colby is the one who actually started the UKC to be able to keep up with the registration and how them dogs were bred.
It was the Bennett fella.
Well, I mean,
Bennett's Ring was the first registered pit bull. Chauncey Bennett.
I'm talking about the man who came up with the UKC. I ain't give a fuck
That's
about
his name. Chauncey Bennett. It's his name.
It was who? The man who created the UKC?
Yes.
The registry?
Yes.
Okay. Then he did that in cahoots with John P. Colby. I
learned something.
That's the reason
I learned something.
So he thought he could keep up with the registration is the breeding of them dogs. He was actually trying to keep up with the Colby shit because JP is the one who actually commercialized the Colby dogs. So just keeping that thought in mind. But then we don't have to be back there with Colby and them hanging out. We're looking at all those years that went by, and even through our time period, we're looking at these certain dogs. And guess what? We still talk about these certain dogs 20, 30 years later. And does the game get better? Yeah. I always thought the game got better, but what happened? When you start losing way to record and do all the things that we was doing because, you know, we living in a different time frame. So we can't do nothing but enjoy that period of time. And the thing about that period of time, my friend, ain't a goddamn thing you can say or do to go back and change what's already there. And one goddamn thing I definitely know you can't do. You can't sit up there and talk about you're going to be whooping one of our dogs at all, not on this platform. That don't make sense. Because if you did have that kind of credibility to where you could even make a statement like that, you would be bringing up a whole lot of dogs that you could talk about.
It's two dogs, brother. I don't think like that. I don't think how you think, right?
Then that's what they see. That's what makes us.
It's not me and you. It's not me and you.
No.
It's not me and you. It's not me versus you. It's two dogs.
This don't have nothing to do with what I'm saying to you. Because there's no way this could be about me and you.
Exactly.
Well, I was saying to you, if you was that person, you would be sitting up here showing me a whole bunch of your goddamn pedigrees.
How? I'm not as old as you.
Okay, so then we can't. There's no way that we can be having that conversation if you understand that.
Okay, then. So why take it there? Why would that brother take it there?
Well,
that's irrelevant to the conversation. We were talking about the dog.
And you still feel like you got a goddamn problem. I just said it to you, and you still feel like you got a problem with it. Now, what you trying to say, man?
Nah,
I'm
it's
sitting
like
here saying that you totally
why
different.
keep reiterating that, man? It's established already. They on the show to listen to you guys.
If,
It's not about me.
if you would shut the fuck up, it would have never been about you anyway. And even when I'm sitting here talking about the stabber shit and everything else, you still made it about you. And like I said again, without you saying nothing, if you were like that, without even bringing you into this conversation, I would have been expecting you to be throwing up a bunch of pedigrees and shit and talking about some shit that you had and how you bred it and how it fitted into this conversation we was having tonight. Not to come up in here and knock and then try to stand on something where there's nothing to stand on. The conversation was because you made good points, because you said a lot of things that some of the other people wouldn't say because of that rabbit hole. But then that's why he was saying, from a dog fighter's point of view, y'all don't see the things the same way. There is no argument there, fam, because you don't do what they've done. Yo, what up, Flo?
Yeah, man. I don't know why y'all choke me out like that, though.
No, no, you're right. You're right. Because I mean, first thing I got to do, I got to get hold of the arguing in the back and
Yeah,
forth
yeah,
and shit.
yeah.
I don't play that. I don't.
Yeah,
That's not necessary.
and I don't play a motherfucker talking reckless like that. No one goddamn it, most motherfucker can't motherfucking resist a good motherfucker. You threatening him with a good time? Shit, boy, shit, no. Know what I'm saying? Shit, back and forth. Ain't no back and forth.
No, I ain't nothing back.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, I ain't gonna do that. I don't
Well,
jump on me with my mouth. You know what
well,
I'm saying?
look, we ain't got to talk about that though, Flaw, because again, this was not meant for y'all to be going back and forth. I was letting you make a point, and I was gonna let him have a rebuttal
It's gonna
because
be
I didn't think it was talking about him. I thought you was talking about the
no. I'm
people
talking
in the
about.
game here of now.
That's why the name like that. Flow the nutrient.
You know, because
All that shit.
the game is a little bit different simply because like I be looking at the dogs and when they be talking about good and what's better, but we can't talk about what's going on now because we don't know what's going on now. I ain't supposed to know what's going on now. That's why it's good to talk about the dogs of the past. Because if they could go 30, 20, 30 years, all this time, they can go all that time period, right? And still be there, with nobody replacing it. And, we still be caring. There's a lot of people still got them dogs around to this day. They still there. Thing is, can you look at those same registered married dogs and look and just imagine how much better they got over those years? Because I did believe, the Jeeps and the Maydays and the Yellows and even the Frisco and this thing, with Frisco coming back, being up there and with all them damn straws, he might be moving on for another 20, 30 years. And we talk about Frisco dogs, right? So you got to give them, you got to be able to take that and ride with that because, what we're trying to do is take a look, see how it was done, add it to the program. Because that's what it's all about anyway. It's all about the knowledge. If you got the knowledge, bring it to the front, you'll be all right. That's the whole purpose of when we go back there and talk about these things, because history is going to give us, what it was. You guys don't understand, when we talk about the importance of the journal and the register of merits and all that stuff, because we're living in a different era, man. They were still, I mean, to me, I still look at it for our era. It was just there were fighting dogs. We didn't really get into nothing else simply because For us, the American Pit Bull Terrier was a fighting dog. Wasn't looking to be about a breeding program. Hey, when you got good, when you got good and you started looking at them pedigrees, and remember the pedigree only mattered in any case, and I hope for you new people out there, only time that pedigree gonna ever matter if that dog turned out to be worth talking about. That's the only time it's ever gonna matter. Anything other than that, it ain't gonna matter. He's just a dog with a good pedigree. Now imagine coming up on that. I mean, fuck trying to be Earl Tudor or Carver or Victor Acart. How about where you at in that conversation? What's wrong with wanting to come up and be like the Abrahams? Got a badass bitch over there, known for having great dogs. Or Stone City, Southern Kennels, G-Man. I mean, there's so many people that looked at this game a lot different because of the situation, because it was when you're doing this from the box view, the breeding it's almost non-existent, man. When you raising them up and you got them litters out there, and man, and for us back then, we wasn't looking to be selling nothing, so you just raising puppies. You know? So at that point, that kind of shit didn't matter. But when you're dealing with the box, that's the thing that you're licking your lips and you just know that when that time come, where you gonna fall at in history. Where you gonna fall at? There were just some of us to just, bred and use what they was breeding. Just take a look at the history. I mean, because it's giving you the blueprint. All we can tell you about is how we did it. We can show you why we say we copied our people, because we can go back and show you how they did it. When you pay close attention, you can just watch how they did it and say, well, where the hell they get it from? Based on how he breeding and he's taking his bitch over here and he's going over $2 himself. So you already know how he's trying to breed it. So these are the things that we're showing you, because these people are doing these things and they're actually using this shit. And it ain't 1950. It ain't 1950. Stop. Yeah. Hey, look. Wait, hey, HA. I can't do nothing but show you all the love in the world, fam. But you was gonna get this love regardless, fam. I really appreciate that, man. No, my opinion or view was irrelevant. That's not true. Because it's okay to agree to disagree, fam, really. Without putting you down, because again, he's trying to tell you, man, we looking at this from a dog fighter's point of view, man. That is it. That view, that ain't putting you down. That's just trying to get you to understand why, our conversation might be a little different. And our reply is going to be a little different than yours. But you still have to take into consideration, really take into consideration that it didn't have anything to do with your opinion. And your opinion is not the fact that it was irrelevant. It was basically, you have to understand why at this point in time it was irrelevant. Just because of the conversation, fam. We weren't doing that, but talking about the top 5. There's really nothing there to discuss when we talk about, R.O.M'S and some of the greatest dogs in history that still we can talk about today, because the names ain't changed. They still there. That's not something that, That's just not our opinion. That's just fact. Now, you might have your opinion on them, but your opinion is only going to be based on your knowledge. Because if it was based on your experience, is why I said you would be able to put up a whole bunch of pedigrees and drive that point home. There's a difference there. That's not putting you down. That's just keeping it real. That's all. Time will take care of the rest. But that's, nothing to put. This don't have nothing to do with your opinion and how irrelevant it is. No, experience, and understanding has a whole lot to do with the conversation, because we should be able to, based on our experience and our knowledge, just being able to say it shouldn't put you down and make you feel small. How? Because I always felt like anybody who wanted to be this, all they had to do was call it weight, and we would, that's just the way that gang worked back then. There was a whole lot of people other than us who was doing it. So never try to be bigger and better than anybody else. You know what I mean? Trust and believe that. When anytime you raising bulldogs back in my time, you had bulldogs, I don't remember too many people was just breeders around us selling dogs. I really can't name none, actually. There was actually breeders, but then, outside my KP, but he was still part of the camp, so he was breeding for a purpose. Because we was definitely using what he was putting together, him and Mo. But outside of him, and he's with the camp, I ain't know nobody who was out there breeding and selling dogs, just to be selling dogs. Everybody we basically was around, they was matching dogs. Everybody. And you can see how many people we was around that was matching dogs. So yeah, that conversation would be a little different. Yeah, we was around them times with, the Bulls dogs and the Bolios and the Eli's, and then when the Red Boy dogs. When you get a chance to live that kind of era, and you running around in the motherfucking fast lane, if y'all don't know what the fast lane looked like back then, that's why we go back and show you and talk about the Abrahams and the Bakaris and the Rostamans and the Rams and the Yankee boys and the So-So boys and the Church boy. Remember, all these people from the DMV, trust me, been there too. You don't need to be hollering and defending the DMV, because I know what the DMV all about. You don't need to tell me. Been there, done that, all up and down the East Coast. Great dogs everywhere. How y'all know? Because you got around and they was. But you don't get offensive because everybody loses. It's just how much you gonna lose. Some people, and this man, trust and believe when we be telling you about them 90%ers. It wasn't such thing. 90% of the time, these people gonna win. Didn't say 100, didn't say 95. We giving them that 10%. But that's a lot of damn wins. We're people who have R.O.M'S and got a couple champions and grand champions. And we're nothing like them. So keep in mind, I don't want to offend nobody. People might look at us in a crazy way, but I think that's the only way. One of my biggest issues is why people act like that sometimes is because we match dogs. And I don't know if that's something we're supposed to be shy away from, because we don't fight dogs now. No, we don't fight dogs now. Yeah, we can actually get on here and show you the type of dogs we had. That make you mad? Supposed to make us better than everybody else because everybody can't do that? Where y'all get that shit from? I'm not going to be the bad guy because we sit here and talk about the people that we try to make sure y'all don't never forget. We don't want y'all to forget about the damn Maydays and the Latin forces and the Southern Kennels and the Deep South, all them people who was part of them, the whole goddamn 90s. These dogs wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for some of these damn kennels we're talking about. We're supposed to let y'all always know that these people are responsible for a lot of the great dogs that we talk about today. Don't have nothing to do with today's dogs look like. Nothing. You're going to figure that out. But you're going to figure that out, and it's going to take you a couple of years before you can just, for me, to see it, where you can comfortably come up and talk about it. Because we still talk about a 20, 30-year history, fellas. That's where you want to stay at, right? We got dogs that we can call champions and how they bred and all that other shit. Don't know when, don't know where, and don't know how. So I'm going to let them have that. I'm going to talk about a good bred dog because that's what matters. Ain't nobody around here going to change their game when it comes to breeding up good dogs. Remember, it's still going to be about the dog. So keep that file in mind. Hey, Itchy, it's all good, Itchy. Trust me, man. He said, just saying whatever the line, it's an individual dog. That's it, broski. But you know what? Again, Itchy. Another true statement. That statement right there is a very true statement. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm hoping we talk about a motherfucking match dog. When you tell something, I don't know how talking to me when making a comment like that, I'm taking it that from my point of view, that's a match dog. Now from somebody else, it might be something else. It might be the treadmill. It might be the running up the wall thing. But from my point of view, I take a statement like that and look at it as a fighting dog. Don't have to be a fighting dog. I mean, but yeah, for me, when you talk about the individual dog, it's going to be the dog that got something about him. Because that's the only reason we're going to be talking about it. For real. Now, he might, who handled it? What yard he come off of? Because that tells a lot too. Because it's always going to be, it has always been about the dog. I don't know where y'all be getting that paper shit from. Hell, Willie's son, Snooty quit twice, and that motherfucker in everybody's pedigree. Well, he didn't quit, but, still, he a two-time loser. Don't nobody take that away from him. Remember, I seen a whole bunch of dogs that got losses in there that still was able to produce and win. But then we can always attest to which ones. Well, if you go in there, you're going to see a whole lot of that bullshit and a whole lot of that Eli shit with it. Now, I ain't just picking out no individual dog. I'm just telling you this is what the accumulation of what it looks like. Because this is what was happening. But we're talking about box dogs. Now, what was giving them losses? Well, all you got to do, without having a breakdown, just try to go in and find out how every dog is, how it was bred when it lost. Well, that's why you go back to the journal, because the journal could go back in, and we could go back to some of them great matches, and then you could see just how them dogs was bred. Because they generally tell you, off of so-and-so, red boy going in so-and-so who off of so-and-so. You kind of had an idea of what was beating what. You sit there and take a man walk around, try to remember how a dog was bred that he went into. Man, I couldn't even begin to start to tell you how shit was bred. I don't remember two dogs that I knew how they were bred after we got there. And that was that gator dog the cycle went into, and that shit that they pulled up there in the Hassie when we was going into, another Stone City dog. When we tried to we tried not to let that happen. But Ben, you just call wait and you just taking it, and then you get there and realize, oh shit, this is not gonna look good. because a bloodline that your yard built off of, now you got two dogs that's only got a little bit of difference in them. And I'm telling you, it didn't look good for the other Stone City dog. It didn't look good at all. So did that put a black eye on the Stone City dogs? No, I mean, I don't think it did. It just gave people another way of looking at how Twin and them got theirs bred. Because that was a motherfucking monster that came in here and he beat a bad motherfucker. That's what they were saying. How he bred. Because he just beat a good damn dog. But we still talking about the box, man. We ain't making this up. And well, again, y'all know I'm sorry. I can't tell you when the journal started, but we have done shows and people have had these conversations of when the journal all started and everything, and what was the purpose of the journal. But these are just, without having to go through that tonight while I'm getting ready to close up, because I'm going to be up on 3 o'clock. Look, fellas, I want to motor close this my God, and I had to come in here and have to shut him down. But look, nothing personal, but tonight's show, I want, even for you new guys, we still talk about a different time. See, Mo hit me with when he hit me with the Balkans and the people overseas shit. That kind of got me, because one thing that I noticed back in the 80s and the 90s, there was a lot of international shit going on. And we still had the better dogs. Now, I can say that because, the game ain't never really, that was the game back then. And any of the old dog men out there, the do sets, all of them, they can tell you, they went into a couple people, when you got to have some serious shit to come all the way across the water to come up in here to put your shit to the test. Because they felt just as strong about their dog as we felt about ours. And there were some people over here that had no problem going over there. That's how serious that game was. So we can't knock what was going on between the two. I'm just telling you, for the time period that we was in the game, everybody here in the States thought they just had better dogs. And wasn't nobody really coming over here dominating these dogs to say that they didn't have better dogs. That's why you think they start coming over here, taking our dogs and taking them back over there. So you can't be talking shit on them either, because when we was hampered and couldn't do the things that we used to do, of course our dogs are going to change, because people who, it takes a good dog man to make these dogs great. You just don't jump in this game and all of a sudden everybody got great dogs. But imagine what it was like that overseas, and they done come over here and they ain't got these great dogs, and they ain't never stopped doing dogs. Now they done picked up the mentality like you seen in the dog that he bred. Good dogs bred the good dogs, gonna keep bringing big good dogs. And then they come back into the country and don't even see all these champions and grand champions and don't know nothing about it. You know they're overseas dogs, but they done made it back here. And you wouldn't even be talking about it if the dog that their names is in wouldn't be a good dog. We got to go back a couple generations to see what the dog come from. Because he came from the States. Just which line did he come from? That's the abnormality when you look at pedigrees in the now compared to when you look at pedigrees back then. You very seldom see us pulling up pedigrees around here to have other, that we have to go back and know is foreign back in them days. Very seldom do you see it, because it really wasn't happening then. Not like it is today, that's all. Hey, fellas, appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Again, big shout out to my main man, Itchy, coming through with that 100-piece. Bam. That was big right there, because It ain't no hard feelings. I can't do nothing but respect you for doing that. But in all true reality, man, I appreciate it. And that just shows the man in you. But you was going to get that respect anyway, fam. I just respect you even more for the fact that, hey, you did that when you didn't have to. It's not, you don't have to buy my friendship, man. You got it already. That door is always going to be open to you, because if you can't get nothing out of this show, for real, that I don't think you'd be here. But there's a reason why you keep coming around. Because the more you come around, you're going to learn something, man. And remember, we stand on receipts, man. Too much other shit out here to be said. But, hey, you stop talking about it and just produce receipts. That's all. Receipts make this game easy. It really does. But y'all show me some love right quick while I get up out of here. We out here 3 o'clock in the morning. No, he was dead ass wrong for that. Hey, fellas, show me some love and give me, I know it's 38 in there, but just if I can get this out, this little crew right here, help me out here. Give me some goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, for my man Itchy, my man Flaw, and everybody else in the Shark Tank that came and showed they love, give me some goddamn roses, roses. We need them damn roses. Show the love, man. Hey, look, man. Mo was supposed to close this up tonight, but now here go my preaching thing. Hold on, let me get my music thing going here, because I'm gonna do my, what you call it, Mo? My eulogy. Let me do my little eulogy right quick, man. Come on. Let me get my little music going on. Yeah. While I get us out of here. All right, fellas. Now, y'all know what we talk about here in this show. One thing I do not want to deter people from doing is coming up here and voicing their opinions. I know we rough around the edges, but for us, I don't really call it being too rough, because, man, if you was in a room full of dogs, man, I bet you we could hold our own. And if you couldn't hold your own, would you be one of them that feel like you was, because they, somebody made you feel small? Was you one of them ones to be ready to fight because somebody made you feel small? Or was you one of them to be like, what weight you got? Because see, where I come from, it wasn't nothing to argue about. If you felt like I had some shit, it didn't even matter at that point, because again, that's how that game went. Not just for us. That's what we talk about fighting dogs back in the day, man. You didn't have to talk about shit. If you wanted to really do it, all you had to do was make it happen, cap. You in a room full of dumb men and everybody loud and talking shit and talking about what they saying. We're gonna have somebody in there get mad because you don't have nothing to talk about? Or you gonna be one of them and to get mad because you talk about what somebody said, and then this man is talking about something, fuck what somebody said. I was standing right there. Well, I don't know. I'm just telling you what so-and-so said. No, what you need to do is shut up, because if the man said he was standing right there, what you gonna be arguing about when you talking about what somebody else said? Would you be one of them ready to fight and feel like you was disrespected because the man said, no, wasn't like that, and I was there? Because it's at that point you're supposed to shut up, because you wasn't there. There's no need to talk about, don't nobody want to hear what somebody else said. What holds more weight? And that's the thing about the dog game. We all got great dogs until that time come. It wasn't no bigger or no better dog, man, as far as I looked at it. It's just what level was you willing to play on? You could have a dog, one dog, and still be about something. See, it's about where did you want to be at in the game? What was your purpose? Our purpose was to have good dogs. Our purpose was to have good dogs like everybody else had their good dogs. Something that we could talk about. Something that they could get out and be like, they could see for themselves. Look at them. They growing up, y'all. Oh, they got some bad, the boys got some dogs now. Think about some of them conversations. Think about those conversations. The ones will be like, I remember when y'all was getting your ass whooped coming in there with that little ass dog. To all of us in there. Yeah. That was a nice show, twins. You feel a little bit better then. You know what I mean? You kind of appreciate that. Them people ain't out here bragging and talking about their dogs. We're going to do that for them. That's why he probably so quick to show you their pedigrees. Because they were them 90%ers. We can't tell you, you don't see us running around grabbing, Frank Rocker shit. Doucette, and some of them other, the old school boys. Because they wasn't around in our era. They wasn't, if you look at it, a lot of them Stone City dogs and the Mayday dogs and the Deep South dogs and the Fines dogs, all these dogs from different places, right? Where we gonna ever talk about them unless Moby talk about them and then he go in there and he show you the fine shit. Missing link shit. Because you're going to find them in the journal. Ain't that how y'all found us? For everybody who didn't know, how many people you think ran out and started grabbing journals? And come back, yeah, they all over them motherfuckers. I seen one way back in the 80s. Because that's where you're going to find us at. And if we're looking for one of them, that's where you're going to find them at. All right, so what? Everybody didn't go in the journal. We ain't taking nothing away from nobody who didn't get in the journal. That's stupid to me. I'm going to be hating on somebody that ain't in the journal. No. If he had a good dog, I mean, he could have crossed that line because we didn't need the journal for you to cross some lines. This wasn't about the journal that had nothing to do with us locking up with anybody. Nothing. Nothing at all. The purpose was making it happen first. And most of the ones who wanted that certificate and they wanted that recognition, it was going to get reported. Some didn't mind being reported and some just didn't want to have it. But most of the people that I know who didn't want to be reported, they didn't mess with nobody who was reporting shit. So you was already limited to what you was doing. Not taking away from what you was doing, it just made it harder for you to get what you was trying to get because wasn't nobody giving away nothing for free. I'll whip your ass, you going in the journal, period. If you whip my ass, I'm gonna take that loss and I'm gonna be in the journal with a loss, represented for what it is. See, even then, back in them days, you can't go tell nobody what, I don't want this. Don't put my name in the journal. Then we ain't gonna do this because anything that we do tonight, it's going down. You ain't gotta make nobody do that. That's an agreement between two people. And then you have some who just didn't care. But learn from them things, man. Totally different time, totally different era. Unless you were the part of it, you wouldn't really understand it. Because it's so easy to talk about these things now. For me, anyway. It's easy to talk. But at least when we talk over here, we're going to be bringing some receipts, and we can show you why these people are and why we talk about these people. But I don't ever want you guys out there to not want to come enjoy yourself and feel like you can't get up and say something. Because sometimes we make that hard over here. We make that very hard. And I know why it's hard. But the fact is, when I drop that link, it's just like you wanting to crawl over that wall. When you step over that wall, you already know what you can expect to have happen when you come up into this platform right here. It ain't nothing. It don't. And again, ain't trying to be the big dog on the block either. I ain't trying to be no #1, never claim to be no #1 motherfucking podcast. Damn all that. Over here, we talk about fighting dogs. Everybody should know that. When you climb up in this, climb over the wall, come up in here, you know, to me, it's like climbing over the wall. Because we ain't asking you to change, and I hope like hell you ain't gonna ask us to change. And I mean, I think what we do over here, we are very fair about any and everything we talk about. We just try to keep it real. One thing I feel strong about, and I try to help my brother, because I don't believe in going back and forth. Not when I got control of the off and on and the kick out. So I don't even want y'all to even think you got that habit and feel like you're being disrespected, because I feel like respect is due. If a man is talking and he got a point, then you shut the fuck up and let that man finish his point, because you want to make sure you heard everything that man said without having him having to talk over you. And understand my mind frame and why I feel like that. And if you feel offended because I feel like that about it, you know what I mean? Then politely leave, because I'm not going to change who I am for you. Even if I got to mute you every time that you keep popping up, because sooner or later, you're not going to catch the picture, and then I'm going to kick your ass out. That's how simple it really is. One click, and then you're done anyway. So I don't treat people like that. But don't nobody bully me either. You don't make me put up with nothing that I don't want to put up with, because at that point, I feel like, do you forget where you at? You in my house. And in my house, if I really want to get rid of your ass, I can easily get rid of you. So keep with that thought in mind. I'm not going to never be the bad guy here. But it sure would be nice for people to understand what it looked like to be the good guy. Somebody that's going to keep it real with you. Somebody who's going to be able to talk and help you understand what you need to understand without trying to say you something or belittle you based on what you did and what you didn't do. That's not what this channel has ever been about. Channel has always been about taking something that we have experienced in our lifetime, which to me is big. Because I know these people. I've been around these people. I've seen these dogs. I used to match dogs too. I got proteges. I got people that I consider great breeders. I got a community of dog men that they're not even in books. But I see them in y'all's pedigrees. That's something to talk about. Not argue about. Because there ain't nothing back there that you can go change. And that's how we present it. We're going to present it the way it's out there, and then you make your own decision. Use what you can use and what's going to benefit you. You're responsible for what you do, because you can't change that damn thing to what we have already done. And that's not to put anybody down. That's just to keep it real. So until Tuesday, y'all ride out with me, because you know we'll be back. Enjoy the weekend. You know, let's always keep it real. And for the five, you know, and for tonight's conversation with the R.O.M'S, You know, a lot of us really do feel like the name, it's time to see the names change. But it's never going to happen because the times are different, and that's good. That's good. I would almost say that time has passed. But at least we do have a history. If you learn from this history, this community, it ain't going nowhere because it's always fun. It was fun for us back in the day. And I have no doubt it's going to be fun for you guys when your time comes. But for right now, enjoy our time. Enjoy the information. Because really, it's nothing to argue about because ain't nothing going to change from back there. But keep scratching. That's my thing too. You know, we always talk about, it's always about the dog, twin. Damn, the paper is always about the dog. Well, if we all agree on that, right? Then why don't you be like your dog then? Be like the damn dog. How game are you? How much ability you got? Where your smartness at? You a back end dog? Or you just a straight throat dog? Straight just killer? Because that's how you look at other businessmen when you're doing business. You just got some real shrewd businessmen. They talk fast, and you know you got to read between the lines, and you got to really pay attention, you know, clearly when you're doing business with people who like that, because they'll get you. That's any business. Come on now, this dog game. I've always told y'all this game has always been a business from my side, and I handles it like that. I try to handle this podcast like that. It's not going to be, you know, you see how much all that shit, I sit back and I'm trying to tell Mo because he used to let me get to that mic a lot sooner because that shit would have been stopped longer. It would have never went that long. Because to me, it went too long. Now, I don't want nobody to feel like you got to get disrespectful. Because I could have swore I heard that man try to call my brother out on the internet. Like, you know that's some green shit. And the fact that it happened, you know, but you learn, but that's not who you want to be. Because I remember, I can make this clear because I think he did. In my world, back in my day, you would have had to pop up with a dog because you could have felt any kind of way you wanted. But one damn thing for sure, I would never have left you hanging. The minute you felt like you had something, I was going to oblige anything that you can go get. You didn't even have to have it. I would oblige you to go get somebody else's dog if you feel that hype about them. Because most of the time, if you didn't have shit, they overlooked you anyway. Or tell you, man, shut up, you ain't got shit. And that'll make you mad. And all of a sudden, you are always the one that you done lost 6, 7 in a row. Because we done had a couple of them. Always talking shit, and every time you turn around, the same dude is getting his ass whooped with different dogs. Sooner or later, you're going to listen. Start running your mouth and go get some good dogs. I guarantee you, when you get these good dogs, you ain't gonna have too much to say. Your dog's gonna do the talking. And you ain't gotta talk as much. But then again, that's the world I come from. We living in a different world now. So I'm not promoting it. I'm just trying to get you to understand and just live it for what it was. It was American Pit Bull Terrier game dog community. Y'all feel me? So until Tuesday, y'all ride out with me, man. And always. And I say it from the sincereness of my heart. You better always scratch the wind. Anything other than that, you have no purpose. There's no purpose. Cause I still need my donuts. I I gotta get them, go get them donuts. Cause I want them that bad. So y'all be safe. And I'm out. Hold on, let me see what's out here. Let me check this chat right quick. I was on my way out. Bugs with the goods. I see you, fam. Appreciate the love, man. My man Bug said, history is already written. Just be prepared to write your story from this day forward. You know, appreciate that, Bugs. Walking down round. Mr. Well Enough. I appreciate you, fam, for stopping in. Need to do it more often. One love, straight up, Ram. Glad to hear from you, fam. Skip Bill, breaker. I see you, fam. See who else I got here. Big shout out to my man Game Breaker. Salute, fam. Nacho Rachi in there. I see you, fam. Appreciate the love. Again, appreciate the love, Itchy. Let's see what else I got here. So for Keeps, appreciate the love, fam. He said loose lips. He said, so for Keeps said loose lips sink ships, but loose lips that ain't in harm's way get motherfuckers indicted. Shut up, man. Fact. Appreciate that, man. Couldn't have said it better myself, fam. I gotta always give my love, my man Blood Thirst, number one, aka Happy 360. He be loading the board down with some shit. Appreciate that. You know that, man. Again, big shout out to my man Itchy with the 100 piece. The Hondo in the house. Much love. My man Carlos Regal said, Carlos said, next show, let's study the RICO laws. Not just the 1976 Criminal Welfare Act. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, I be really wanting to do that, man, but, you know, this game is already shaky. And, you know, last time I want to do is hear people argue about the law. Because, you know, we got to understand something about the law, y'all. The law going to do what they want to do. Let me get that point out there right now. The law, to discuss it, I don't never want nobody to be fooled when we can sit here and discuss what they can and they can't do. Because the first things first, you have to understand they can do whatever they want to do. Because they do that sometimes. What you have to understand about the law is basically study the law and, you know, study the law, understand it where you, if don't nobody want to defend you like you want to be defended or protect your rights, at least you know enough to protect your own rights. But I know one thing I've always known, like, if I'm paying for a lawyer, the last time I checked, the lawyer I'm paying for, he worked for me. Some people be getting that shit vice versa, you know what I mean? Like, you paying him, and you're just supposed to listen to him. Now, if I'm paying you, you do what I tell you to do. That's the first thing when I'm start talking about the law. That's the part I'm on. In order for you to tell him what you want done, you need to know what you want him to do. Because I still ain't really ever seen a pit bull lawyer. You know? To where a treadmill can get you busted, a breaking steel can get you busted, a flirt pole can get you busted. But that, they'll bring it to the table because who gonna your lawyer don't know the difference between a breaking stick and what it's used for and a treadmill. You know, but you know, you'll see it all on TV. heavy chains and all that crazy shit. I mean, the law is hard to talk about because you got to study the law. We can't. It's hard to do that in the show. Yeah, I mean, a RICO case, you know, that's a federal case. Now, I don't know how much they try to push them RICO cases, because I think that was a Young Thug that was a state case, but they actually were having RICO implications in a state case, if I'm correct. I thought it was a state case, but I might be wrong. But y'all know where I'm coming from. First things first, where your cameras at? That's all I'm gonna tell you. We used to say that all the time, and I'm gonna start bringing it back, because if you really want to protect yourself, where your cameras at? You know? Don't be one of those that get caught up, don't have no cameras, and you just as innocent as you can possibly be. Simply because they can say whatever they want to say, and if you ain't got nothing to dispute what they saying, they gonna ride with the authorities before they ride with you. You know, I feel, you know, my man Mal, I kind of feel being, you know, he got convicted of the six federal charges, but man, how many? I think it was 17? No, 37 or 17 that he was found not guilty of. But just think, the damage them six can do, being it's his second time. I mean, that's a case that I think is a public, you know, when you get down and just get the public, you know, get the records. Y'all want to learn something? Go get the Malcant public records when they come available. Read the charges. You know, read all the motions and everything that came with the case. And then find out what he was actually found guilty of and what was the evidence that got him found guilty, compared to just 37 or the 27 charges, because the man had 190 dogs. So add it up. I mean, I just want to know. That's a whole lot to find him not guilty, but it's a whole lot to, you know, 6 was enough to find you guilty dealing with that type of case. And shit, they can still throw the book at you because it's the second time. You know? But you want to see what not to do? Go read his indictment papers. Because I guarantee you, them 6 that they got him with, they got him cold. Got him cold. So that's just my little throw out to y'all as I rock out of here. But again, I see y'all. Just want to make sure I got all my peeps in here. Let me hit y'all with the deuces. Deuces. Yeah. You know what, Ram? That's what I thought. That's why I said go get the case and actually read the case. Because you know how they got him on them 6. You see how they got them 6. Yeah. Ram said he was wiretapped. And you know, something led to that wiretapping too, fam. Something led to it. That's why you can't wait to get them records. Really, that's a good case to find out what not to do. Because boy, when they come back with this sentencing, man, That ain't gonna be fair. It's gonna be ridiculous. But let's see.